shares in a flash, high hopes in a mighty dash. Stock ticks and it starts to crash, while it's thinner than a broken glass. Market moves got me feeling wild, swinging harder than a rocket child, picking up buzz like a trader out, praying profits ain't revived. Charts like a puzzle complex, trading daily, keeping us perplexed. Riding waves like future specs, gotta calm down, no pretext. Market moves got me feeling wild, swinging harder than a rocket child, picking up buzz like a trader out, playing profits ain't revived. Highs and lows, gotta keep my cool, can't let like a trader out, praying profits ain't reviled. Market moves got me feeling wild, swinging harder than a rocket child. Picking up lies like a trader out, praying profits ain't reviled.
Disco lights flicker and shine in the heat of the night. I got the moves, I got the groove. Trade the dots and watch me improve. Yeah. Trade the dots, hit the spots, fund the prop, make it pop. Money, money, money. Oh, it's hot. Trade the dots. Yeah, trade the dots. Spin that chart like a DJ wheel, up and down, it's a funky deal. Risk is a dance, it's a balancing act, but I'm moonwalking on this market track. Yeah. Fingers snapping, numbers tapping, groove keep flowing, never napping. Spots, fund the prop, make it pop. Money, money, money. Oh, it's hot. Trade the dots, yeah, trade the dots. Cashing in, cashing out, shake it, scream and shout. Pockets fat, but I'm staying lean. I'm the king of the trading scene.
On the screen, blood starts to dance. Tickers run wild like a snake in the grass. Fingers twitch fast, orders thrown in. Dreams on the line, world spinning again. Shots like a maze, my head's on fire. Failure whispers, but I aim higher. Prop test gates trying to shake my pride. Won't stay down, I'll break the tide. Trade the chaos, make it mine. Turn the losses into shine. Grit and sweat, brick by brick. Crack the code and make it stick. Trade the chaos, make it mine. Turn the losses into shine. Grit and sweat, brick by brick. Crack the code and make it stick. Test after test, I'm kissing the edge. Risk and reward, I made my pledge. Futures clash, the screams alive. Bankroll breathing, it's how I survive. Fear and greed, they speak my name. Fight through shadows, win this game. Strategy tied, I'm locked and loaded. Profit streams, my brain's decoded. Trade the chaos, make it mine. Turn the losses into shine. Grit and sweat, brick by brick. Crack the code and make it stick. Trade the chaos, make it mine. Turn the losses into shine. Grit and sweat, brick by brick. Crack the code and make it stick. More moody for the bag, man. Egger looking at the net. I'm sweaty for a nut, yeah. We'll keep our stand, get current now. More moody for the bag, man. Egger looking at the net. I'm sweaty for a nut, yeah. We'll keep our stand, get current.
Not on stage. Hello, hello, welcome everyone. Hi, welcome everyone. I'm Kathy, and I'm here with Boris. Okay,
There we go. Hi,
there we go.
everybody.
We are setting up the screens a little early to make sure we do a sound check for ourselves. Good morning, everyone, for joining us. It's going to be a very, very valuable, jam-packed session. I think I look okay. Boris, you look good.
Yes, we are very, very excited, guys. Our first ever PropFest. I can't tell you how excited we are. We really, really poured our heart into this. I hope you guys absolutely enjoyed. We have an amazing, amazing show today. And we're going to start it in just a minute. I hope everybody can hear us. Sound is good. Mic is good, right? Everybody give us a thumbs up in comments. Let us know all is happening. Oops. Sorry. My phone is ringing.
Yes, Boris is going to mute his phone as
get off the
usual.
screen for a second. I'm going to stay.
Okay, hello everyone. Where are you coming in from? Thailand, South Africa, and I see some familiar names. Tony, Martin. We will get started. Thank you so much, John. I'll take that. For as long as it lasts, right? Because someday it won't last so long. Wonderful, Leah. She will be on. Rebecca, Jen, Christine, they're coming on later on for our Trading Moms panel. We've got such an incredible lineup for you today. And we can't wait to basically share the expertise that we've gathered. I put a lot of work into this. We basically, convinced 22 traders to join us today to share their experience, their tips, and everything. And, we think there's no better time than now to do this. And this is the type of environment where the markets are rocking and we have a lot of volatility. And that is the type of market environment where we actually want to bring in these speakers to basically speak with you today. Yeah. Now we're getting questions from, one second, hold on.
The most important question we're getting is, who sings the songs? It's AI, my friends. I made all the songs. I created all the songs using AI. I hope you guys really enjoyed. You can listen to those songs, by the way, every single day when I live trade. This was sort of like our best of hit pack. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed the playlist. We're going to start because we want to keep the show tight. So I'm gonna welcome everybody to the show. I will tell you this: we do have an incredible array of speakers. I had a chance to speak to them before the show. The information they're going to give is going to be amazing. So hang out, please. If you have a friend who likes to trade or who is just interested in the markets, email them the link. Just tell them to come in. It's a totally free show. It's totally it's going to go on for the next 5 hours. Let them come in, enjoy themselves. They're going to learn a lot. So just share with as many people as possible. And speaking of sharing, let me just welcome you to PropFest. I am Boris Schlossberg, along with Kathy Lean, who's my partner. We're the hosts for today's show. We've put together an incredible lineup of traders who'll be sharing trading tips and strategies with you all day long. But the first question you may have is about today's recordings. So yes, with a $10 donation, by the way, for those of you who have not paid for the recordings but may be interested in the show, let's say you're watching the show and you really, really want the information forever as an archive, as a reference source, it's very, very easy. We're going to post a link throughout the show. You can simply register for the recordings. And all of the money, which is a whopping $10, I literally spent more on a bagel and coffee today this morning, is going to go to charity. An amazing piece of charity. We're giving the money to St. Jude's Children's Hospital and Hope for Warriors, already almost at $5,000. Let's break that level by the end of the day today. It's really, really for good cause, and it's just peanuts. It really is. These days, I bought a cup of coffee and a bagel for more money than that. So hopefully everybody will get a chance to have those videos. We're going to post them up. They'll be ready. Realistically, probably Wednesday. It's going to take us a little time to cut it, so just be patient. But I promise you, everybody's going to have full access for a lifetime in a beautifully, cloud space, so you can always reference them, and all of that information that's going to be given to you today, you're going to be able to access. We have 11 sessions today. You learn from Wall Street veterans, traders with 6 or 7 figure payouts, literally $1 million payouts today, and traders like you and I who are moms, white collar workers, blue collar workers. people who work for big banks, people who literally, have had some very hard knocks in life that have been able to bounce back with prop trading. And while we could speak to everyone today for hours, we're going to keep everything very, very tight at like 30 minutes a session. So I'll be popping on to try to prod everybody along because we have so much information. And as I said, if you miss anything, it's all recorded and it's all going to be yours for the whopping price of $10.
Yes, I mean, that's basically the number one question we're going to get all day long, which is, will the sessions be recorded? And as Boris says, it will be. And, you're just for a small donation, it's causes that are very close to my heart, causes that are close to the heart for many of our speakers. We have a few vets speaking, and they really inspired us to do this charity auction. So it's Traders Giving Back. I'm so excited that this community has come together to do this. But the real reason, of course, why you're coming here is because you want to hear from all of the speakers today. And the reason is because, some of you are trading prop already, and some of you are learning to trade prop for the very first time or hearing about it for the first time. But as you may know, the prop trading industry has completely exploded over the past 3 years. I mean, there are more and more traders who are discovering the opportunity to trade 10, 50, even 100,000 or more with just a few $100 of their own capital. And in this type of economic climate, I think, holding on to the money we have is very valuable. And in many ways, the prop firm challenge fees, many people look at it as, the cost of education, the ability to kind of limit your maximum loss to your challenge fee is much more manageable than having a 10,000, 20,000, or even 50,000 actual broker account. But of course, that opportunity still comes with real risk. I mean, it's a great opportunity, but this comes with the risk of, actually being able to understand and, how everything works, which is why learning from the traders that we gather today matters so much. And that's why we put together this incredible lineup of people who have actually navigated the rules, the drawdown, the pressures to make it work, and then come out the other side with, 6-figure, 7-figure payouts. I mean, we have traders here who have withdrawn over $1 million. We have 3 of them who are speaking with you today, including, Candace, who I think this is her first exclusive interview. She is Asia's number one prop trader. She withdrew $1 million from Apex in 32 days, and she's going to tell you how it's all done. And that's just one of those stories. So these are the real people that you're going to hear from today. And believe it or not, many of these people trade with more than one prop firm. And that's also something that they're going to talk about, because diversification is something that is very important for traders these days. Now, let's also talk about the giveaways, because yes, we are so grateful for our sponsors for donating, I think, 80 prop giveaways. We're giving out a good portion of those today, and it's happening every 30 minutes after the sessions are over. And this is the way it's going to work. Everyone here who's registered will automatically get a chance to win. If you're here live, you get even more chances, because we're actually going to be selecting additional winners after each session. So some prop challenges will be given out. The majority of prop challenges will be given out live today. And then some of it will be given out afterwards and posted on our social media. But there's a few things that we need you to do in order to win. The first thing that we need you to do, and this is the protocol for every single session. The first thing that we need you to do is we need you to follow Prop Trader Edge on X. That's step number 1. And then step number 2, after each session has a sponsor. Like, for example, you can see on the top of this banner, the sponsor for the session is Think Capital. Their post just went up on the Prop Trader Edge X channel. And what we want you to do, and you'll have 30 minutes to do this, not in this session, but in each of the sessions that follow, you have 30 minutes to do this. We want you to comment Prop Rocks under their post as an acknowledgement, as a thank you to our sponsor for giving us those challenges to give away today. And then at the end of each session, which is basically 5 minutes before the next session happens, we'll randomly select 5 winners from everyone who commented, choosing the people live and then posting to you and letting you know who the winners are. Now, as you know, choosing the right prop firm these days have become even more important than usual, which is why Think Capital, the sponsor for the session, and they are a broker-backed firm, is regulated in multiple countries. And, it's really a firm that you want to consider because, of their longevity. You can trade directly on TradingView and tap into 15 years of trading experience behind the firm. It's a level of stability that traders are basically thirsting for right now. And as I said earlier, many of the traders are trading with more than one firm because they realize the importance. So let's see who's done this. I think Boris has kind of disappeared right now, but let's see how many of you have gone to Prop Trader Edge on X and commented under the Think Capital post. And, we are going to select. That's what I want you to do right now. And I'm going to see if there's any questions that you guys may have in the meantime. Okay, so the Prop Trader Edge post just went up. And we do have a few comments. Remember, we're picking 5 winners. Welcome back, Boris.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like somebody just called some. I thought it was a speaker, but it wasn't. Sorry about that.
Okay. Well, as we said, we're giving away. This is your first practice session where we are giving away 5 Think Capital challenges. What you need to do is you need to go on Prop Trader Edge on X, comment Prop Rocks on the Think Capital post. And we're going to select 5 winners in just the next 2 or 3 minutes. A lot of you doing it already. Great job. You know how this works. So after every single session, essentially at the beginning of every single session, the new post will go out for the sponsor. Take the next 30 minutes during that session to listen to the speaker speaking, and then also to comment Prop Rocks. And then we will select the winner. And, just so you know, the lineup today is, Boris and I are giving you the intro. Then we're going to bring in Peter, the Einstein of Wall Street, David, and we're going to go from, right now, 8 a.m. all the way to 1:30 p.m. New York time. You can stay for part of the event. You can, drop in just for a bit of it, or you can stay for the whole thing. That's completely up to you.
Stay for the whole thing. Be a real trader. Stay for the whole thing.
People have lives, Boris, and
no,
they
nobody
may
has
want to
lives.
go to have lunch.
We're all degenerate traders.
Okay, some of you are doing this wrong. You do not comment Prop Rocks in here. Comment Prop Rocks in the X post. And I'm just about.
I need everybody go to Twitter, go to X, find Prop Trader Edge. Comment Prop Rocks underneath the tweet there. Okay, do it correctly. If you say it here, it doesn't. You will have no chance of winning. You're wasting your comments by putting it in the.
That's in some ways, if you don't have X, we're still giving out some challenges after this event that we'll post on social. So we'll make sure we capture some of the names from here as well. But I'm ready to announce the winners. Are you, Boris?
Yeah, well,
okay.
Let's. Are we gonna do them right now? Let's run the.
All right, I am going
run the banner.
I'm gonna post. So many of you, these are your handles. We will DM you who wins, and we will randomly pick 5 winners. So here are the first 2. Actually, no, I'm gonna put it all here, and. Okay, so give me one more. I've picked 3 winners. It's going to be at Bricks, at Taiwo, at Lizzie B, and then Taiwo, you posted twice actually. We're going to have Franklin Wu 1, and if you are the winner, give yourself a clap or say, what's this emoji?
Yeah, give a thumbs up in the comments.
Yes, Roberto's ROCCIA, something like this. All right. Here are our winners. Let me show this, get this timer off. Here are our winners for the Think Capital Challenge. So we will DM you after the session to collect the challenges, but this is the way it's going to work. You guys did a fantastic job. And I will repeat again at every session. This is the way that we are going to.
Remember, guys, we have $5 million worth of evaluation challenges to give away. So participate every half an hour. There's lots of, it's not just one opportunity. It's 11, 12 opportunities during the show to get free evaluation accounts so you can be a prop trader for no money. It's been amazing. All of our sponsors have really contributed a tremendous amount. So Bricks, Taiwo, Easy Lizzie, Franklin Wu, Rocky Yarrow, we're going to DM you. You're all winners on the first go round. Way to go, guys.
All right, we are ready to bring in Peter and David. In this very first session, you'll be learning from two legendary Wall Street traders. I call them the mentors of mentors. I mean, these are the two most experienced people you will learn from. Peter, known as the Einstein of Wall Street, is one of the most iconic figures on the New York Stock Exchange. He's been trading for 40 years through every major moment of euphoria, panic, and chaos. And there's no one who has energy the same level as Peter, which is why he's given us and kicking off our Prop Trader Fest. David was a market maker at the New York Stock Exchange and has gone on to mentor many of the traders that you see today. Many of them will attribute their initial learning and success to David, and you get to hear from them first. This session and the giveaways are provided by Apex Trader Funding, one of the largest futures prop trading firm with more than $600 million in payouts. Apex is the firm where many of our traders today who have made 6 and 7 figures have earned their biggest payouts by scaling up to 20 accounts. And here's the important part. After Peter and David's session, we'll be raffling off $300,000. 5 of them, 300,000 Apex evaluation accounts. That's huge. So while you're listening, what we want you to do is we want you to follow Prop Trader Edge on X, type Prop Rocks in the Apex post that just went up, and then we'll randomly select the winners at the end of this session. All right, here we go. I'm so excited to hear from Peter and David.
Morning, Dave.
Good morning, Peter. My first question is, can I win one of these accounts?
That's what I wanted to know. Exactly what I said. Can I leave the webinar and go over there and put my pop rocks in there, baby?
Someone said, are you a bird, Peter? Peter, you actually combed your hair this morning.
I stick my toe in the 220 volt and it just does it by itself. It is 27 degrees below zero in the Berkshires.
Love it.
Fantastic. My house couldn't even get above 60 all night long.
It is 72 right now, going up to 82 down in Florida. What's up, everybody? Welcome.
Good morning.
Kick us off, baby. We don't have that much time.
Got you. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Yes, David said, when I have a good hair day, then it's all going to be good for you all. You're going to learn a lot and get a lot out of this thing. So welcome, everybody. I'm here with my partner and my friend and my mentor and my teacher, David Green. He'll introduce himself, but it's really a pleasure. Thanks, Boris and Katie and Apex and you all, right? I mean, I think this is, what an opportunity we have. Years ago, David and I, back in 2020, decided that with the 50 million new traders that came into the market that we call sort of the democratization of the trading community, there'd be an amazing opportunity to embrace you all and teach you the things that we love every day. For Dave and I, really trading and teaching and inspiring and motivating you all, the next generation of traders, is literally like being in the Super Bowl, right? My memory is being stirred up because I still work on the floor of the stock exchange. And back in the day, we used to have these, David will remember this, we used to have the Super Bowl pools where they would put up these huge pieces of paper, and it would be the Super Bowl box where the winning prize would be $250,000. And still to this day, in 2025 or 26, whatever year we're in, they still were doing it on Friday at the close of the bell. Everyone was signing their name. You picked your favorite number. I got 100. I haven't picked the numbers yet. But anyway, welcome all of you. So I couldn't be more excited to do this. The opportunities that are available to you all, right, are incredible, right? All the barriers to entry are down. Between Apex, between David and I at Wall Street Global Trading Academy, between Katie and Boris, and there's never been a runway that's been clear, right? You have people here David and I and Katie and Boris are willing to teach you, inspire you, and motivate you to learn how to trade this market. The accessibility and the funding of it is available through Apex. And so there's never been a better opportunity. I'll just give you a little lowdown. I still trade on the floor of the stock exchange. David and I met 41 years ago when we both started on the floor. I'm still there. David retired early. He got smart and he got lucky. It's good to have both of those entities in your world. I'm still trading. And look, for me, it's still one of the greatest experience every day to go down on that floor, see the opening bell, and then get a chance to speak to you all and motivate you. This market is absolutely wild and crazy. It couldn't be a more perfect time for us to be having this webinar after one of the wildest roller coaster weeks of all time, right? This week was a perfect example of why we do what we do, right? Because this isn't a get rich quick scheme. This isn't about throwing a dart at a wall. It's not about FOMO, hype, hope. Those are not sustainable strategies to trade this crazy market. This week was I did a little thing yesterday on the bell. I was talking to one of the reporters on the floor, and I said, if I fell asleep last weekend and I woke up today and I looked up at the market and I saw where we had been and where we were, I'd go, oh, like nothing happened this week. But to be perfectly honest, we actually went down almost 2,000 points and went back up 2,000 points. We ended up around where we had been. But in the middle of it, people lost and made millions of dollars trading this market. This week was a perfect example of, one of the lines that I always use is, we're always one tweet away from crazy town, right? With the new administration, this isn't a political comment. This is just a reality comment. In the old days when David and I used to trade on the floor, if you had if you had information that had economic implications on the market, you couldn't talk about them until before the market opened or after the market closed or at a designated press conference. Now you can do anything. So you all need to understand there are new rules here, right? We're in a new world around trading. The volatility is extraordinary. However, the amazing thing about what Katie and Boris do and what David and I do at Wall Street Global Trading Academy is we teach you the rules. There are rules to be a successful trader. And then there's the accessibility and funding that Apex gives you. That opportunity was never available before. So you guys are at a pivotal time in history to be able to learn how to trade and get paid to trade. This is the formula that you guys are being presented on a silver platter. Learn how to trade, whether you do with Katie and Boris and David and I at Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Then you get to trade, and then through Apex you get paid to trade. Like that. That's a match made in heaven. So anyway, just follow what everybody says here. David is one of the most master technicians in this space. He's been doing it for 41 years, and I'll say one thing for sure: Experience is really key. Don't think, look, and no disrespect to the new retail traders, you all on this podcast, because you guys have done an amazing job of really maturing since COVID, right? Everybody got their butt kicked back in the meme phenomenon, all that. You all came back and you're still trading. The difference is right now that you need to follow these rules. There is a formula to be a successful trader. There's no one better than David, Katie, and Boris. We're really thrilled that we all get to be together. Thanks to Apex, they give you the accessibility to this market. There couldn't be a better time for doing what we're doing. So I'm going to pass it to my man, Dave. I'm really happy you're all here. If you ever need anything, just reach out to me. I'm always available to give you a forensic breakdown on what the market does. But listen to Dave. Dave is a master technician. He's been teaching tens of thousands of people how to successfully trade this market. Giddy up.
Formula to be a successful trader. Can you guys type in some ones if everybody can hear me and see me? I just want to see if I'm up to date in the chat. Give me some ones, guys and girls. If you can type stuff in there. I want to know how many people are actively trading this market. Type in some ones. There we go. Boom. Crap load of ones. Beautiful. So almost everybody here is actively trading the market. And maybe we have some beginning traders here. That's great. Nobody has a lot of time today, so take what you can from each person that is presenting today, okay? Apply it to what you do. Find something that works for you. I can tell you guys that. Let me see if I can share my screen up here. Oh, here we go. All right, let me know when you guys can see my screen up there, if we pop it up. Of those of you who are actively trading, someone give me some twos. There we go.
There's your screen, Dave. We see it. We see it.
Type in some twos, guys. How many people are struggling with this? And let's be honest, okay? How many people are struggling to try to figure this out? A bunch of us, right? Well, you guys are not alone, Okay, what I will tell you is be kind to yourselves, especially if you're at the beginning of this journey. It just takes time. It's all someone typed in like 52s. It's all about being patient. It's all about being disciplined. It's about finding a system that works for you and then having patience and discipline and working that system. And that's what we are, guys and girls. We are operators of a system. Trading, believe it or not, is not about money. A lot of people try to make it about money. It is not about money. Trading, again, is finding a system that works for you and then operating that system, struggling hard. You're not alone. You know, people always say trading is like at the beginning, you're walking into a plane and you have all these instruments that are flying all over the place and you have no idea what you're doing, right? Money is a byproduct of finding a system that works for you and then operating the system correctly. I tell my peeps, don't even look at your P&L when you're trading. There's no reason to be looking at your P&L when you're trading. We're going to try to give you guys as much useful information as we can in the next 15 minutes. You're going to hear from a lot of very talented people today. You're going to hear from a couple of people who started trading with us that are now presenting here today. And that's one of the things that me and Pete are most proud of. I've been doing this for a little over 40 years. As Pete said, I started working on the Florida New York Stock Exchange in 1985. I retired at the end of 1999. I've been trading on my own every day since then. Don't know how to do anything else. I barely get out of high school. I didn't go to college. This is the only thing I've ever done in my entire life. That being said, I can tell you guys that when I first started day trading, all right, and day trading is a different animal. We are, for the most part, scalpers, guys and girls. I try to put a couple of bucks in the bank every day. We have certain goals that we want to hit every day. If we hit those goals, we are done trading. I'll talk about that more in a couple of minutes. When I first started trading, I left the Florida Stock Exchange. I very quickly lost $300,000 in about 2 months. I had no idea what I was doing. When I worked on the Florida Exchange, I was a specialist broker, and I made markets in the stocks, and I had all the orders in my hands. I had the buyers in my left hand, the sellers in my right hand, and quite frankly, it was very easy to make money back then. I had no idea what technical analysis was. I never used it on the Florida New York Stock Exchange. I didn't have to. So it took me the better part of 2 years to teach myself technical analysis. And now I will never, ever, ever even make a trade unless my charts tell me to make a trade. So I'm going to talk about some technical analysis with you guys. I'll tell you guys what we do. And again, you're going to hear from 50 different people today, and you'll get 50 different trading techniques. Take what you can from each one of them and apply it to your trading. But be kind to yourselves. Okay. This is a difficult thing to do. It is anyone who tells you that it's easy to do this. I'll tell you what's easy. Okay. It's easy to lose money, right? That is very easy to do. And sometimes as traders, we will get into a trade and we will sit in it and just watch our P&L go down, 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 down. And when we get into a winning trade, we're going to get out of it too quickly. And it's got to be the exact opposite, guys and girls. Okay. I want to stay in my winning trades as long as I possibly can, as long as they're working, and get out of my losing trades as quickly as I possibly can. So I am going to have a stop order on every single trade that I do, depending on what I trade. And we're talking about futures here, guys and girls, today. So I'm going to have a stop order on every single trade that I do. I am going to be wrong on trades. We're all going to be wrong on trades. I'm going to have losing trades. I'm going to have losing days. This market has been extremely, Pete said it earlier, extremely difficult to trade for the last couple of months. I can tell you that we are at about a 75% hit rate. We have been at that rate for the better part of 2 years. When we are in winning trades, we let them go as long as we possibly can. So let's talk about a little technical analysis. I'm going to show you guys a bunch of charts up here, a couple of things that I'm looking at. This is a chart of gold that we're looking at right now. Okay, I want to show you guys a daily chart of gold. And this is setting up to be one of my favorite trades that we're going to get into. I am looking to, first of all, gold and silver. When we started looking at gold way back down here, okay, we talked about gold hitting 5,000. Pete will tell you guys that when certain stocks or futures get to a certain level, they're going to gravitate towards whole numbers, right? So once gold got above 4,900, our prediction was that we would see 5,000. Once silver got above 90, our prediction was that we would see 100. That's just been going on in the stock market for a long, long time. They just gravitate to these numbers. So yeah, gold has been flying, silver has been flying. What I'm looking at in gold right now, guys and girls, okay, this is about as extended as I've ever seen a stock or a future, okay? And what I'm looking at, if we go back in my chart, I want to show you a couple of times of what happened the last time gold was this extended. And I am looking to short gold. Now, I don't give financial advice. We never tell anybody what to buy and sell. I am in my private trading room all day long with my traders, posting every single trade that we do live in real time. I think it's important, guys, if you do find a mentor, which is very, very important, that they have skin in the game on every single trade that they do, that they are not just giving you signals or a signal surface. I think it's important. Max is speaking next. That whoever you have as a mentor has skin in the game. Okay, so we post every single trade that we do live in real time. Me and Peter on YouTube every Monday and Friday, we trade the opening bell with everybody. All right. Yes, gold is overbought. So, but how do we know? How do we know when it's time to get into a gold trade, a gold short trade? And all I'm doing is looking for a trade, guys and girls. And I can tell you that the last two times this happened in gold, we got short gold and we ended up doing very, 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 very well. So what I'm looking for is something that is extremely extended. And this is a daily chart. What I'm looking for on a daily chart is when the relative strength gets above 80, guys and girls. And if you look back a couple of times, here we got above 80 in gold. We had a $75 pullback. Here we got above 80 in gold. And this is the last time we shorted gold. We did it twice. We did it here when it made a high of $4,392. I think the same day, that same day, we went down 150 points. And here was the next time when we made a high of 43.96 and we went down 300 points from there. I don't trade with indicators. That's cool. You trade with whatever works for you. So here we are in gold, guys and girls. On Friday, we just got above the 80 RSI. For those of you who don't know what the RSI is, that is the relative strength index. When I'm looking at a chart on a daily chart and the RSI gets above 80, that is an indication to me that we're a little too stretched out and I'm going to be looking to short. Several ways you can short gold. I will be doing it with options because it's binary, okay? And I'll be doing it in my futures account with the MGC, which is the micro index. I will not be doing it in the big one, but the MGC I will use to start a swing trade in this. These are longer term trades that I am prompt traders, do I think? No, these are not longer term trades. This is something that I'm going to do for 1 or 2 days, okay? So on a daily chart of gold, we are now, and let me just explain to you the technical analysis that we use, some of it. I use a 9 EMA, a 15 EMA, a 30 EMA, a 65 EMA, and a 200 EMA. Those are all the moving averages that I use. And if you look at gold, we have not broken our 30 EMA in 6 months. The one time we pulled back down there, that was a beautiful entry to get long. We pulled back, hit that 30 EMA. That was a beautiful entry to get long. So I'm going to be looking to short. I'm hoping that we get another up day on Monday. If we get another up day on Monday, we are now over 230 points above our closest moving average. Things do not stay this extended for that long. So I'm looking for one of these type of pullbacks in gold, and silver is the same exact thing. Do we use RSI on a daily time frame? Yes. When I am looking for a swing trade, guys and girls, and that's what this is. When I'm looking at a swing trade, I'm looking for something to get over an 80 RSI if it's going up and below a 20 RSI if it's going down. So I'm hoping that we get a up opening on Monday, and then I will start a little shortening. And if you look at silver, it is the same exact thing. Silver, our closest EMA, we are now 15 points away from that. Look what happened here, guys and girls. Everybody give me some ones, okay? Look what happened here when our RSI got above 80. Can everybody see this? We spiked up here. This is the last time we were shorted. And by the way, guys, I tweet this out. And again, everybody pushes their own buttons. But my Twitter is at trader2179, at trader2179. And I will tweet out when I'm doing these swing trades. Again, everybody pushes their own button. They don't give it. I know we don't give financial advice. But the last time this got to an 85 RSI, this is where we were short. We posted it. We were short at $85. And again, in the same day, we went from $83 all the way down to our trend line at $70, down 13 points. So that's one of the trades that I'm looking at right now. That'll be the next swing trade that I do. As far as day trading, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about this, guys and girls, okay? We use, one of the things that I look at, this is a favorite of Max's and stuff, is what we call the opening range breakout. Our EMAs are, and if you can type them in for us, 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. And they go in order of strength, guys and girls. The weakest is the 9 and the 15. 30 is a little stronger. 65 strongest hill. And the 200 EMA is the strongest of them all. This is our opening range breakout, guys and girls. I put this up at 9:30 every single morning. I put it on a 5-minute time frame. And what we're looking for is when we get above the top of the opening range breakout of the orb, we want to get long for a trade. If we break it on the downside, we want to get short for a trade. These are the trades we get early in the morning. And in gold, guys and girls, if I am trading the MGC, every point that this moves is $100 per contract. So when we broke out of the top of the orb here, we went up 5 points. So if you had one contract and you took your 3 to 5 points, you made $300. Here was our next trade in gold, and this was an absolute beautiful one. We spiked up from the highs all the way down to our 65 EMA. So if you look at our EMAs, the 65 EMA, we went down 30 points to hit this, and then we spiked up 25 points from there. Not making the trade the second time it gets to that level. So the only time I will make a trade using my moving averages is the first time it hits that moving average. You see, the second time it hit it, it broke through and went below. Then we hit our high here, came back again, and hit our 65 EMA. Okay, so one of the favorite trades that we look at, yeah, the EMAs I'm talking about are on our screen. One of the favorite trades that I look at is when we get a big enough move in gold and it hits one of our moving averages. Something very important to pay attention to, guys and girls, and that is the ATR. Okay, and I know I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you guys, right? I'm trying to get in. We got 5 minutes left. I'm trying to get in as much good stuff as I can for you. The ATR is the average true range. That tells us, it adds up the last 14 5-minute candlesticks and tells us what the range is for those candlesticks. Right now, it's obviously we're not trading, but the ATR is 5 points, okay? A very important thing is knowing when to switch from the mini contracts to the micro contracts. And when I'm looking at gold, if the ATR gets to be between 8 and 10 points, I am going to switch to the micro contracts and have my same risk per trade as if I was trading the mini contracts. So once we get this extended to a 9 or 10 point ATR, I'm going to switch to the micro contracts and have the same amount of risk on every single trade that I do. The orb is for the first 5 minutes, and then I will switch to a 15-minute orb and leave the 15-minute orb up for the rest of the day, okay? One other thing that we do, guys and girls, anyone who becomes a course member of ours, we trade every Tuesday and Thursday night from 6 o'clock till 9:30, live in real time with all of our traders. So we trade slow markets for 7 hours every Tuesday and Thursday night for anyone who becomes part of our family. Maxie is a big orb guy. Yes, I know he is. Oh, by the way, guys and girls, we hope to see everybody. Me and Pete will be down with Max in Miami. Okay?
Hollywood.
In Hollywood, Florida. We will be down there next week. The event is completely sold out. I can't wait to see everybody there. We're just gonna have a great time there. It's gonna be great. What is an orb? Max is gonna get more into this later. I don't even want to take. Let Max talk about it later. Okay. I am on the Eastern Standard Time. Basically, what the orb is an opening range breakout. We look for it to break up or below, and we get involved in the trade. All right. Yes, the Florida event's going to be spectacular. If we look at silver on Friday, too, guys and girls, this was unbelievable. There's our opening range breakout, and then we just went up for the entire day after that, right? So another one of the trades that I love to look for is a trend trade, okay? And a trend trade is when something is going in one direction for a long period of time. And the way we enter a trend trade is when it pulls back to our 9 and our 15 EMA. This is something that we did. I'll let Maxie talk about. Max, are we sold out? Kathy, is everything sold out for the Florida event?
Yeah, yes, completely.
Completely sold out. Well, we'll be doing it again, guys and girls, okay? We'll be doing it again. Is there a website for future in-person events by chance? Kathy, Boris, Max will take care of all that. There's going to be other events, guys and girls. We had one down in Florida with Boris and me and Peter. Spectacular. Get yourselves to these things if you can. Trend trades are the greatest, guys and girls. And I know I only have 1 minute. But when something is going in one direction, we want to get on the same side of the trade and then ride that trade for as long as we possibly can. So that was just some of the technical analysis that I give you guys. WSGTA.com is where you can come find me and Peter. Our YouTube is every Monday and Friday, bright and early. We trade the opening market for free with everybody from 8:30 to 10 o'clock. I know we only got Max has a Discord. Yes, guys and girls. So if you want to find me and Pete, WSGTA.com. Pete, I think you got 2 minutes. I'm going to let you wrap it up. Guys, I'm sorry I couldn't do more than we could do here. But before I go, I'll tell you guys, take a little bit of something from everybody who presents today and apply it to your trading. Take notes all day long. You're going to see, guys, 2 people that started as traders with us, students with us, that are going to be presenting today. I can't tell you how proud I am of that. Nick is one of them. Nick has totally turned his life around. Not an unusual story for us, for people who have been with us. I love you, Nick. I know you're going to be presenting later. I will be listening to you. Go ahead, Pete, wrap it up. You got I don't know how long you got.
Gotcha. I don't either. It's okay, everybody. So look, David and I have WSGTA.com, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We have, David, one of the great technicians. You can just hear the way he does it. Look about it. We're talking about discipline, consistency. You guys, there is a massive new generation of people coming in to trade. And look, the downside is 80+% of people who try to do this fail. That's the bottom line. So as David always says, be kind to yourselves. This is not easy, but it's actually, it's really not easy, but it's very simple. As long as you turn off all the chatter, stop listening to Uncle Herbie on the internet, FOMO, hype, and hope. Those are not strategies. You're going to hear from an amazing group of people today. So we could not be more excited. There are plenty of live events. David and I are available to you. We have ours as standard. David has his way of teaching, which is different. If you like that, come and join us, WSGTA.com. We have a course. We have a boot camp. We have a futures course. We trade the opening bell on Mondays and Fridays. We have slow trading. Look, become part of our family. We'll help you. We'll hold your hand. We coach and mentor every student. Each person you're going to meet today has an extraordinary future, a journey. It's been on. We're all together. Learn to trade, get paid to trade. Whoever you choose, it's all you. We're here, and we're here to help you all. That's what we do. We are motivated because we love what we do. We'd love to share anything that we have with you. So join the family. Good luck, Max. It's all yours, buddy boy.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. What an amazing presentation. I had the pleasure of trading live with David and Boca. He's really one of the best live traders I've ever seen in my life. Was just a machine in making money. Thank you, David, again, for Wall Street Trading Global Academy. You can find him there. Peter is an Einstein of Wall Street, one of the highest follows on Instagram and X. Please go find him. And now we're going to take a few minutes to read our new set of winners. Remember, go to Prop Trader Edge on X, and just comment Prop Rocks. The Bulldog Trader, Joe Nelson. I think I know Joe Nelson. Leah Lager, Kibria Nu, and Louis David 911. All of you guys, we're going to DM you. and you are good to go with our favorite friends at Apex and all of their free accounts, up to $300,000 in eval trading capital. Hopefully you guys can all pass those evals, fund them, and go crazy with everybody on this show. So that's our next show is going to be Max with ORB Trading, and I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to introduce him.
Max. Big Daddy Max, as David said, is the king of the opening range breakout. You know, David, Peter, very excited about him. We are very excited about him as well. With 7-figure verified payouts, Max has built a reputation of being authentic, having proven results, and basically bringing a fun, no-nonsense approach to trading that traders really connect with. He's a former Army trooper, and one of the reasons why we've been inspired to support and donate to Hope for Warriors. You know him, we know you know him, you love him, we love him, and if you don't yet, you quickly will, I promise you. Max has a huge sold-out event in Florida next week, so we're so honored that he took the time out of his busy schedule to join us today to talk ORB and to share his broader approach to the markets. This session is sponsored by Wealth Charts, an award-winning trading platform that's offered by Apex Trader Funding. That means that we're raffling off another 5 Apex evaluation accounts, $300,000, 5 $300,000 Apex trading accounts at the end of the session. And you can use those on the Wealth Charts platform. Just a quick reminder, follow Prop Trader Edge on X, type Prop Rocks in the Wealth Charts post that just went up, and we'll randomly choose the winners at the end of this session. All right, let's welcome Max and Boris, who are going to talk ORB and trading.
All right. Big Daddy Max, how are you?
I'm good, brother. How are you? What an intro by Cat.
Man, you are.
Yeah,
He's up and early, and he's got the arbitrage in temperature today because he's like, I guess, what, plus 60, where I'm at about 11 in New York.
It's
just about ready.
60, to be honest. It's 71 right now, Boris, and I don't know if I'm gonna. It's 71 right now, and I don't know if I'm gonna make it, Boris. All right, I'm freezing.
I know. Do you think that's cold for you guys? It's unbelievable. You guys are like plus 60 to us at this point. So I'm going to turn the screen over to Big Daddy because he's got so much to say to you. He is the master of ORB. And as you can see, ORB, by the way, is going to come up quite a lot in our discussions because many traders use this. And he is sort of like the godfather of using this strategy. He's made tons of money. I had the pleasure of also having Max at my show live at Boca, and he killed. We were trading gold together. He killed it. I think he made like $40,000 in a matter of 5 minutes trading it on floor with me. So it's just amazing. He's got the tools. He's got the strategy. As I said, he's been super kind to basically share all of this. He's going to be doing a very big version of this next week. We're going to be there with him, and please follow him along. I'm going to turn over the screen to him. Just for everybody who's, let's say, a novice like me, doesn't know what ORB is, it stands for Opening Range Breakout. Maybe you can break it down to us and just tell us exactly what it is, and then start with some of the best trades that you've done recently.
Yeah, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, brother. Let's get into it.
Okay.
What a great crowd we got here this morning.
The crowd is good. You guys are over 1,000. Let's go. I want more friends. I want everybody in the room. I want 2,000 in the room today. Let's go, guys.
What a great crowd we got here. It's Saturday morning. You guys are up, interested in your trading education. You guys are the ones taking the necessary steps to make it, and that is amazing. Congratulations to you guys. That's very admirable for all of you to wake up and even give this a shot, and this amazing thing that they put together, PropFest, for all of you guys, having a lot of huge names come up here and educate you guys totally for free. Big shout out to Boris and Kathy for putting this on for all of the retail traders. Everyone knows Big Daddy Max is about the retail trader. We give back absolutely so much. Just like our event we have next week, 700 retail traders, 40 plus influencers, celebrities, every CEO from every firm you can think of, all coming together to do one thing and give back and tell more about the way the future's community is growing and rocking on, baby. So big shout out to those guys. Huge shout out to Wealth Charts. If you guys ain't rocking with Wealth Charts and the Hoff, the CEO of Wealth Charts, you guys are missing out. And I gotta tell you, I mean, I'm very impressed right now. I'm just kind of in shock myself. You know, listen, I'm a trader full-time, 8 years, military, law enforcement for 10 years. I'm you know, I feel like they got all the old guys up here first to get it going. But you guys just met David Green. And what an honor and what a privilege it is to have David Green speak and teach you and show you his charts, because I idolize David Green and Peter Tuchman, real Wall Street market maker, real Wall Street broker, the longest standing tenured broker on Wall Street. And it is an honor to have those legitimate, serious, real money guys come on here and chat and talk, and then be able to throw into a social media influencer next. It's just unbelievable. And that's the great world that we live in. What a fucking, oh, my bad. What, dude, what a
you're on my stream. You can drop the F-bomb anytime.
That's why I love Boris too. Boris made that very clear when I had the honor of trading with Boris in Boca Raton, him, David, everything. We had the, you know, I said something and he was like, "You're good here." And I was like,
you're not a trader unless you drop an F-bomb every once in a while.
Yeah.
That's my view.
You know, so I'm just honestly, even though I'm up here to present, I'm going to teach you guys some real shit. I'm going to show you guys some badass stuff about how I trade orb, why I think it's the most simplistic, easiest strategy for consistency. And I'm going to show results. I'm going to show actual results for you guys too. I'm not going to come up here and fluff it. I'm going to show you guys some things that I've done personally, even this week using orb. And I know for a fact that legends like that, I know I'm a forever student in the game, and I'm just feeling pretty grateful right now to even be thrown in the mix with some of you guys. So I really appreciate that. You know, I think it's badass. So, Boris, if you're ready, brother, I want to dive.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
This crowd is here to learn. Big Daddy's here to, if they deserve it, Big Daddy's gonna serve it, baby. Let's do this.
We're gonna give you the screen, and we're gonna let you rock the show and show us some of your trades and show you some of your setups, because that's what really everybody's here for.
Badass.
Okay.
I would like to, if I could share my chart, I would like to share my screen and just throw up a chart.
You need to put, there you go. There's your chart. You're good to go.
I don't know. Can you put my face in the corner? Production.
Yeah, you're on the corner.
There we go. Badass. So here's my chart. There we go. Badass. So can everyone see my chart? First of all, I need energy before I can get going. I need to feed off the crowd. Let's go. Put some LFGs in the chat. I need some LFGs in the chat. Get Big Daddy some energy so we can get this going, please. I'm about to riff. It's Saturday morning. Let's do this.
All right. I can't wait for your riffs, man. Okay, so I'm going to play the novice because I really don't trade ORB, and Big Daddy's going to teach me and everybody else his magic bullet to how he makes money. And I've seen him make really big money with it. So
we're going to do, huge money the last few days. I mean, real big. Obviously, for me, you heard David speak a little about ORB. Guys, if you hear people talking about orb, like Boris said, I'm not going to lie. Most likely it's because I have been spitting it and screaming it from the mountaintops for the last 4 years on social media. Thank you for your service, Big Daddy Max. It was a pleasure. I always say I would rejoin and re-enlist into the military right now again if I was not 900 pounds at this point.
But can I ask you a question? What does LFG stand for?
It stands for Let's Fucking Go, baby.
Oh, I love it.
Let's fucking go.
Right.
Tom Brady made it more famous. That was his key line during his Super Bowl runs. He would scream and throw an LFG out there.
All right. I'm going to borrow that from my screen.
Yeah. So one thing about orb, and I've been screaming it for the mountaintops after my extensive back testing over years and years with my crew, we found that it's just so simple for a retail trader to understand one thing. You don't need all the indicators. You don't need all the noise. So for me, I have an orb indicator, right? As you can see on my screen, I have my 3 lines and I have a reversal signal. That's what I like. That's all I need to succeed in my world. So the only thing that I hate more is clogged charts with a gajillion things. Most new traders don't even know that momentum oscillators all do the same thing. They all read the same reading, and it just depends on which extreme you're looking to break back in before you make entry. And half the people don't even teach you how to use these lagging indicators correctly. So why not simplify trading? Simplicity is key, guys. And 3 root principles of trading, right? Let's break it down. Candles. That's tug of war. That's buying and selling pressure. That's what we're looking for. That's exactly what we're looking for. We don't want anything else besides where are buyers, where are sellers, can we hop on the train with the winning team, and can we get off with a bag? That's what we're trying to do here. Number two, market structure. Are we in a trend? Are we in a consolidation? And how do we determine that? Third thing from there, how can we determine the overall buy continuations and reversals of the day instead of having us guessing and guessing and guessing and guessing and guessing, right? How many of you are guilty of saying shit like, oh, the market's gapped up today 2%, it's going to drop back down? How many of you are guilty of predetermining what you think is going to happen during the day before it even starts? And you're looking at your pre-market data and you're looking at some bullshit news, or you're on Twitter and you're like, oh, this guy's bearish, so I'm bearish now. Even though the chart is bullish on the 1, 5, 15, 4 hour and daily, I'm going in on some bearish. I'm going in on some sells today because some guy on Twitter said so. So Orb and SPX, yeah, everyone's guilty. Literally everyone in the chat's guilty of that. So if you didn't say yes just now, you're a liar. and guess what? If you're not trading for money, you're also a liar, because people are trading for money or they're liars. That's the truth of the matter. So why not simplify all of that? Let's clear out all that noise. You know why I love SPX? My system is based off of SPX. I trade NQ, but I don't look at the NQ charts. I have an advanced system using Orb on SPX because, one, SPX is raw price data from 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard. There's no fluff. There's no bullshit. None of that. It's 9:30 to 4. When I open my charts in the morning, I don't care that what happened at 9 a.m. I don't care about the data drop and news at 8:30 a.m. I don't care what happened in China while I'm sleeping at 9:10. You know, no, I don't care about none of that. All I want is these candles here. These candles here can print the story that I need to read, right? So after you mark out, you heard David say he uses the 5-minute orb. I think the 15-minute orb is the best. I know traders that use the 30-minute orb. Take everything I'm going to teach you, make it your own, because it's the most individual career. And what I say might work for me, but it might not work for you and your risk management. So take that shit and make it yours, because that's the only way you're going to be a successful trader, guys. Let's take a look here at the 15-minute orb. All right. Yesterday's price action, we opened up with a sell. We had no orb established until 9:45. 9:45, we see a reversal right here. What does everyone see right here at the bottom of orb? Well, first we saw this, and then we saw this, right? If we use the candles, which is what we're supposed to do, right? What's the definition of technical analysis? Using the previous price data to determine the best futuristic price action movement, right? And then you hear people, oh, past results are not indicative of future results. Shut the fuck up. You sound stupid. Of course it is. That's where we get our pivot points, our support and resistance levels. That's where we get everything on the charts. This is astrology for men. And I'm an astrologist, baby. This right here yesterday gave me everything I need. We can break it down to the 1-minute chart and see it clear as day. You can go down to the 2-minute chart and you can see it clear as day. You can go down to a 5-minute chart, whatever chart you're most comfortable with. You're going to see it clear as day. Right here, we had a orb hold. Right here is what tells me that we're not ready to drop to newer lows because, one, we have a very bullish buying candle right off of orb zone where we had right here. We had a previous buyers right here. That means right here, there is a zone of buyers. This is how it works. Candlesticks, buyers and sellers. And right at this point, there's a bunch of buyers sitting down here at the bottom of orb. Orb is a liquidity level intraday, right? A bunch of buyers sitting right here and says, you know what? I don't like price at 69.04, but I do love SPX at 68.95. And I think I could drive it back up over 6,900. What did David and Pete just talk about? Whole numbers. So if we're going to pop back up over 68.95, don't you think we're going to easily go to 6,900? That's a great whole number. Whole numbers are a type of support and resistance. We have horizontal support and resistance. We have EMA support and resistance. We have whole number support and resistance, right? So there's a whole different types that you need to know to be able to really dive into that. when you have a break like this, this is a clean reversal off of orb, which led to a wonderful uptrend. I mean, you don't get a much better uptrend than this. This is picture perfect and teaching perfect for me. And I'm going to actually show you how I played it. So right here, this green candle, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the very basics. Green candle, good. Max go long, red candle, bad. Max DCA, blow prop account. Oh, that's what a lot of you do. That's what a lot of you do. But I'm going to show you guys right now. This orb right here provides so much. What does it provide to you guys? What does it provide, right? One, does this not provide a very clear support level and stop loss zone? Is that not a very clear support level and stop loss zone? So if you were to test, let's just say I would like to go long here. I'm going to go with the orb bounce, potential pop right back up to the midline. Doesn't this little tight zone give you a very good risk to reward that you're looking for as a trader? Isn't that what we're all looking for? How can I find the best setup that has a great risk to reward? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's get back to candles. Does this candle right here, is that not a bullish engulfing candle bouncing off a major support zone where the previous data also supports that buyers like it there? Look at the candles. Very basic. We're talking candles here. We're talking candles. Does that not look like an identical setup? Looks pretty good to me. Is technical analysis not using the previous data to determine the best future data? So I can say, you know what? I like it. I'm going long at the break of this body here. I'm going long. I like it. I like the bounce. Stop loss. Let's ride right below candle low or orb. No problem at all. So now all you have to do is know the simple market structure. You have a bullish engulfing. You have a tight risk to reward entry. You have a stop loss zone. This designed the entire trade for you. The chart gave you the trade. You don't need to sit here and use your own bias. You don't need to sit here and think too hard. This is an entry model system we created that is so simple and easy, that provides a risk to reward, that provides a clear stop loss criteria, that provides everything for you. What do I need to do? You need to just sit there and push the button and try not to get emotional, which is obviously much easier to say than do because we're fucking humans. And if we're not trading real capital without getting emotional, you're a sociopath and I don't want to be your friend. Let's talk now about the next step. All right. We bounced off orb. You identified orb. You identified the potential reversal on the bottom of orb, right? Look at this. A clear uptrend with candles, guys. We always forget candles, candles, candles. It's tough for everyone to understand that the principles of candles are so important. How many of you are cutting winners too quickly? And then you're like, I would have held, could have held, should have held, loser mentality because you cut your winner too early. One, no one's ever going to dog you for taking profit. And if they do, don't be friends with them. Taking profit is awesome. Number two, it's okay to re-enter a trade, which a lot of rookie traders don't have the muscle memory to do. It's okay to re-enter the trade. And I'll show you, if we have enough time, where you can re-enter the trade. And lastly, how many of us are cutting our losers because we don't know where to really put our stop losses or we're getting wicked out or something like that? Does that make sense? Well, how many of us cut our fucking losers all the time and we're like, man, I just really can't figure out where to put my stop loss because I keep getting wicked out. Well, let's go back to the very basics. Let's go back to like 5th grade because look, if you entered along here, this trend is going to provide the same thing. If it's a real trend, it's going to give you a higher high, a higher low, a higher high, a higher low, a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Does everyone see that? That is very easy way. So let's just say we pop up to here. I can move my stop loss, bang. We pop up to midline. I can move my now stop loss up comfortably to this previous candle's low. And then we continue to make newer highs. So I can call all the way up to this one, and I can trail 2 candles safely. Look at this: higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. Look at this: higher high, higher low. Until the candle prints a different story for me, right here where we don't have a higher high and a higher low, now I want to drag my stop loss up to the previous candle and see what happens. No higher high, no higher low. So now I want to move my stop up to this candle. No higher high, no higher low. Failure. We're out of the trade. Just like that. So instead of you getting wicked out here, or maybe here, or getting out on this rejection looking candle, let the candles tell you the story. Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. And in the opposite side, look: lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Look at the reversal: lower low, lower high, and then the rejection candle. You can absolutely let the story be told by the charts and just follow along. We have a clear entry model using the 15-minute orb. We have a clear stop loss with a great risk to reward using orb. Then all we do is go to the principles of trading, the candlestick patterns and the market structure patterns. Put all 3 of these together and you will have A+ confluences throughout the day to be profitable. And I can almost say I will say for myself, I can guarantee it. I wonder if I could paste. My image is too large to paste. Let me see. Let me see if I can paste this one. All right, here, check this out. Here's my cash accounts for the week. And I want to show you guys something real quick before I have to. I know I only have a quick time. I wish I had more time with you guys because I'm feeling this. I'm in the zone right now. And I would talk for 3 hours if they let me. So right here is my daily journal. This is cash accounts, guys. This is cash accounts. This is not prop money. This is cash accounts, a book. 173 on the 18th. Pretty flashy numbers there, right? $1,244. I felt good about that. My first trade was red. I was down, and then I caught an absolute ripper, which I was able to scale in 2 minis on, 2 minis only, and I was able to hit 30+ points, which was awesome. $269, pretty flashy, right? 254 and 845. Why are we all trying to hit $30,000 a day? I've hit $30,000 in a day, and it's the greatest feeling on earth. But if I had a 9 to 5, I probably wouldn't even be thinking that I could make $30,000 in a year. So why are we trying to make these unrealistic expectations of what trading is? I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it because I'm part of the social media problem. I'm part of it. Check out my week with those numbers added up. Look at that. My 845. Check it out. Look at the numbers added up with base hits. Guys, Orb has over a 70 to 80% win rate. Orb has over a 70 to 80% win rate. You don't need some monster gain to be a successful trader. You just need a piece of the pie. This piece of the pie. This is what you need to be a successful trader. You guys understand that? Realistic expectations will always outweigh the bullshit you see on social media. I go for pieces of the pie, one and done. That's my methodology. That's mine. What I always think is it's better for me to get out of the casino because they want me to stay in the chair. If I'm trading in the casino, statistically, even me, who's been trading full-time for 8 years, I'm going to get my ass burned. I'm going to get burned. So I like one and done. Guess what? That's $2,700 in a week for a small fraction of the pie from an orb trade that was given to me. I didn't have to go looking for it. It gave it to me right on the charts. And guess what? I did this with 5 accounts, not just one. So that $2,787 for the week is actually $13,900 for the week because I'm able to use 5 different accounts to do this. And with Apex and other props, you're able to use 20. So I'm up $13,000 for the week with $173 gain and $200 gain. I don't give a shit about your flashy millionaire social media guys. That's why I react to them. I've seen every video on social media about trading, and that's why I'm the reaction guy, not the guy fucking showing you the gajillion-dollar gains all the time and everything. And when I trade live, I say it every single day when we trade live every day on the Big Daddy Morning Show. I'm logging off these accounts. I'm going to the next one. I'm logging off. I don't want to be here. It goes to the next one. Look at this calendar. I had a whole month where I did not miss one trade. I had a whole month where I did not miss one trade. It seems fake to say that. It seems, I don't want it sound like bullshit. But then look at the numbers I'm hitting. Nothing fancy. All orb trades, all candlestick trades, no indicators, no bullshit. $200, $200, $300, $700, $300, 300, 600, a solid 800. And by the end of the month, you see the little blue numbers. I was able to withdraw $5,884 for the month across 5 accounts, $25,000 that month. One and done using a simple system like Orb with no fluff, no bullshit. I want to say the G word. You guys need to start practicing consistency and base hits over everything. I did not become famous on Instagram by getting 100 million view video. I didn't get 50 million view videos. I've been posting every single fucking day for 6 years. And those 100 videos used to turn to 200, used to turn to 500, used to turn to 1,000 views. I was stuck on YouTube in 200 view jail for 5 years, and I stayed posting once a day, every single day, because I'm consistent. I will unapologetically always be my fucking self. Trading is an individual sport. You must have discipline over dopamine, and you must be disciplined always. And you must follow your rules, your guidelines, and every single day you must love waking up to trade, win or lose, because if you stop treating that like a job that you love and hate, because who the fuck loves their 9 to 5? Nobody. So if you don't treat this like a job, dress up. I took a shower this morning. Get ready for this because I treat this like a job. This is my work. Even if it's a side hustle, side gig, main port of income or whatever. Treat it seriously. Treat it like a job. And those numbers right there outweigh a lot of people's jobs. So if you take it, what I just taught you and what I just showed you in that quick little session, understand the small one and dones. Understand what happens when you're able to take a small piece of the pie over the course of a week or a month or a year. You will be a successful, profitable trader. 2026, baby. We're done fucking over trading. We're done oversizing. We're taking the market.
Preach, brother, preach.
I appreciate you guys. It is 8:55. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions before I let you go, Max, because everybody has 2 big questions for you. One, what is the time frame that you were sort of showing? Because it showed a 2-minute and a 15-minute. Are those the 2 primary time
to
frames?
draw your orb and get your orb? You will always, if you're using the max system, you always use the 15-minute orb to include the wicks, and you go to the 1-minute chart to draw the most crispy lines possible. You want it to be an exact number. So you use the 15-minute chart to draw your lines, but then you break down into the 1, 2, and 5 to assess the candlestick patterns and such.
Got it. Perfect. And then the other question was, because I know it's different, but like they were asking, what was your regular normal size per trade? Do you trade
1 mini?
1 minute. 1 minute.
I trade 150K account. And I'll trail 1 mini. And if we have a structure break, an orb break, or some kind of additional confluence, I will move my stops to break even and add a second mini, because now I have a risk-free trade. The name of the game is to get risk-free. And once I have my risk-free trade, I'll scale into 2 minis on my 150K account.
And just for shits and giggles, what's like the biggest what's been the smoothest, biggest trade you like over the last couple of months that you've been able to take out using that trail candle strategy?
Using the biggest trade that I hit, actually, I think it was in early January. I think I hit my biggest trade ever. I made 13,000 per account cash with 2 minis.
Can I guess what was it? Gold?
No, it was not gold. It was an unforeseen news event on NQ, and NQ dropped. If you look in January, NQ dropped over 300 points. And I just so happened to be in the trade. And it was an impulse. It was pure luck. I was in it. It was an impulse. but
you got to be in it to win it. So you make
Yep.
your own luck a lot of times in the market. That's the whole key thing. Yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you, man. What an amazing presentation, Max. Thank you. You are the best. As I said, everybody follow Max Option Trading on X and IG.
Yep.
You know, his videos are awesome. His live streams are great. Maybe one of these days, Max and I will do a live stream together. That'll be a lot of fun. We'll go crazy because my theory and his theory really mesh together. We're really all about price, not about derivative indicators, which is really, really true. So we don't have much time, but let's do the winners now. We got 5 more winners for Apex Wealth Charts. By the way, you're looking at the top of my screen. There is a QR code. Bring your phone to that QR code. Make sure you hit it because the QR codes that you're seeing are always there, and they're going to take you to our sponsor's website and be able to get the biggest discount you possibly can. So here we go. MSKI 11235. Sell it Target. I love that. I love that handle. Ella 765876. Eurodollar Victim. Trading Gambers. And JRLS. Okay. I want to thank everybody for participating. I want to thank Wealth Charts very much, one of our favorite trading platforms. Both Big Daddy and I traded every single day in our streams. It is one of the fastest execution platforms on futures you can possibly imagine. Clicking that link will get you those discounts and those Wealth Charts. And I think that's pretty much it. The next show of business is going to be Candace, who's going to be an amazing, amazing trader. And Kathy is going to come in and introduce her now.
Did I not promise you that you would love Big Daddy Max? Even if you didn't know him before, I'm sure you're going to follow him now because he is just incredible. Not only a wealth of knowledge, but just such a fun person to be around. Okay, now we have Candace. And Candace withdrew $1.17 million from Apex in October. That is single-handedly one of the largest one-month payouts in prop trading history. And the most incredible thing is that she did it in 32 days. Trading, you know it, ICT, by scaling and copying 20 Apex accounts. You heard from Max. He talked about how, he's got a couple accounts. He scaled it, with a couple more. That's the way these $1 million traders are doing it. And we're hoping that, you're starting to learn the keys to their success. Now, today, Candace is going to walk us through exactly how she did it. It's going to be different from the conversation with Max and Peter. I'm interviewing her. I'm talking to her. And she's going to help us break down how she went from being, an average office worker to a full-time 7-figure trader. Candace trades with Apex, which means we'll be raffling off even more Apex evaluation accounts at the end of the session. Here's what you need to do while you're listening to her and I talk. Follow Prop Trader Edge on X. Type Prop Rocks in the Apex post that just went up. And we'll randomly choose a winner at the end of the session. So let's bring Candace in. All right, producer.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Candace. As you can see, Candace is a little private. I actually had to hunt her down. She is so successful. I contacted her over every single channel possible, hoping that she would come on and talk to us because I wanted to know how she did it. How did she make $1 million in 32 days? And thankfully, I am so grateful, Candace, that you agreed to come on and talk to us today.
Well, it's such an honor to be here in this event. I mean, I know Boris and Kathy put such a lot of effort for this event. And I know that is what this industry needs because free learning isn't easy to find. And this is the perfect place for those traders.
So Candace, I'm giving you the label of Asia's #1 prop trader. I don't think I've seen anyone else pull out. When I saw that Apex payout sheet of October 2025, Candace 1.17 million. And then I saw, you post your withdrawals that we just had to get you on. So tell us about, before the $1 million headline, what was life like for you? I know you're out of Asia, right? Or are you still in Asia right now?
Yes, I'm still in Asia. And before getting this payout, I was like just like other prop traders, keep trading with different prop firms, keep getting prop accounts and getting blow up too. But after a while, I realized actually with copy trading, we just need one goal, is consistency. Because you have 20 accounts with APAS, all you have to do is just continue hitting a daily target, which is not much. Sometimes it's for $1,000 or $2,000. That's enough for that.
That's really what I want to break down. I mean, what your targets are and how you copied those accounts in order to get to $1 million. But before we get to that, before we get to the juicy stuff, I want to know, did you have a mentor or were you self-taught?
Well, I learned from ICT himself. He got a free channel on YouTube, which I almost watch all of his playlists, which, you know, in one playlist, there's at least 40 videos. So I spend a lot of time watching those videos, and I spend 10 hours a day, literally spend 10 hours a day for that. So I think that's what made me different from other traders.
I think that's right. I mean, you did the homework, you did the research, and you spent the time to learn ICT. When you first started to trade ICT, did you find success immediately? Was it challenging? What was the hardest part of that learning phase for you?
Well, first thing first, that's going to be language barrier because it's all English for some of the Asia traders, which is not, this is not their native language. It's going to be a little bit hard. But as time goes by, you will be like very familiar with what is this talking about. And also you got to understand, you don't have to learn everything. I mean, ICT himself got 85 trading strategy. You don't have to learn it all. You just have to choose 2 to 3 of them. And also you have to make sure those strategies fit to your personality. I think that is the most important.
So that's a really good point. You said that he's got 85 strategies, which, you know, there are definitely a lot of fans of ICT. There's a lot of critics of ICT as well. Which can you share which strategies you found the most successful? Like, first of all, you know, what instrument you traded, what time frame, what part of the ICT strategies worked best for you?
So before that, I was trading Forex, but afterward, ICT advisors, I switched to futures right now. So I only trade NQ, which is Nasdaq. And for the time frame, I mainly trade London session. And sometimes I do trade New York session, but only for the AM session. And also for time frame, I will trade 5 minutes and 1 minute time frame. But of course, I need higher time frame analysis too.
So you trade the 5-minute charts right now? Is that what you said?
Sometimes, but like I just love trading the lower time frame. Sometimes I will switch to 15 seconds, but I understand not everyone can accept 15 seconds time frame. So 5 minute and 1 minute time frames will be best for those who are just started to learn from ICT.
Okay, so can you walk us through a typical trade?
Yeah, sure. So the main concept is AMD, accumulation, manipulation, and distribution. So most of the time during Asia session, we will saw Asia range, which is a consolidation. In London session, there will be manipulation, and for New York session, that will be distribution. So since I'm a London session trader, I will trade the manipulation part. And actually, for the chart on NQ, everyone can just look at the trading view chart. You can see for last Friday and last Thursday, we have a very clear Asia range, and then we have a manipulation for London session. So all you have to do is just wait for the Asia session low or highs width, then you can trade the London session for the whole range.
Okay, so to recap what you're saying, you basically look for the Asia ranges, and you use the Asia ranges to trade the London session and the New York session, or you just trade the London session?
I would say over 80% of my trades is come from the London session, but I also trade the London market, the New York market open, which is 9:30 market open.
How long do you end up holding your positions for? I mean, is there like a pocket? A lot of people watching and listening to today's Prop Trader Fest, they have full-time jobs. They don't necessarily, they're not able to sit at the screen the whole day. Can you tell us that little pocket of time that you find the best success in trading with the best ICT trades?
So for me, if I trade London session, that will be the London Q zone from 2 a.m. Eastern time to 4 a.m. Eastern time. So if I trade the New York market open, that will be 9 a.m. Eastern time to around 9:45 a.m. Eastern time. So those are the key time frame for me. Yeah.
Is your entire trade opened and closed during that time period?
Not exactly, because like it depends. It sometimes depends on the market condition. But I gotta say, like mainly 1 hour if I hold a trade during London session. But for New York session, it probably 1 to 2 minutes, because the 9:30 market open can be like very volatile.
So I think what she's saying is that, first off, if you are a trader, and I think you'd hear this from a lot of traders today, if you're a trader with a very limited amount of time to trade, traders like Candace, she basically just trades, if you're in Europe or Asia, 2 a.m. New York time to 4 a.m. New York time, and 9 a.m. New York time to 10 a.m. New York time. And that's all she needs to achieve the level of success that she has. And for those of you that are asking her to share charts, she has a channel, Candy the Trader. She's got all her charts there. You can look there. But here today, I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask her questions, because she's sharing charts all the time. She's not live answering questions and doing interviews like this all the time. So this is really an opportunity to ask her. Now, someone pointed out 15-second charts, Candace. Do you do this manually or you do this automated?
Well, I do it manually. And it's actually not something very weird, because ICT himself taught his own son to trade 15 seconds chart too. So actually, not only me, but many ICT traders do trade the seconds time frame.
So how long have you been trading the 15-second chart? Is that
I think,
not to interrupt you, but is that what you did in order to get the $1 million in 32 days?
Well, I would say this is a key factor for that, because like when I first learned ICT concept, I also trade 1 minute time frame just like any other traders. But I realized, you can get so much information from just looking at the 15-second chart. Sometimes probably you don't want to trade those PDRAs or like FVG order block with the 15 seconds time frame, but you have to look at that chart, because those candlesticks are telling you something very important. And without those information, you probably can't get in the entry at the right moment.
What you just said is very similar to what Max said, which is candles show us the tug of war and the trends in the market, and they're absolutely important to include in your trading. Candace, you clearly know a lot about what you're talking about in terms of ICT. We have some people on the channel who have no idea what it is, doesn't understand what accumulation, manipulation, distribution is. Can you explain it in a simple term for people to understand?
All right. So ICT stands for Inner Circle Trader. So that is a famous trader and also a mentor on YouTube and X. And what is his concept talking about is actually market algorithm. There is a market algorithm manipulating the market. So whatever happened with the candlestick is not random. So we can actually predict what's going to happen after an accumulation, which is the consolidation for the candlestick. And after that, there will be manipulation. That means price will suddenly rise up or drop a lot from the original range, which is the Asia range. So, and after that distribution, which is during Asia's New York session, there will be another volatility range with compared with the original London session range. So I think that's need to have a chart. It will be better to describe, but that is like something like that.
And you can see her chart. She explains this not every day. You can share the frequency, but she's got a channel on YouTube, Candy the Trader, and you can definitely, see how she does this in live market. How often do you stream, Candy?
I actually thinking of streaming at least once a week from now. So if anyone want to watch those live stream, you can subscribe my YouTube and also join my free Discord, because sometimes I will stream inside the Discord.
Okay, so now let's talk about how you made $1 million in 32 days. Can you talk about, first of all, what your initial target is per day, how many accounts you use to scale?
Well, at first I saw like so many famous trader hitting million payout with Apex, and then I was thinking, can I do that? I mean, because it sounds like very hard for someone like me to do that, but then I just calculate the math. I mean, for 1 million payout, all I have to do is $1,500 for one account. After 6 payout cycles, I will get the 1 million. So with this math, I know, oh, that means I can do it because I was doing it every day. Because at that time, I was trading 20 Apex account. So 1,500 target is like the goal for me for the daily target. And of course, I mean, I just like any other people, I will have losses too. So for one losing day, I get one losing day during that 32 trading days. It changed my mind. I want to increase my risk, which my target shift from $1,500 a day to $3,000 a day, which is not that hard to like other traders, because people trading 100 points on NQ can reach like $5,000 a day. But with this a little small target every day with discipline, at the end of the day, you will hit million.
So your target, so you have a fixed dollar target, $1,500 or $3,000. And then you scale using 6 accounts and then you start to add more. Is that correct?
No, I start with 20 accounts at first.
Okay. So how much did you spend, I guess in the learning process before you actually reached the point where you were able to run these accounts consistently without, hitting any of the drawdown limits or things like that, and then leave it on to scale to the size that you withdrew?
Well, I don't remember exact the amounts I spent on Apex, but I think I at least throw up a few hundred evals with Apex. But I will say this is the cost of trading prop firm, because it's nothing like trading personal account. For trading prop firm, sometimes you just have to blow up some accounts because you will trade aggressively. You don't trade conservatively because you get the leverage. For example, I saw some people will trade micros in prop accounts. I would say I don't recommend it at all, because you're enjoying a huge benefit for the leverage. So just trade aggressively, especially when 90% off with Apex is less than $20. So you don't have to think that much. You just trade aggressively, pass the evals, and then get to 20 accounts. Then will be the goal.
I mean, for those of you who are watching, this is a very important point that I think you'll hear from many traders today, which is that they trade differently to pass the eval compared to the way they trade once they get funded. And this is part of their path to success, which is they want to pass those evals quickly so they can scale using 20 accounts, for example. And then they use a different strategy when they trade live. So some people are asking, what are you using as the software to copy the accounts?
So I was using 2 trade copiers. One is Replicato, which you have to install inside the NinjaTrader. And also the other one is TradeSyncer, which is a cloud-based software. So you don't have to install anything, because for Mac user, which is like from Apple, you can install the NinjaTrader. So for those people, I will recommend using the TradeSyncer software.
Do you trade just NQ, or do you also trade other things like gold?
Right now, I only trade NQ. I think focusing just one asset will make it better, because like I understand how the price action we add with NQ every day. So I don't have to think too much. If there's no trading opportunities, I will just simply skip the day.
We have a really good question here from Rewrite Reality. How many trades a day do you manage to get into?
So usually it's 2 to 3 trades, I would say, because when I get one losing trade, I will still try again. But if I get 3 losing trade, that is like too much for me for that funded account, then I will stop for it. So maximum will be 3 trades.
And how many, I guess it's hard to say, so it's how many trades did it take to get to the $1 million payout?
Wow, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to calculate. I mean, you can just simply 32 trading days multiplied by 3. They will be like the maximum trades I got for that.
What's your risk reward look like for your trading every day?
So my risk reward ratio, I think I posted on social media before, it is 4.9 for those Apex account. So the average win rate is 47%, which is my typical win rate because I was using a relatively low win rate but a higher risk reward ratio strategy for my trading account.
So that leads to the question of how do you know when to exit?
Well, I got a target for it because like I said, like we trade the manipulation, but I don't have to hold for the 100% of the price run. Sometimes 50% or even 25%, that is enough for you. Because like what ICT taught us is you have to, for traders who is beginner, all you have to aim for is 20 points on NQ. And for doing 1500 for daily target, actually 30 points, that is already enough. So you don't have to become diamond hand and hold it until New York session. That is totally not unnecessary for that.
I mean, I think it's a great point. I mean, you don't need, it's just like Max said, you don't need to be diamond hands. Have a specific target, either a point target, a dollar target, and, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, for everyone who's copying the accounts, you just focus on the amount in that one account that you're making, and then let the copy trading do the rest of the work, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, in terms of payouts, you know, getting at 200, 300, 400, even $500,000, it's very tempting to take the payout and just, you know, walk away and, you know, do something else. How did you have the patience and discipline to maintain that account to a $1 million payout?
So at first, before I start trading those 20 accounts, I have that goal. It's taking $1 million payout. So until getting that goal, I don't want to quit like those accounts. And also we get consistency rule with Apex. So you can like get a windfall trade in one day. So you have to become consistent with every day.
Okay, and then you hit the $1 million payout and you withdrew. Are you now starting a new set of accounts, or are you still trading the same ones?
Since I am no longer trading with Apex after cashing out those accounts, so I will trade with other prop firms and also trading my personal account because I know those traders who are not familiar with the prop trading industry will just saying that only those who can trade their personal accounts will get into the prop trading industry. So I want to prove that this is not true. Actually, prop trading is making us easier to get wealthy and get the capital we need to trade other accounts instead of just because we are not good enough. That's why we are in the prop trading industry.
That's also a very good point. I mean, it's just because of many people have limited capital. So being able to earn that capital through prop trading and then maybe continuing prop trading and then having your own broker accounts where you can do things with more flexibility is a huge reward. So here's some other really good questions, which is, you know, ICT is all about quality over quantity. So how do you define a good trading opportunity? Because I know you only pick 2 to 3 trades. You only take 2 to 3 trades a day, but you know, how do you select those trades and what's the highest quality trades that you look for?
So for London session, if before London session, the Asia range isn't accumulation, but expansion, because sometimes when I wake up, I will see a huge range for Asia session, probably over 200 points. That is the day I know it's going to be a very hard day for London session trader because you probably can get in the trades you want. So at that time, I will reduce my position size, also lowering my risk to look for some trades. If I cannot get in anything, I'm totally fine. I just want to tell those beginners, don't get in FOMO because sometimes price just went away and you can't get in time. It's okay, it's totally fine. So just let it go and then wait for another opportunity.
So on the flip side, what was the maximum loss that you ever took? I'm sure in the beginning of your trading, it wasn't just a smooth sailing to $1,500 target a day. What was the max loss that you took before you turned things around?
So during those Apex account, those trading days, you know, I got one losing trading day, which is $3,000 for that account because I set a daily loss limit for myself. So over $3,000, I will stop trading. So that will be how I do the risk management for myself. And especially I'm trading with 20 accounts. So 3,000 losses for one account multiplied by 20, that is actually a lot. So I think everyone have to set a daily loss limit for themselves, not just the limit that prop firm set to you, but you yourself have to have a personalized daily loss limit.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. $3,000 against 20 counts is a lot. I think you talked about this before, but we got a few questions asking about this, which is, what are the lot sizes that you trade?
Okay, so when I get in the trade, I will entry with 2 NQ. And if I see things is going great, I will scale in like 2 more. So 5 NQ is the maximum for those Apex accounts because I was trading 50K. So I don't think I should get in more than 5 NQ for that.
So we have a question here. Max and David, they both trade the New York Open, but you'll hear from a lot of traders here that trade primarily the London session. They call this the London kill zone. Candace also trades the New York Open, but there can be a lot of opportunities in the London kill zone. Can you talk a little bit? Can you explain what this London kill zone is a little bit, Candace?
Okay, so some of the traders asked me why didn't I start the stream at 3 a.m. Eastern time, which is the typical London Open, because 2 a.m. Eastern time is actually what ICT taught us for the London Q Zone Open. And there will be a significant move, a price run at 2 a.m., also 2:30, and also 3 a.m. and 3:30. So this 4 time is like the key. You guys should have marked it down. And because if I miss the 2 a.m. and 2:30 and start at 3 a.m., I will literally miss the whole move. Also, I like to get in the bottom and also get in from the top. So if I get in the trade before 3 a.m., I will get the perfect range for that trade.
So I have a question from Brian. How can you hit the $1 million payout when Apex has a max payout cap?
So the max payout cap for 58K account is $2,000 per account. So after requesting free payout from them, they started to tell me to stop trading and get the whole payout from those accounts, the whole account balance. So that's why I can get it. And if you look at the trading rules from Apex, you can see that after 6 payout, you can get 100% of what you got inside those account balance. So actually everyone can get million payout from them.
Akira says last Thursday and Friday, you said last week, Thursday and Fridays have really good opportunities, good Asia range for London session entry, but Monday to Wednesdays are harder. Is that true? How did you avoid it these days? Can you share some on that?
We have to look at the economic calendar for high impact news. And because this week we saw that there's a session for Trump that's gonna speak on Wednesday, and also on Monday there's no high impact news at all. So this kind of thing is what we need to determine if we get in the trade or not, because when there's no high impact news, that means the price tend to be not so volatile, and there will be less chance for us to get in the trade. And when there is a high impact news like Trump speaking or something like tier 1 high impact news, NFP, we tend to skip the day too. So you need to choose like which is the best situation for you and not get in the trade every day.
All of your questions, we have so many questions for Candace, and I am so sorry that we can talk to every single one of these traders for hours and hours on end, and maybe we'll have the opportunity to talk more on with Candace. But Candace, thank you so much. If you could, just to give our traders, one piece of advice about getting into the mindset of becoming $1 million trader like you, what would it be?
It would be copy trading with Apex. I would say this is the key factor. Yeah. Thanks for having me, Kathy. I would love to come here again next time. Yeah.
Thank you. And I love all of these questions for Candace. We'll have the opportunity to talk to her again now that she finally answered my messages.
I'm so sorry about that.
No, I mean, you're a hard woman to get. All right. Boris is going to come back on.
Hi, guys. All right, let me myself back. Where am I? There we go. Hi, everybody. Man, what an interesting conversation, and just an amazing, I think it's a great example of how you could use prop trading, full aggressiveness to really kill it. And I think that's one of the most interesting things that you can take away from this conversation between Kathy and Candace is that she does not shy away from risk when she goes out there and kills it. Very, very good, high, precise, high quality. It's really a question. ICT is really sort of the art of quality over quantity in terms of being able to hit those trades. Candy the Trader on YTNX is where you can follow her. That is where you should follow her and, watch her streams, of course. I love the fact that she does London session because there's obviously a global audience across the world, and a lot of people out of UK, out of Asia can follow her with great ease instead of waiting for the US session, which can be sometimes very tough hours, especially if you're in Australia, New Zealand, any places out there where it's really, really tough to follow the US session. Anyways, we are going to go to our next show. But before that, let's raffle, babies. Mondamho, Anthony Prieto, Stefanaus, Don Trader, and Cindy Village View. All of you get free prop accounts. Prop account for you, prop account for you, prop account for you. I'm doing my best Oprah impression at this point. Wonderful. I'm so glad. As I said, there's a lot of, by the way, there's a lot of questions people were having. Do we have CFD prop firms coming up? We're going to be able to give away CFD evals for those people that don't necessarily want to or cannot trade US futures. Absolutely. Or as Big Daddy Max would say, abso-effing-lutely. We will have those coming up. So do not despair. More CFD stuff coming up. But right now, all the Apex accounts that you can get, put your phone to that screen and make sure you QR the code so you can get the best discount possible. Now, without much ado, I'm going to have Kathy come back on. She's going to introduce one of my favorite people in the world here. So, Kay, go ahead. Take it away.
Yes, Austin Silver, he is one of our, greatest friends in the trading space. Austin Silver is hands down one of the best traders out there using VWAP. And for those of you that don't know what that is, first of all, he'll tell you, but VWAP is volume weighted average price, and he uses it to trade futures. So if you've ever wanted to understand and learn VWAP, Austin is the person to learn it from. Austin started trading from his dorm room back in 2015, first in Forex, later in futures, and he's built time-tested, rules-based trading systems that he trades every single day. So aside from live trading, he also hosts the podcast, Day Trading Show, which is very popular, where he breaks down the markets, strategy, trader psychology, and talks to amazing traders in real time. Austin trades with Top One Futures, who was just awarded the most popular new futures prop firm by none other than Prop Firm Match, pretty much the creme de la creme of review sites. That means that you will have the opportunity to win Top One Futures accounts. Thank you so much, Top One, for sponsoring the session. We're raffling out 5 $25,000 Top One Futures account at the end of this session. You know what to do. Follow Prop Trader Edge on X. We've got a Top One post that just went live. And I want you to type Prop Rocks at the end of the session, and we'll randomly choose the winners at the end of the session. So let's rock and roll. I cannot wait to hear from Austin, for him to show his charts and to share with you his, decade of plus of market insight.
What's up, everybody?
There's Austin.
Good to see you. Good to see you, buddy.
Or better known as the $100 man.
I know. You know what? Let me tell you. You said that to me yesterday, and
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. It took me like 15 minutes to figure out what you were talking about. But now I got it now, so it made me laugh this morning when I looked at it.
It made you laugh? Yeah. So,
Yeah.
of course, I was referring to the fact that silver has just
right.
verticalized. Just
Can I tell you
absolutely
something funny
verticalized.
about that before we get started?
Sorry? Yeah?
I'll tell you something funny.
Yeah.
I actually sold all my physical silver that I had in the safe 2 days ago. And
Oh,
you would have been surprised how many people were in there buying
Yeah.
silver. And I was the youngest person in there selling, and I had the most silver to sell. People were selling one coin, buying one coin. I offloaded a good amount. I can't believe people are buying this high.
Right.
Isn't it crazy?
It is crazy. But first of all, I love the fact that you actually had silver.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. And
I bought
two,
them in 2020.
Right, and unbelievable, and that you held it for this parabolic move. Now, can silver go to 200? Absolutely, but
Sure.
and can gold go to 10? Absolutely too.
But if
we all
silver
know-
comes back to 20 and I don't do anything at 100, I'm not a trader. I should go get a regular job. I got to get out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know, like one of the smartest things I've ever, one of the smartest pieces of advice I ever got was from Barry Ritholtz from actually the Big Picture when I had him on a couple of my shows. And Barry Ritholtz had this called a regret minimization framework, which is basically his whole idea of how to make trades and how to make decisions in life. It's not about how much you could win, but how much would you regret it if you didn't lock in the win at that point? We talk because we actually, because we're all boomers, we're talking about how many people we know during the 2000 stock market crash that had millions and millions and millions of dollars in stock options or stock positions that never cashed in their positions. And the same cycle repeats over and over again. So you're just basically practicing exactly that. Trying. Exactly. Now, Oz is the master of VWAP, which is the only thing that's very, even though, I know I speak like a Native American speaker, I am born in Russia. And that is, if you're a Russian, as I was saying, it is the hardest word in the English language to pronounce for a Russian, because you have a V and a W at the same time. So I have to do this very slowly. But as slowly as I say it, I would love for you to maybe just tell us a little bit about what is volume weighted average price. Why is it become like absolutely the go-to indicator for people who want to understand what's going on in the market?
Great questions. First, I can answer the second question a little faster. Why has VWAP or VWAP been the go-to indicator? Well, it's simple. It is, in my opinion, I've been trading for almost 12 years. It's crazy. I've traded candlestick patterns. I've traded EMAs. I've tried RSI, and I have had brief periods of success with those things, but never as much as VWAP. And I think it's because, to answer your question, it is the most reactionary indicator that you can find. If price is above your anchor and your VWAP, buyers are in control. If price is below, sellers are in control. So when you're a trend following trader like me, that is a very powerful instrument to have. So I think identifying if you want to be a mean reversion trader or a trend following trader maybe is step one. And if you're in that trend following boat, I think it's catching so much attention because it's just easy to use. Now, does that mean trading is easy? No. Does that mean making money consistently and payouts consistently is easy? No. But I made a joke the other day, and I think it's going to get some traction. I really think I could train a monkey to read a VWAP, Boris. If they sent a monkey to space or a dog I can teach the thing to read the VWAP. So you can't pride yourself on your trading ability just based on, I know how to read VWAP. You know what I mean? It's much more, as you know, the psychology side of things. But you want to, listen, if trading's hard, everybody, you want to make it simple. So use a simple indicator that makes reading trend or knowing where you're at, buyers in control, sellers in control, make that part easy. So that would be why I think it's catching so much attention. What is it, Boris? The volume weighted average price, if we go specifically, is you want to put an A on the front of it. Not A for Austin, but A for anchor. The anchor VWAP is what I use. It's in Brian Shannon's book. Brian's our keynote speaker at the Futures Bootcamp in May. Brian is really one of my biggest mentors where I learned how to do this. So the anchor is key.
Where's your bootcamp going to be?
The boot camp is in Tampa. It's May 14th and 15th. If you go to my website, everybody, or my social media, you can find it. I only have like 9 tickets left. We got like 80 people coming to this thing. We have 10 guest speakers. It's a big thing, but it's all VWAP. The whole thing is all VWAP traders. I got Brian Shannon as the old guy, and then all these young guys that have learned from him. So it's going to be a really deep. So
somebody really wanted to deep dive into it. That would be a really interesting thing to go to.
Exactly. And like the thing about the VWAP is the anchors, right? So there's 3 types of anchors, everybody. If you're taking notes, we'll dive into the deep end a little bit. There are price-based anchors where you can anchor it because we are at a specific price. I'll give you an example in a second. There's time-based anchors, and then there's fundamental news-based anchors. I like to use the first 2 more than anything else. So I'm using price-based anchors, for example, a high of year. I don't care what day that is, right? That's not based on time. It's based on when were we at that price. Put the anchor there. Compare that to maybe a start of week anchor. That doesn't matter where the price is. It's a time. It's a start of week. So I'm using time-based and price-based anchors to determine who's in control, buyers or sellers. And then specifically, I use a 930 VWAP every day and a overnight VWAP. Those are my 2 go-tos. I want to know who's in control since overnight. I want to know who's in control since market open. And that's been very helpful. You know, I'll tell you, Boris, I do a lot of, we can do the screen share and get into some of my payouts and some trades too.
It's a great time for us to screen share, but a couple of questions just sort of on a more, go ahead, Austin. We're going to give it, Austin's screen is going to come up in just 1 second. Like the key question I had was like, why 930? Is that just sort of short-term, medium term?
You said the word volume, right? So when does the volume come in, Boris? At 9:30. Arguably, there's more volume at 9:30 Eastern from 9:30 to.
I'm sorry. You're actually using the 9:30 time. I thought it was like a 9.
Yes. No. So 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So it's market open, and we're anchoring it there because all the volume's coming in. So I'm going to get a lot of information. I get more information some days in the first 30 minutes of New York Open than all of overnight.
Can I ask you a question about this? Is a very, very arcane question.
Come on.
We always watch the first candle of the 9:30. And almost always it's a rug pull. In other words, if they're going to, especially in NQ, in other words, what I'm talking about NQ, if they're going to rock it up, they're going to drop it down. If they're going to drop it up, they're going to run. Like, do you see any
I think
evidence in VWAP?
Definitely. And what we do is like, I was going to get into that in a second, like my best trades in the last year, especially like I'm showing my top 1 payouts, I have found so much success in not trading that first 15 minutes. We call it the opening range. So you let the opening range set and you got really good information. You wait till 10 a.m., trade from 10 to 11 a.m. I make so much more money.
Money hour. That is the money hour. I call it
you
the
have
money hour.
to get the information and you don't get shaken out like you were saying, you know. But I wanted to show this, Boris, before we do VWAP, just so you can see. I've taken since Christmas, I'm trading a pre-live account with Top 1 Futures, and since they're the sponsor, I just wanted to talk about this.
What does a pre-live account mean?
Yeah, so it's worth me explaining. So let me show you my TradeZella, and then I'll get into it. So if we go back to like October or September, this is all my prop trading stuff here, and you can see big money, right? $2,000 days, $1,000 days, $3,000 days, right? This is when I was trading sim accounts, when you're trading challenge accounts, when you're trying to get to payout. But with Top 1 Futures, I mean, November was a great month, you can see. Even December, look how good December was. It's a fantastic month, 20K. But then when they give me the pre-live account, look at the money this month, only 1.2K. Why? With pre-live, you give up some things, including contract size with Top 1 Futures to get some things, Boris. So what I now have is a $15,000 pre-live account that is capped at just 1 contract. So 1 mini, 10 micros. I can trade anything I want. I have no consistency score. I have a huge max daily loss of $6,000, which is crazy with 1 contract.
Wait, really?
Right?
Wow.
Yes. And this is the benefit. You give up the contract size for no consistency score and daily payouts. Anything over $300 a day, I can take money out of the account. So you see, I'm up $1,200 this month, but if you look at my payouts, I'm actually up $2,200 since the 29th. If you add up these payouts. So I'm taking these daily payouts on the 29th, on the 2nd, on the 6th, on the 8th, on the 20th. It's from the same account. Taking out 300, taking out 500, taking out 400. And I wanted to just show this to everybody because you had Candy on earlier talking about her Apex payouts and everything. I don't know if that route, in my experience, is feasible for a lot of people. She said she's blown through hundreds of accounts to get to that point. And Apex is cheap. But if you're not going to do that, everybody, because that's not for everybody, I know that. This is a great path where you can buy 1 or 2 accounts, copy trade if you'd like. But once you take a couple payouts, Top 1 will look at your trading and actually decide if you're trading correctly with good risk, with goods, and they'll give you this freedom to get daily payouts. So that's what I'm going to show you today. I don't want you to think, oh, why is Austin trading so small? I'm trading small because I'm capped, but with the cap, I have freedom. So when I come in, Boris, to go into like some trades from this week, I'll come in and do 2 scalps like this, right? 3, here you go, 6 contracts short, 6 contracts out.
Just to clarify, these are micros you're trading?
These are micros. Yep, these are micros. So on my screen, what you see, everybody, is a blue VWAP. That's the 930 VWAP. You see horizontal black lines here. Those are the opening range levels that I look at for targets and things like that. And then the dotted line is that other VWAP I mentioned. That's anchored to 6 o'clock last night. So I get all the overnight London Asian session information, right? So this was earlier this week. First trades Tuesday. Short 6 contracts at 78. As we take that New York VWAP, you can see trend is down from overnight. So we get under VWAP. I'm short and I'm closing at opening range low.
Is Is that a
Yeah.
5-minute candle? I'm sorry.
These are all 1-minute candles. No,
1
don't be
minute
sorry.
candle,
Ask me.
1 minute
Ask.
candle.
I go fast, so ask me questions. Yep.
Yeah,
All
no,
1
it's
minute.
fine. Because you do go slow, and if I have to slow you down, you're going fast.
I know, and you know what, everybody, like, this is why I like what Boris, me and Boris are homies. Like, I stream, he streams. Like, to learn how someone trades, we're gonna try to do it in 20 minutes here, but it's tough, right?
Yeah.
So I want you to understand, like, I stream every day, like Boris does, to show this and take these trades live. These are trades I've taken in front of our members. So the point of these couple of trades we'll get into, Boris, is like, with the reactionary part of my VWAP trading. For example, I don't do anything in the first 15 minutes. I wait for sellers to take control. I get short, and then I get out when we get into structure to the left. Those jabs, like, I'm just jabbing at the market. That's how I take payouts. That's how
I'm curious what made you cover that. At that point, is it just because price stopped going down? Is that
it's all opening range levels. So if I take a trade in the middle of the opening range, which is the high and low set in the first 15 minutes, I have to do something at opening range low. I've done enough study, I know when we trade into structure to the left. I call it the nut, Boris. Maybe that'll be a good one for you to remember. When we have this set up, this is the nut. Every squirrel wants his nut. But some of you squirrels want to get this thing to just run all day. When you've traded for 12 years, or as long as Boris has, 75 years, you'll know the market the market does not go in a straight line every day. To this point, I make money short and long within an hour, everybody, within an hour, and I'm done by 10:45. Yeah. So I'm going to show you a bunch of these trades with reactionary reads, getting on the right side of VWAP, everyone. But the profit taking is the thing, right? And Boris, I know we've talked about this before, but for the listeners, a lot of you are looking for better entries, and I'm showing you the VWAP is the simple entry. Profitable trading is not made in entries. Profitable trading is made in exits, and it's made in stop loss placement. And I'll die on that hill. If you can have the greatest entry in the world, if you don't close it in profit, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying, everybody? Yeah. So keep that in mind. Let me show you another one here, Boris. So this was a great move on Wednesday. We had that extension. So again, here's your market open 9:30. This is your pre-market. This VWAP in yellow, that's the start of week. You remember on Monday, Boris, we had the bank holiday, so Tuesday was weird. So on weeks like that, I'll start of week VWAP, put an anchor on the bank holiday just to see what are they doing during the bank holiday. And once the buyers took that VWAP and held it here, I scalped, as you can see, 5 contracts long from 68.80 up to 68.89. And this is a really easy thing for a lot of people if you want to trade with VWAP. It's just following trend. I'm just following.
That trade looks like it's a 2-minute trade, basically.
It's literally 10 points in 2 minutes. But guess what comes right after that, Boris? Another one. So we get that move from 80 to 89, stopped out here on the 1 contract left on the trail. And then I get long again as we make higher lows. I put 2 contracts on, 84 up to 95. And that's another little sauce I'll give everybody. Something I do. I don't think this is a biblical 10 commandments trading rule. I trade my second trade. If I make money on my first trade, half the size of the winner, because I'm not going to give the whole winner back. I'm not going to go green 500 and then back to break even. I'm going to go green 500 and then green 250 if I lose.
It's really interesting. So let's say, for argument's sake, you trade 6 on the first trade, you made money. Yep. If you think there's a secondary opportunity, you're going to trade 3.
Correct. Right? Or less. Like, look, I did 5 and then 2. Yeah. Because I look at it like as a day trader, and this is why I share my perspective, everybody, because like I'm a worker bee. I'm not hitting 10R trades. I'm a working day trader that wants to be done by 11 a.m. every day and hang out with my son. If that's you, this is the way to do it. Jab, jab, jab. No haymakers. With these jabs, you cannot take a big hit after going green, because your job is at the end of the day to just finish the day green as a prop trader. That gets you closer to payout. So if you make money, you did your job, you should never put all of that profit back at risk in the same day. That's just my, especially, I know a lot of people listening are newer traders. If you're in your first year of trading, I don't care. I like, who's the guy with the ponytail who was trying to be like me you had on? Max. I know he's trailing stops. I don't think a new trader should trail their stop at all. New traders, first 3 years, you haven't made money consistent, full in, full out. Just get a fucking win and then reevaluate like I did here. Get a win. I'm green. What do I want to do? I'm going to go fuck off, or I'm going to take another trade, or I'm going to go outside. Whatever.
GFW. That's going to be your little moniker.
That's what I'm saying.
We're going to put that on all your merch. GFW.
I'll take it. I'll put a tattoo on me. So here, I can show you. It's not going to be pretty every day. That's the thing, though.
Yes. Okay. So this is a great example of like the churn and burn that kills us. And it's just kind of interesting. Can you walk us through what happens here? What do you do? How do you survive the bruises, the swings and arrows of outrageous fortune here?
So I use the words trend following and mean reversion before, everybody. In a ranging market, we may need to trade back towards the VWAP rather than with the VWAP, right? As you can see here, I had 8 contracts short and I was out of it here, 7 points lower. I was trading in the direction lower of that blue VWAP above, which is yesterday's market open VWAP. So I'm seeing yesterday's trend. Sellers are still in control from yesterday, and I want that to continue. As you can see, the market did not do what I wanted it to do. But what did I do that makes me a winner, Boris? I cut the trade for a small win rather than just holding this through what is chop here, which is what my winners usually don't do. It didn't dump, so I just take the small win. So the lesson in this trade, everybody, is know what your winning trades look like. Know your average win time. How long are you in your wins? I know if it's not working in 15 minutes for me, something's probably wrong. I'm going to be fighting this thing all day and I might lose. That was yesterday, right? Yeah.
That's actually my question. It sounds like you use, even if it's not formal, you almost instinctual, you use a time stop as well as a price stop. In other words,
I'm wanting it to work
if it ain't working in 15 minutes, it's not likely to going to work, because that means there isn't enough demand either from the buy side or the sell side.
Juice. It's the juice, bro. We need the juice. I need the juice. We got to get this thing moving. So what? A lot of you will hope this trade will come to opening range low down here when you're short here. I won't. When it starts doing this and I'm like, yo, this ain't right. We're not getting lower lows, lower highs. We're not holding underneath VWAP. Get me out. I'll reevaluate. That's always what I say. Get me out. I will reevaluate. I have a pyramid in my head, everybody. Illuminati pyramid in my head. I think you have to prioritize small green, big green, and break-even days. You want to just get those. You don't want small red. You'll take a small red, but you can't take a big red. So prioritize small green, big green, break even. If you can get any of those 3, you are winning as a day trader. You're surviving.
And if that's a sort of priority in terms of value. Small green is value number 1, big green is value number 2, and then what was the third one?
Break even. You break even, you're all right. We back tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow. I'll make it back. Reds
have the right set of expectations. Don't try to think that every day is going to be massive green, because that's the most dangerous thing in the world.
Over 400 days traded here, Boris, I have an 80% day win rate. So when I talk about this, everyone, my perspective is on someone who wins more than loses day to day, right? My average win to loss is 0.84 profit factor. But look at my win rate. It's 68%. It's not a flashy 80%. I'm still losing trades, but by prioritizing the small losses and avoiding big losses as much as possible, we survive. We survive. Let me show you a few more. So we got the chop one. Now, like, this is probably my favorite trade. And if you're really a VWAP boy or girl, take this trade and start trading it. It's a really nice one to try. So what you do is you wait for the opening range to set. First 15 minutes, high and low. There's your market open today. Blue VWAP is New York. Dotted VWAP is the overnight VWAP. So we are in an uptrend overnight. VWAPs are rising here. But at market open, it doesn't move higher. It moves lower. I like that because it sets up what I call the double break trade. We break opening range low. Amateurs chase that short, even though the trend is still long-term up. So they chase the short. I start getting ready for what we on stream call the fade. I'm fading the amateurs that are chasing the breakout there. So I'm not buying it though, as you see, Boris. I didn't get long yet. I'm watching it, but it's doing what I wanted. Once this forms and the shorts are trapped and they start getting stopped, I'm looking for a higher low somewhere in here to respect this. Once that higher low is in, you take that VWAP, get me on the right side of it. I'm trading to the opening range high. It's the double break trade. Once the higher low is in, you get on the right side of VWAP, you trade to opening range high. And look at my exit. My exit's right at the high.
Yeah, I love this trade because this trade encapsulates so many good trading habits where he knows it's going up, but he's not rushing it. He knows he's got the time in the world. And he knows also that everything in trading is 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards very often. So if you very often, that first big black candle is what a lot of people like to buy on the reversal. And then when it fades against them, they very often either, get stopped out or they just lose patience because now it's 15 minutes. Oh my God, it's going out. He's watching the true break of the VWAP, and only then is he committing the capital to the trade.
I appreciate you saying it like that, because what I want everyone to take at this is I am making sure to my best ability, because I study my own trades. You see, I do the TradeZella every day. I need to be on the right side of the VWAP. Lance Brightstein always says right side of the V. I'm right side of the VWAP. And Brian says that too. We make a joke about Lance with that in fun. So as long as I'm long above the blue line, which I'm looking at the prices over here, I'm on the right side of the trade. Because guess what happens, everybody? If this decides to take out this low, I mean, my stop is right here. But if it makes lower lows, I'm wrong and I get out of it. But if I'm on the right side of VWAP, I'm getting the signal that buyers are starting to take control. And if you look at this one, look at what we did again on this day. So you get that double bottom. You get the first trade, 7,003 to 7,008. And Brian always taught me that if prices are paying, you keep playing. So if 7,003 works and I'm out at 7,008, look at that, two boards, it's full size, 10 out, 10 in. I get the second trade with just 3, but I get it from a higher price. And I look at when I'm entering, not here on the red bar, but once we take the VWAP, I'm in and I'm out again at 7,008. So I take one move that some of you may hold through and I turn it into 2, like Rocky, bro. You know, I'm from Philly, bomb, 2 in the face. I'm not going to knock you out. But wait till you see what I do this week. I make $3 grand or $4 grand this week, and I do that over a month. I'm doing pretty well. You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of people, including myself, when you start trading, you hold, you hope, you hold, you hope, because you don't know what it feels like to hit somebody and then step back and reevaluate. Hit something, you're just hitting and holding and hoping. Stop hoping. Hope is dope for traders. Hit it, get out, get the green, reevaluate. That's my favorite word. Get new information, reevaluate. And if you're, listen, if you're somebody, I'll show you this one, last one. If you're somebody who, where is it? Who struggles with this and you're, let's say, in this trade and it starts to shake you out a little bit, you're either too big or you haven't done enough study in that entry to have confidence to hold the trade. So that's where you need to size down and spend more time studying, less time trading. There's a ratio here, everybody. It's like one of those inverted yield curve charts. In the beginning of your trading journey, you have to spend more time studying trades than trading. More markups, more ideas, asking for feedback. Now at the point in my trading that I'm in, you want to see what a daily report card looks like? It looks like like literally 2 markups. You know what I'm saying? It looks like this. Looks like that, a link. You know what I'm saying? This is what my review looks like now. But Boris, if we go all the way back, look at this, dude. I'll go all the way back to 2023. I'll show you what my daily report cards look like then. Look at this, everybody. Even just 2 years ago, look how much more work is in this. So there's an inverted relationship. You start making more money, you probably can start journaling a little less. But if you're not where you want to be, you need to be journaling more than you are trading to train your brain for pattern identification. Last thing, with backtesting, because someone's in the chat going to say, well, what is this backtesting? No. You backtest for pattern recognition. You do not backtest for statistics. Unless you're a nerd and you're a coder and you're going to do, fine. If you're just trying to day trade, find a winning strategy like a VWAP or an ICT or fair value and stop backtesting for stats. Backtest to get your eyes comfortable to know what your setup should be. That's the key. That's really the key.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ranting at you now. You know, I'll just get
no, you are. I have just sort of, there's 1,000 questions. There's so many.
I know. Pick a couple.
There's so many interesting truth bombs that you dropped over there. I actually just have sort of a very mundane question. Why S&P, not NASDAQ? Is it just because you like the lower volatility, or
I like the numbers? You can, everybody in the chat make fun of me. I like just the easier numbers, 6, 7,008, 7,000. Like it's 4 numbers instead of 5. You know, that's stupid. I know it's even dumber than being a pussy and not wanting to trade the volatility. Listen, remember, Boris, I dropped out of college, right? Like this.
So in a way, you know what this proves? This proves that it really doesn't matter what you trade. It matters much more how you trade it.
Correct.
It really does.
Correct.
I thought there was some brilliant, idea, low volatility.
What did I say about the beginning of the stream with the silver thing? Yeah. You do, everyone. I would chat. This is a great event, Boris and Kathy. This is the best one you've ever thrown by far. There's so much information here, everybody. But do not carbon copy any of us. Take what you like, take what you don't like, because if you're going to make this work for you, everybody, you're going to find a way that's different than all of us. That's the truth. There is if there was a pill, if there was a strategy, I would have found it by now. Boris would have found it by now. We would be drinking it together, and it ain't, right? Yeah. So I think you have to learn the basics of the technical side of things, and then you deep dive on you. Right? Like you said, bro, I trade fast. I used to run the 4x100 meter. I used to run the 40-yard dash. I was a fast person. My wife will tell you, Quicksilver, they used to call me for many reasons. Okay. Keep the jokes down in the chat. Yeah. But if I know I'm fast, let's play into that strength. Why would I try to hold things for that's just not my strength. So.
Right. Yeah. No, it's true. It's true. I spoke to a gentleman named Stan Ehrlich, who's like one of the founders of technical analysis. And I asked him, what is his number one advice to a trader? He said, learn to trade yourself before you trade the market. And it sounds like that's exactly what you were doing with all of that. You see how Austin basically showed you all of his journals. That's really him learning how to trade himself. to trade what his own personality
Well,
is.
dude, you see some of these guys stop journaling because they start making some money. You take a payout, you think that you've got it.
Right.
When's the next time you take, like, my thing is like, I want to journal every day, learn every day so I can keep those payouts coming in. I've already taken 30K in payouts basically since the start of December. If you're going to do consistent payouts, not those big, fat, one-time big $1 million hits, I think you have to know yourself. Anyone can hit and get a big payout maybe once, right? There's going to be these lucky people because there's so many people in the prop space, but the consistency is the elusive thing that we all chase. But without knowing your weaknesses and facing them and then accepting them and then avoiding them as much as it's impossible to be consistent.
Or rather, turning your weaknesses into strength, depending on.
Yeah, I mean, how many people have you talked to that overtrade but don't want to admit they overtrade because they're financially not in a good place? Go get your money right, and then I bet you trade fine. You only trade like shit because you need this money right now. You know what I mean? So you got to know yourself, where you're at, and I think then you can at least give yourself a shot in this game. You know what I mean? You got to at least get to that point to be.
Absolutely. Guys, wonderful, wonderful segment. Austin Silver on YouTube, IG, and X. Austin Silver FX.
And if you like Brian Shannon and VWAP, I just dropped my 4th podcast with Brian, The Day Trading Show, everywhere on YouTube, on Spotify. Just search The Day Trading Show. Somehow I got lucky and got that keyword. Check that out. And everybody, make sure you spam Boris. He's got to get one of these things for his office. It'll look good on your bookshelf.
I saw this. I'm really, really tempted. I'm definitely getting the little glance thing.
But wait, I think I got VWAP books back there. I don't know if you can see it. I got Brian's book. Listen, the learning never stops, everybody. Through my podcast, through the books, all the resources Boris shares here, like tons of VWAP to be learned.
That's wonderful. All right, so let's do a raffle for the thing, and then Austin is going to stay with us because he's actually going to interview another great producer in just a minute. So Van One Size X, Stock Jammer. I love the handle. Sparkle Cup, Louis Z Sugar, Chopper 7977. All of you guys, going to get the top one. The free evals from Top One, which is awesome. If you guys want the Top One with a 25% off, just simply point your phone to that QR code on top of my head over there. It's beautiful. It will take you straight to the website, and you are good to go. So we're going to keep Austin for he's the hardest working man in the trading business. He's going to stay on and actually host the next segment. But before that, Kay is going to introduce her. Go ahead, Kay.
All right. I know all of you can't get enough of Austin Silver. I mean, aside from being an incredible trader who's known for, making consistent trades in VWAP, he's also great at extracting real actionable insights from traders. And that's why we've asked him to sit down with Zamco, a real funded trader with more than $1 million in prop firm payouts. Zamco is our next $1 million trader, and his journey wasn't easy. After 6 years of struggle and losing $80,000 of his own money, he finally cracked the code. Today, he's consistently profitable, withdrawing $254,000 in one single month, and even placing 2nd and 3rd on the FTMO leaderboards. That's a huge achievement. So we're truly honored to have Zamco here today to share what finally changed for him and basically flipped the switch from, having big losses to consistent winners. Today's session is sponsored by Think Capital. Choosing a prop firm with sustainable operations is absolutely critical, and Think Capital checks many of those right boxes. They're powered by Think Markets, a multi-regulated, globally trusted broker with more than 15 years in the industry. Beyond strong financial stability, Think Capital allows traders, including U.S. traders, to trade Forex and CFDs over TradingView. Some of you are asking about Forex and CFD trading. We'll be giving away Think Capital challenges after Zamco's interview. So while you're listening, step 1, follow Prop Trader Edge on X. Step 2, type Prop Rocks in the X post with the Think Markets that just went live. And we'll randomly choose the winner at the end of this session. All right, let's bring in Austin and Zamco.
Hello.
What's up, Zamco? Nice to see you. Good to meet you.
I can't hear you, Austin. Are you muted?
No, I don't think so. Chat, can you hear me okay? Mic's on here. Mic's on here. Rob, can we get a test here? Yeah, you got me now?
I can't hear you, Austin.
Check your audio, buddy.
We can hear you. We can hear Austin.
Oh, I can't hear him. Can you hear me?
I can hear him.
Yes, we can hear you.
No, but I can't seem to hear Austin for some reason. That's weird.
All right. So
Test. They can hear both of us, chat says.
Zamco needs to just add myself.
all right. You know, going live always comes with its problems. So
Yes,
and
little technical.
apologize.
I think it might
we're
be
not-
Zamco's audio input, Kathy. If you want to send him a message since he can't hear me, his audio input might be a little off, and we can get him back, I'm
Yes,
sure.
we're reaching out to him right now. And
While
he should be back
while
on.
they reach out, everybody, I'm curious to know from the live chat. I see all you guys chatting. What do you struggle with your prop trading right now? Over trading, under trading, too big of size? Throw some questions in there or some answers to this. I would love to just chat while we get that audio worked out. Is it you guys are maybe not sure what size to trade? Those are, I feel like, the big three: over trading, under trading, or not sure what size.
Nobody under trades. Like, let's be real.
You'd be surprised, Boris. I have guys. Listen to
Really?
this. I swear to God, it's kind of a good lesson. Scared because he bought too many prop accounts. He's scared to lose them. I shouldn't have spent this much money to begin with, Boris. I shouldn't have gotten into this. As soon as we got to that nut, that was the issue with him, we had him refund it all, get the money back. It's trading great, just trading one account.
Oh,
So that's
really?
why I think it can become an issue. Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, that's I guess, you know, it all depends. I guess also your experience.
Boris is like, I can't even comprehend
I can't,
under
like,
trading. You
no,
put me
like,
in front of the
like,
buttons. You want me to not click?
Remember, I'm a guy that will do 10 trades in 10 minutes. So
You're done
that's
10
the
trades
problem.
before I even explain this, right?
Exactly. All right. So how's Zamco doing now? Should we give him a shot? Looks like he's back on camera. Hopefully he can hear us. Is it? I'm going to remove myself. Let's see. Put Zamco back on. Can we?
And chat will come back to these questions with Zamco. I see all
Hey,
these.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Good to see you, Zamco. All right, everybody. We're ready to rock. So we'll come back to some questions. Zamco, could you take a second, just introduce yourself to everybody? That way they get to know you a little bit.
Sure, yeah. My name's Zamco. I've been trading for 8 years now, and I was unprofitable for 6 years. I only became profitable in April 2024, and since then I've had over $1.3 million in payouts. So just over 1.5 years.
That's amazing. Can we go back to the unprofitable period first? And let me start there with some questions. Like, what do you think held you back? You know, I think that's a common thing we can pull out as a thread here for the audience. What held you back in the beginning part for 6 years?
I think for those 6 years, a lot of what it was, I guess it was lack of self-accountability, lack of responsibility, things like that. So I would keep making the same mistakes again and again and not really reflecting on why I'm doing it, how can I actually change it, things like that. So I guess that's kind of what held me back, because my strategy was never the issue. The strategy could win, it could lose, whatever. But overall, I knew that if I stick to this strategy, it's going to make me money. But I still wouldn't stick to that strategy. I would still keep deviating. I would still be undisciplined, break my rules and all of that. So I think lack of self-accountability and lack of discipline. But after I got married like 2.5 years ago, since then, I've started to actually see that profitability. And that's probably because I've been more responsible and self-accountable due to being married.
I was going to say, is it the wife then? Does she get the credit?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's helped me insane amounts all throughout this.
I love that, dude. I love hearing that because I feel like, you know, it is common when we all get into trading that we have very little, if not zero support. When I got into trading, my parents didn't understand. They didn't believe in me. The girl I was dating did not like it. You know what I'm saying? So I think you go from that no support sometimes to over time gaining it. But often I can relate to what you're saying with the wife for sure, bro. My wife helped me a ton in many ways. So I love that. And I think the audience, everybody, maybe if you're listening, think about who can you get closer to, maybe if it's not a spouse or a significant other, but a brother, a friend, someone. Because I think that even having a trading buddy, right, Zamco, like that helps increase accountability. So were you journaling at that time? Were you like documenting your trades? What kind of process were you doing to grow over the last 7-8 years?
Honestly, I've not done any journaling at all. Even now, I don't journal anything. I think mainly because the strategy was never the issue. So there was no need for me to journal, is my strategy working or anything like that. I kind of had an idea of the type of trader I am, the types of trades I want to take. But I think it was mainly just sticking to it. That was kind of the hard part for me. So what happened was I got my first ever payout in April 2024. And since then, I don't know, it just must have clicked in my head because it felt real to me. So I think that was the biggest change that happened, because in those 6 years of failure, that strategy wasn't proving to me that it works in terms of actually getting paid out from it. So I think when I got my first payout, that kind of proved to me that, oh, if I actually do stick to this, I get paid out. No way. So I think that's what helped the discipline kick in and actually stick to my strategy much more than I was sticking to it before.
I think that that's a great answer. I think that that is a reasonable reason to not be journaling. For the chat, because I'm sure there's people in the chat, can you talk a little bit about your strategy before we shift into more prop firm tactics and stuff? Just give people like a high level overview of maybe what you do, and then also if you could touch on like what you would do differently if you had to go back, if anything at all. I know you keep saying the strategy was not the issue, but if there was anything you would do differently, maybe touch on that as well.
Yeah, sure. So basically, in terms of my strategy, it's very, very simple. I am just following market structure. So if we are having bullish market structure, let's say dailies are printing bullish every single day, and all I would do is basically when the day opens, I let Asian session do its thing. If it consolidates, that's great. That's what I want. So once Asian session consolidates, this is my typical setup. Once we sweep Asian lows, if we sweep Asian lows first and overall the trend is bullish, that's telling me that potentially the daily candle is making the bottom wick. So whilst it's making that bottom wick in London session, manipulating the Asian lows, all I do is look to the left and look for any sort of higher time frame inefficiency. So when I say inefficiency, I just mean fair value gap, as people say.
Sure.
So whether that's a 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, doesn't really matter. It's just that general area. You'll see it's very obvious. So once we tap into that, and if we now get a market structure shift on the 1 minute time frame to the upside, so this is what happens. I look at higher time frame zone, but then drop to the lower time frames, the 1 minute time frame, and look for a market structure shift to the upside. Once we have that market structure shift, I look for another inefficiency in that little structure, that's broken structure. I wait for a retracement and I take my buy. And then I wait for the price to basically sweep Asian highs. So basically we've swept Asian lows and now I'm anticipating buys to sweep the Asian high. And in turn, the daily candle has now made the bottom wick and now is flipping bullish and continuing up. So that's pretty much all I'm doing, just following the trend, following the liquidity.
I think that the chat can definitely follow you. A lot of guys are saying they understand. How many trades does that usually like lead to on a weekly or a daily basis? How much are you actually trading?
I think about 1 to 2 trades a day is quite simple. I think 1 to 2 trades a day is quite easy to find.
Sure.
It's not that difficult to actually get decent setups. At least once a day you'll get one.
Do you find any time of day, any session more profitable for this than another?
Yes, for me personally, London session is the best for me, simply because Asian session tends to be like the liquidity session where there's not much movement going on. If
like
we do
big move in the Asian session, it kind of changes the whole landscape of the day anyway, right?
exactly. So if Asian session, these are the kind of the rules that I go off. If Asian session is consolidating and we sweep the low, it'll probably sweep the high as well within the same day. Cool. If Asian session is very bullish, we'll probably sweep the Asian highs, retrace back down into the Asian, let's say 50% of the Asian range, and then continue pushing up even higher. We're just following the Asian range. So that's kind of the difference that I do in terms of using the Asian range to get my daily bias.
I got a couple questions in the chat asking, are you streaming Zamco? Are you making YouTube videos? Where can they learn a little bit more about this if they want to deep dive exactly what you're talking about?
Sure. So my YouTube channel is Zamco Capital, and I kind of explain premium and discount pricing, market structure. I kind of talk about that. It's just on my YouTube channel for free. And of course, on my, I guess, Discord, you can see it's a free chat. But, you know, I'm here and there inside, kind of sending charts sometimes. And of course, on my Instagram, TikTok, you'll see random videos where maybe I do like a trade breakdown or something like that. But YouTube is kind of the main place to see how I trade.
Love it. Love it. So chat, make sure you check that out. Zamco Capital. Let's talk prop firm stuff for a second, Zamco. With everything, you know, that you've gone through, the ups, the downs, the big payouts, when you talk to new traders, I'm curious what advice you'd give. Let's assume, bro, 50% of the audience has taken less than 5 payouts. So they're either going for their first payout or they're going for their first couple. What's some of the key pieces of advice you give to those people?
I think the biggest one I could give is to detach from the money. So don't be aiming for specific amounts of money and don't get attached to it. So a really good strategy that I have, sorry, is when I'm in the funded stage, let's assume we're in the funded stage, I only take one good trade, and whatever that number is, I'll use that as my payout. So I'm not trying to build on my capital. So if I take one winning trade and my funded account is in profit, I don't try to keep growing that, because I've noticed that's where people tend to lose. The more you're in the market, the more open you are to taking losses. So if you do get that win and you are in profit, take that payout, start again, start again. Like that's pretty much what I would say in terms of if you are on the funded stage. And other than that, don't get too attached to the money, because at the end of the day, you just have to follow the process of your strategy. The capital comes as a result.
I think that's a great piece of advice, because it goes into what I was saying a minute ago about, like, if you care almost too much about your trading or rely on it too heavily, you're focused on the dollars and you're not focused on actually what's the market telling you. So I think that that's great advice. What about for some of the guys in the chat that were saying, to get to the payouts like you have and to have survived markets as long as you have, you must have gone through a period of time where you were oversized, over trading. How did you overcome that? Or did you not? And it was never an issue for you?
So over trading, oversizing, over leveraging, whatever.
Yeah.
That is something I still struggle with to this day. But the difference is a lot of people, they see prop firm rules as a bad thing, like, oh, they're restricting me. Like, that's not the way to see it. Rather, okay, I know I over risk, I overtrade, whatever. And I'm being restricted by prop firms, let's say. They have 5% daily drawdown or 1% per trade, whatever. Use that to your advantage, because now you have to stick to rules when you're trading. So you can complain about, oh, they restrict me to 1% per trade, but guess what? That's going to save you. I can now actually risk 1%, because if you leave me on my own personal brokerage, I'm going to full port the account, blow all of my money. But now I'm forced to have to be disciplined and have to stick within 1%, because if no one's watching you, you're just going to blow all your money. But now that you have external rules forcing your hand to trade in a certain way, you're going to have to do it. So there's no excuse of that I over risked in my trade. Like, no, because you're going to breach the account. So you have to stick to those rules. So I think that's kind of what helped me. So now I do still over trade. I do kind of like sometimes not stick to my plan, but the prop firm's rules that restrict me, as people say, that actually works in my favor. And I just play it as a numbers game, and it just helps me overall.
100%. When you look at all of the different prop firms now, so many freaking offerings, so many different challenge types, do you think there's something that like new traders should stay away from? Like avoid intraday trailing drawdown or avoid copy trading too quickly? Like what do you tell the guys that are struggling to avoid doing? What's a definite no?
So a definite no is definitely intraday trailing. That is the most, I just don't understand that rule. It just doesn't make sense to me, and that's going to keep catching out traders. Unless you have a really consistent, profitable edge, you're most likely going to fail from that. So any prop firm that says that there's intraday trading drawdown, just kind of avoid that. So that was definitely something to stay away from. And I think what's easier for, and you know what? I used to say that look for accounts that don't have consistency rules, but I feel like that actually helps me be a better trader. It
I saw
helps
that
me
in
out.
your notes. I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but previously, even when I was getting like decent sized payouts, I was like, no, consistency is horrible. I don't want that. But then when I started moving to futures, I was forced to trade with consistency because, of course, I wanted to try out futures. But
Have
then I
that,
thought
right?
I saw my win rate is going much higher because I'm actually taking better trades. Because I know if I lose a trade, I'm gonna have to make that same amount again and again because of the consistency. So I thought, okay, I just need to take the good trades, and I need to cut my profit much shorter because I don't want to have to make such a huge amount again and again. So it actually made my trades more consistent and more smaller but more consistent.
Right. So then you end up stacking instead of just hitting bigger hits, right? Bigger losses, right? So I think I totally agree. Dude, I'm sure you see it on the internet. There's so many people that like bash prop firms with a consistency score until you trade it and you realize, oh, now I'm not buying accounts every day. I'm actually keeping an account for more than in a day. You know what I mean? So I think that there's, of course, pros and cons to everything. There was a good question in the chat just now, just to deep dive this a little bit, like your mindset when in the trade, right? So we talked about the prop firm structure a little bit. We can go back, I think, to your strategy because there's a lot of questions about that. What's the day-to-day look like for you, Zamco? 1 to 2 trades a day. You're looking for that specific type of a setup. Are you sitting at the desk and managing this closely? Are you hitting it and leave? How do you kind of manage the business of this?
Okay, so what I do is I wake up with one eye open. I look at my phone and I look at gold or German 40, whatever. Oh, has it swept the Asian low? Oh, okay, it's tapping into this inefficiency. All right. Okay, I'll close my phone. In a few minutes, I'll check again. Oh, it's broken structure. Great. Now I just place my limits. I let it tap me in, place my stop loss under the previous low, TP at the previous Asian high, and that's it. I mean, I'll stare at my phone the whole time, but that's it. I'm just kind of laying in bed, just staring at my phone, and if it hits TP, great. If not, I just kind of, okay, no, oh well, and just go about my day.
Yep. Are you doing anything like other than your YouTube videos that you think help keep you on edge? Gym, sleep 10 hours a night. What kind of hacks can you give to the listeners for $1 million in payouts and some? You know what I'm saying? I'm sure they want to know, what are you eating? Are you a vegan? Are you a keto? What kind of diet? You know what I mean? How many shits are you taking a day? How many coffees? How much give it all to them. Give them the whole layout.
Sure. I mean, at the moment, I'm quite unhealthy with my diet. I'm pretty much eating like whatever. Honestly, it doesn't really bother me at the moment, but I am becoming more health conscious and I don't feel that great. So I know that now I need to transition into actually eating healthier. But in terms of my sleep, I barely sleep. I get like maybe 4 hours a day, sometimes 5. And I don't know why. It's just I'm quite attached to the market, even though I don't really care. It's just I like to just watch the market just to understand it more. A lot of people, they come into trading, they trade like 2 hours in the day. When they're starting out, trying to learn trading, they only look at it for like 2 hours when they're free. That's it. And when I was learning, I would be on the charts 20 hours, 16 hours, just staring at every single 1 minute candle printing again and again. And that it helped me build that understanding behind exactly how candles move. And I still do that to this day. Sometimes I might even trade Asian session because I'm just so attached to the market where I'm getting like 3 hours of sleep and I just wake up and I'm just looking at the market straight away. So I think that level of attachment definitely helped me understand exactly how price moves, where it moves, why it moves, etc. So I think having like that type of drive and want, like I need to be in this again and again, I think that's a very important skill, not really skill, but determination to have.
No, I
Yeah.
think you got to have that want, right? Because like in this business, it's going to just chew you up and spit you out if you don't have a little bit of kick in the ass to get back up after you get beat down, you know? Okay,
Yeah.
we got more questions in the chat. Are you in the US, Zamco? I don't know if we said that.
So I live in the UK. Currently, I'm in Dubai getting some things sorted, but I'm going back to London in a few days.
So he's all over chat, which is why I think his strategy works. Like he can be in whatever time zone, it doesn't really matter. What would you say to some of the people struggling with revenge trading? You know, like they take a loss. Do you think that that comes from, and then they jump back into a stupid trade or whatever? Do you think that that comes from lack of confidence in their strategy? Or do you think it comes from something else? I'm curious, like, because I'm sure you see those comments all the time on the YouTube. So I always jump back into a trade after a loss. What's your advice to those guys?
I don't think that comes from like not having confidence in your strategy. Sure, parts of it maybe, but I feel like a lot of it comes down to just you being an undisciplined individual. Like it's the same with me. I might revenge trade as well, but I realize where that comes from is I'm not that disciplined in my life. And I think if you are generally a disciplined person in your life, for example, you train when you don't want to, you eat stuff that you don't want to, but you know is good for you. So it's like you do things you don't want to, but you know it's beneficial for you. And you have that self-discipline to actually stick to it. So I feel like just generally being a more disciplined person is just going to be easier to relate that to the charts. But if you're not a disciplined person in your day-to-day life, I don't think it's going to be easy to translate that onto the markets. So you're probably going to revenge trade more if you are generally more of an undisciplined person.
I think that makes sense. Here's a good question, a fun question. Any fun things you've done off of the payouts and things like that since you've become a successful trader? Any spend of the money you'd like to share with everybody?
Honestly, I don't really spend my money much like on things on me. Rather, it's more spending on other people. I think that's what I enjoy quite a lot. I flew my family to Dubai business class and took them to all the luxury stuff. And, you know, that made me much happier than buying myself my AMG. Like, I don't know. I enjoy the AMG. It's fun.
What's the truth about the car? It never feels as good Just like the watch or the boat is the first time. The first time is the peak. And then every time you get in the car, it just never is as good, right? But then when you share that moment with your family, that memory still feels the same forever, right?
Yeah, definitely. That feeling of thinking about how you're helping your family and how you know, just being able to see them smile and be all amazed by the things that you've provided. That's another feeling that nothing can compare to.
100%. Okay, so this is good. We touched prop stuff. We touched strategy. Chat, any other questions for Zamco before we wrap up? I think I like just talking to you now for the first time, Zamco. I love that you're obsessed with trading and yet you still challenge yourself to be disciplined. I can relate to that a lot. I'm obsessed with markets. I'm obsessed with opportunity, but you have to exercise discipline. What were you gonna say?
Absolutely. I think part of it is obsession with wanting to be successful, but I feel like a lot of it might come down to just addiction. I feel like I'm just addicted to the markets. I can't get enough. You know, the feeling when you're in a trade, I feel like that high, those emotions, you don't get anywhere else. So I find myself coming back to the charts, even when I don't want to, even when I said I'm not going to trade for the rest of the week, just to just be in the market. I don't know, just that feeling, you don't get it anywhere else. I feel like part of me is
come gamble with me, buddy. I'll give you the feeling. We'll play some blackjack and I'll give you the feeling. Yeah, I think I heard this once, and I think you're a really good example of this. I tried to be as well. You can be an addict in gambling, or you can be an addict in food and whatever, or trading, or you can just go hard. There's a very thin line between a hard trader and a gambling addict, or a gambling, you know what I mean? Like that addict personality.
yeah.
I think the analogy was like, if we were at the casino, if you're an addict, your girlfriend or your wife comes, says, get up, we got to go to dinner. If you're addicted, you can't get up. But if you just go hard, you can get up and still go have the dinner, right? Like you can still go to sleep. You're not staying up all night. You're still getting your 4 hours, but you are going hard the other, 20 hours of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, this has been great. I love it. It's really nice to meet you. Everybody, make sure you follow Zamco Capital on X, on IG, on YouTube. I think we're going to bring Boris or Kathy back in a second. Zamco, great to meet you, bro. Chat, throw some W's in there for Zamco. This has been great. Make sure you go check them out. Follow on YouTube, follow on X. Love it. Zamco, any last words? Any parting thoughts for the audience?
One thing always for everyone to remember is whenever you're learning how to trade or, finding a strategy, just make sure you understand who you are as a person and make sure that strategy complements your personality. That's going to help you in the long run.
I think that's great advice. Again, chat, Zamco Capital on X, on IG, and on YouTube. So, chat, let's just see. I'm making sure we got all the questions. Rob, if we're ready to go, you can take us whenever.
Okay, great. Thank you. Austin, man, you are the man. I just want to thank Austin again. What an amazing interview with Zamco. Zamco, thank you so much. You know what I was thinking?
I can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, can you hear me? Zamco, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you. I could hear Austin, but I don't know what's going on with my audio.
Oh, too bad. Okay, well, we'll just go to a single video. What I was going to say is, thank you very much, both of those guys. They did an amazing, interesting job. Thank you very much, Austin, for an incredible interview. Zamco was just saying something really interesting. He said, I really need to be in the market. I need a slice of that action. I totally understand that. The greatest thing, the absolute greatest thing about trading prop is that we can afford that luxury without taking the massive risk with our own capital, right? We can take a Think Capital account, just maybe a fun account. We can have lots of Think Capital accounts that we trade seriously, but a couple of them that we could trade just for fun and scratch that itch without ever really endangering our own capital wealth or even our own prop wealth. So I think that's one of the greatest things about prop is it allows you to have all the fun without making you pay the really, truly serious costs of being wrong. A wonderful interview. They had some amazing insights. As always, please remember to take 25% off using the code EDGE on Think Capital. Just simply put your phone to the screen and be able to QR the code for our sponsor, Think Capital. And now let's take a look and see who are the winners of the Think Capital Challenge and who are going to be able to get all of those winners. Zamco Capital is on X, IG, and YouTube as always. Now, Seal75, Daddy M. Wangi, Zizan Chills, oh, interesting, LED MIK 442, and Ashes Fun 43. I saw Ashes posting earlier today. So Ashes has been a very active commenter, and now very good. He gets the free Think Capital eval. Think Capital, of course, one of our favorite sponsors, because they are both a broker and a prop firm, which gives them incredible solidity as far as being able to trade. They trade through TradingView. I actually trade Think Capital in my Asia sessions. Really, really super easy, beautiful trading platform. I enjoy it. And I wish you guys all the best with it. I'm going to turn this over now to Kay because we have an amazingly super interesting panel coming up in terms of where we're going to go next. Hey, Kay.
Yes, and many of you are asking, many of you that are winning, asking, where are my challenges? Don't worry, we will get them to you. Want to get through this show, make sure we focus on the show, and then probably take a break, and tomorrow we'll get you all your codes. We'll DM you over social.
I just want to assure you guys, because I just checked it myself, we are recording every one of your names. We have it in our spreadsheet, so don't worry, it's not lost. We know exactly who you are. We know exactly what you want, and we will be getting in touch with you, and we will be giving you the challenges. So trust us on that, but enjoy it, and they're coming your way.
Yes, fantastic. All right. So now we are moving to our very first panel, which I'm very, very excited about. We have our first panel of women who are absolutely, hold on, I got a double sound going. We have a very first panel of women who are absolutely crushing it in the markets. These are stay-at-home moms who found ways to earn additional income for their families while balancing a full life with kids, schedules, and everything in between. I'm one of them, so I know what it's like. This session will be moderated by Allison Kosek, a former ABC and CNN anchor. She is a leading expert on women and money. Her book, What's Up with Women and Money, helps women take care and take control of their finances. And today's panel is a perfect example of women doing exactly that, which is taking control of their own finances and building their own income from there. Joining us today will be three incredible women, Jen, Rebecca, and Christine. I promised you that, some of our speakers were a lot of fun. These women are extraordinarily interesting and engaging to listen to. Jen became profitable in her very first year of trading. Rebecca is on a mission to turn $5,000 into $1 million in 2026. And I think she's made really good headway that she'll share with us today. Christine is a futures trader and mom living in Mexico and a co-host of the Behind the Charts podcast. This is truly a powerhouse panel, and it is sponsored by Tradeify with over 100 million in payouts and a 4.8 rating on Prop Firm Match, which is pretty much the gold standard these days. Tradeify is one of the highest rated futures prop firms in the industry. At the end of this session, we'll be raffling off 5 $50,000 Tradeify evaluation accounts. Thank you so much, Tradeify. We'll also be giving away more accounts after the show, so stay on top of our socials. And we will also be raffling a signed copy of Allison's book, What's Up with Women and Money. So you know what to do. Follow Prop Trader Edge on X. We've got our Tradeify post that just went live. Type Prop Rocks under the Tradeify post on X, and we'll randomly announce and choose the winners at the end of this session. So let's bring these ladies in.
Hello. How's it going?
Hey, everybody. So glad you can join us. So just so everybody knows who you are, Rebecca, give a wave. Jen, give a wave. And Christine, give a wave.
Christine.
Okay. Awesome. So, all right. So I think the biggest question so many moms want to know who are interested in prop trading is just how to get started. And so the one thing that comes to mind is, not just how to get started, but for all of you, you guys had no idea, what the markets were all about, yet you stepped into one of the most competitive areas in the world and you slayed it. So never mind juggling being a mom to young kids. We'll get to that in a second. I want to hear from each of you. First of all, how much money did you have to put up to begin this whole process? Jen, let's start with you.
Ooh, that's a great question. To be honest with you, I always joke with people that my husband and I really have like the traditional gender role split up. And he, ironically, with me trading, he handles all of our finances and tracks everything. And so I would say I probably spent in the first year on like courses and education specifically, somewhere in the range of like $3,000 to $5,000.
And how do you know which courses? Because anyone listening to this, there's tons of courses out there. How do you know which ones are the good ones? Can you name? Can you let us know exactly what courses you took so others can understand?
Well, that's like, again, kind of an interesting question, because the courses that I took in the beginning that I spent all that money on are not what I would recommend now and not what I would attribute my success to. And so that's one of the things that I think is really difficult in this prop space and just the trading space in general with the internet and influencers, is that it's hard to know who to trust and what to trust. And sometimes, the right fit for one person isn't the right fit for everyone. And so I always recommend to people at this point to not start with a heavy, large investment, but to dabble, maybe join a few different trading groups, get a feel for people's trading style and their teaching style, and see what resonates with you. There's so much, even just on YouTube for free. So if I could go back, I think that that's the path that I would take. Is I would, before putting up all the money, really figure out who I resonated with as a trader, check the receipts, make sure they actually are legit, and then find the right fit for you, and then invest in the education and the mentorship.
Rebecca, walk me through how you got your feet wet in this.
I actually started about 8 years ago when I gave up my career and moved to Italy to be with my now husband. And I did the classic, like, make money from home kind of Google search, and I got scammed initially. So I can totally like back up what Jen's saying there. I got, I invested money into something and ended up being a total scam. And then I continuously lost money for about a year. And this was before kind of the space had moved into futures. This was before prop firms was really a thing that I knew of. And I took a break and I had some babies. And then I came back to futures trading April of 2024.
Okay.
So.
And so Christine, maybe you can give me an idea how you got into it. Maybe not. So I'm thinking you went the same realm where you educated yourself first and then actually went full bore into being evaluated. So can you walk me through that process?
Sure. I actually started like many traders in the COVID trader boom of, I guess it was 2021-ish. And I had young children at the time. So I started in stock land, and I can recommend a course if anyone's looking for it. It's Bear Bull. It's with Andrew Aziz. His community is actually amazing for new traders. It teaches you what's a candle, what's bullish, what's bearish, like the basic of the basic. And it is most of it's stock trading, or at least it was when I started. So when I started, I spent money on that. It was like a monthly fee. And I traded my own capital. And I think the first year I traded, I lost $1,800. And we call that market tuition. And really, it's actually not that bad for a lot of people. You're probably like, oh, only $1,800. I've spent a lot more money in prop firms. So anyways, over the course of me learning to trade, I traded for a year and a half, took a year off because of my children, came back to it. And that's when I found the prop space. For me, that's been a little bit of a longer journey, longer than Jen and Rebecca. I think I'm at 3.5 years, and I just got my first payout. So sometimes it can take a while, but I'm still here grinding it out.
Can you share with us, congratulations, what that payout is?
Yes, I got a $2,500 payout from TopStep.
Nice. Mm-hmm. And Rebecca and Jen, just so everybody hears the long climb it is to go ahead and get into this space, can you give us an idea on how you're doing now as far as what your payouts have been?
Jen?
I can go first. Again, I get this question constantly. I don't know the exact number. Yeah, somewhere in the range of like around 25,000, give or take 1,000 or 2,000 probably.
Well, I've had this month I've had a record month. I'm at 37,000 for the month, so that's exciting. Yeah, it's honestly like that's far and beyond anything I've done in the past. I'm around. I have to like convert it, being Christina Canadian, so I'm like converting it to the US. I think last year I did about 35, 40 in US funds. So good January.
Yeah.
January. Congratulations. Let me ask you, Jen, was it harder than expected to get started trading? Was there a moment when you thought about quitting? What kept you going?
Just one moment? No, I'm just kidding. I thought about quitting all the time.
Yeah, I mean, especially since you were scammed. So yeah, I mean, how did you keep going after that?
For me personally, there was just no other option. Like not that I put myself in that position. It's just like, I'm so passionate about it. I have had trading in the back of my mind, like just always there for 8 years since I started. And once you start, it's like, there's no way you're going back to anything else.
So let me interject here, Christine, you can jump in on this. It's for many, it's hard to believe, if they have zero background in any of this, how you guys can be so, well-versed in this area now. How is that even possible to not have a background and then jump to where you are now? Christine, you first.
I equate it to like learning a language. When you hear a new language, you literally think, I can't possibly understand what this person is saying, how to write it. But after you get some time learning it, it kind of becomes second nature. When I first looked at a chart, a bar chart, I was like, I can't believe that one day I'm going to read this, but I really believed that I could. So through learning like the course that I was mentioning before, YouTube, there is so much content. Like in today's day and age, there is almost nothing you can't learn online. So it just takes time, it takes commitment, but the information is there. You literally just need to reach your hands out and take it. And that's what I did. It obviously has taken me a lot of time and I'm still learning. I think the beauty about trading, you will forever learn. I know very little compared to someone like Boris, who has been trading years. He knows a lot more. And I bet you he would even say he has space to learn, which is super unique and really cool.
Jen, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what she said. And I would add to it that I think that the reason why I was able to find success as quickly as I did, I think, is because I just got sucked into figuring it out. It's like a puzzle. Like if you're someone who enjoys like the challenge of learning something new, I actually got into trading because I felt really lost in mom life. It wasn't because I wanted money or needed to make money. It was genuinely because I felt like I was losing myself in motherhood. And I had, similar to Rebecca, left my career and was like, okay, I need something for me. And in those moments where it's been really hard, which there have been so many, where I've been like, oh man, like, can I do this? It's been the challenge and the excitement of like those moments, those aha moments where it's like, okay, I'm figuring this out, I'm figuring that out. But I would agree that like approaching it as a lifetime learner and recognizing that no one fully has the market figured out, no matter how long they've been trading, is really key because it keeps you hungry and excited to continue learning.
Jen, you had mentioned that before you got into this space, your husband sort of was the one who controlled all the, not controlled, or dealt with all the finances. You were probably busy raising your kids. You're like, let's delegate. You do that and I'll take care of the kids. Is that how it is still now for you?
Yeah, it really is. He is in finance. His career is in finance. And he is like the king of spreadsheets and keeping everything organized. And he does most of our long-term investing and all of that. And so it just works well for our family. And for me, in some ways, early on, I did pay attention to how much I'd spent on education, how much I'd spent on prop firm fees, and all of that. And when I stopped focusing on that, it actually allowed me to propel myself forward because I was focusing just on the trading and not trying to catch up and become profitable, right? So my husband at one point was like, hey, I don't know if you realize this, but like you're officially profitable. And I was like, I am? Like I didn't even know because I stopped focusing so much on it. I think that sometimes like we get so sucked into how much I've spent versus how much I've made. And in the real world, people go and spend a few $100,000 on university and then they get a job. And their job is typically not going to be some crazy high paying job out the gate. It scales, right? But on the first week of their job, people are like, well, you're not profitable yet in your career, you know, because you haven't paid off all the money you spent on school. So when I shifted my thought process from being focused on like, oh, I have to make back all that I've invested to, I just want to focus on learning the skill and becoming successful, it really helped me. So not knowing the numbers is like, I think one of the biggest changes I made that took a lot of the pressure off of me.
Jen, before we go, Rebecca, I'm going to get to you. I have to just say, because I'm going to preach, I wrote a book on the fact that women still need to be involved in the family finances. I know you are just kicking ass at what you're doing, but I'm encouraging you. I promise you, you need to know, you need to be involved in your family's finances. I know you're really busy, but I encourage it. I preach it in my book. Well, I don't preach it.
I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it.
Please, I encourage all women, you got to be involved in your finances in the home, even if you're wrapped up in prop trading and just doing really well. Rebecca, let me go to you first. What's the one thing someone had told you at the beginning of this?
The one thing I wish someone had told me at the beginning, it's what I tell everyone now who reaches out to me and wants to learn, especially my friends. I said, I hope you're prepared to lose money for about 2 years. I got lucky that I got, my first payout after 5 months, but that's because 8 years ago, I knew the basics. I didn't jump into like futures trading as a very, very, very beginner. So actually, one of my friends recently, someone I used to work for, which is so funny, she is now trading. And I told her from the beginning, you gotta be prepared that you're probably not going to make any money for at least a year, and you're probably not going to be profitable for about 2. And I think that it just gives you a reality check, because when you hop online, you just see these huge profits and these huge payouts and all these things. But for people who've been, grinding at it for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So that's something I wish I knew at the beginning.
Christine, how do you deal with that kind of reality check though? I mean, that's hard. I mean, I get Jen, it's a great analogy you gave, when you start your career and you put money into your education and you're not going to necessarily be profitable. I get that. This feels a little different. So Christine, how do you reconcile that?
It can be difficult. I mean, I think Rebecca might know best. Over my course of trading, like her and I have multiple times texted each other saying like, I don't know if I can do this. Like, I really just want to quit. We know that we're not going to, but it doesn't mean the feelings of wanting to is not there. So I think the best thing that I did was really just focus on, it was okay to take a long time to learn. And part of the way that I did that was actually start a podcast that I have with 2 friends that were in the same situation as I was. So we literally just got together every week and started having a conversation about the frustrations of just our journey, where we were at, started talking to other traders. And that was super helpful, because once you start talking to other traders, you realize there is a big time horizon. It can take 5 months, it can take a year, it can take 3 years, it can take 7 years. But I really do believe the only reason traders fail is because they stop, they quit. And it's your pain tolerance. How long are you willing to put yourself in pain? And how many years are you willing to do that to get to your goal?
Yeah, Jen, do you remember the moment that you thought, maybe trading could actually work for me?
Yeah, I don't know if it was like an exact moment for me that I look back on, but it was just kind of like a season in trading where I started to gain confidence. And a big part of it was when I dropped the comparison and started just recognizing that I think that we get this like this warped view of money when you're in the trading, and especially with prop trading and like scaling accounts, and you see people taking, payouts on 40 accounts. You really like start to, I don't know, lose the focus on like what $300 a day could do for your family, especially for someone like me as a stay-at-home mom. Like, a little bit is a big change and a big impact. And so for me, when I started shifting my focus from like going for those home runs and those massive payouts, and was like, hey, I'm going to do this the right way. I'm going to scale. I'm going to take the base hits. I'm going to stop trading 10 accounts at once. And I'm just going to get one account, and I'm going to prove that I can get a payout on that account. That first payout, after having blown many accounts and failed so many times, made me realize like, okay, like if I can do it with one account, if I do it the right way, I can scale, and like I really can do this,
Yeah. Rebecca, any thoughts?
I was just thinking about when Christine and I was thinking about Christine because, like she said, we talk a lot. And I had a moment where I was so close to, I don't know if it was my first payout or big payout or whatever. And I lost it like all in one day right before. And I texted her and I was like, it's very hard to be vulnerable with your finances and with your failures. Especially I feel like as a woman in the space, because it's very rare to see a successful woman in the financial space, in the trading space. Or less common, maybe I should say. And Christine texted me and she said, you only lose if you quit. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to lose. And truly, Christine, that was like a pivotal point for me because I'm like, well, I'm not quitting. So I definitely haven't lost. And I just kept on going. And I don't know why, like you said, is there a different kind of reality with 2 years of failure before success in the trading world? And I think now it's talked about a lot online. And so it's less of a thing to be ashamed of. A lot of people are sharing their journeys in this learning space, and a lot of people are sharing their profit losses, and their costs are way higher than their payouts. And it's becoming a really, really popular topic of conversation. So maybe that's what makes it a little bit easier to process and swallow, that it's everyone is going through it. Literally everybody, every single person.
You're all in it together.
Yeah.
And you're all human, right?
Yes.
Those are words to live by, Christine. You only lose if you quit. I mean, I could take that with me all day for the next year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you guys the same question, and whoever wants to go first can. What would you say to a stay-at-home mom who's curious, but a little, hesitant and scared to start this? Whoever wants to start.
Who's gonna go? I'll start because I started talking.
Yeah, you have to now.
Now I have to. If you're a stay-at-home mom and you feel like there's just a little something missing, like just a little inkling, and you want to accomplish something, and apart from being a great mom and a family woman and everything, but you want to accomplish something for yourself, I truly think trading is literally the best option for you. Reality check yourself. It's going to take a while, but the freedom this provides is unparalleled. You cannot match it. You cannot go get a job out at Starbucks or whatever just to make a few extra dollars for what you can do in trading, even if it does take you 3 years like it took for myself. I made $2,500 in 6 days. You can't do that. Like, yes, there's a lot behind that, but I mean, talk to Rebecca. She made $37,000 in a month. Like the cap to this is never ending. So if you can sell yourself on the hope and the dream, I think this is going to be really good for moms at home. I think it's one of the best things you can do for yourself.
Love that. Thanks, Christine. Who's going next? Rebecca, Jen?
I can go. I wholeheartly agree with what Christine said. Just to say that, and I think that there's nothing wrong with. I'm speaking directly to myself as a new mom. There's nothing wrong with wanting something more, for wanting something to kind of pull you out of the weeds that is motherhood, whether it's like in the beginning of motherhood or your kids are older. You'll always have that kind of the same probably feelings, but I remember I was like deep in diapers and it was COVID and staying at home. And I was like, oh my goodness, I need something that is mine. And that also, I'm also kind of someone who loves a little bit of shock factor. So like that paired with like a woman in finance, I was like, ooh, that's fun. You know, people don't expect that, especially if you're successful at it, people don't expect that. So that kind of pulled me into it too. But one thing I will say to moms, I will say, just do it. Just do it. Keep your costs to something that you can manage. Don't let it get away from you. Don't build yourself up in credit card debt trying to make this work. Like do one challenge a month. It's, you know, $70, $50, whatever it is. Do that. And then like Jen said, get to the point where then you can start scaling it. And it might take you a year or 2 years to get there. I say just do it. And also one thing I want to say is to don't let it affect your mothering. I realized very quickly that I cannot trade while my kids are home because I am very irritable. If I take a loss, I let it affect my mood. Not anymore as much, but definitely at the beginning because you're so like tied up in your need to succeed, and taking a loss feels personal. And it's not that I took it out on my kids, but it made the day harder. And so I just would say you have to be able to completely separate it from who you are as a mother and have it be like your own, like a completely separate personality almost, and just try to do it when your kids are home if possible, which is hard to do as stay-at-home moms. But
all great advice, Rebecca. Thank you. Jen.
Well, I feel like they took most of the good stuff. I was gonna say the same thing about like, don't like remember that the job that you're doing, being a mom, is the most important thing you could ever do. Because I've had those low moments as well where I've let a bad trading day impact how I interact with my children, and just in not being as present. Like, and remember your why. Like I got into trading because I wanted to be a full-time stay-at-home mom and have this on the side. So make sure that you keep those priorities in order, because being a mom is the best job you'll ever have. But if you learn this skill, it's going to be one of the most powerful and impactful skills that you can pass down to your children that will change generations of your family. And that's a big part of my why, is like, I can't wait. My 5-year-old son is already like so interested in trading, and he'll sit down here with me on my lap, and we'll talk about what the candlesticks are and which way he thinks price is going to go. And he's only 5, so he only gets it this much right now. But I'm like, man, if I can teach him this skill by the time he's 13, 14 years old, the life and the possibilities that creates for him and his future family and his kids, there's nothing like it. And so if you're on the edge of learning it, like, be the first one in your family to take this step and dip your toe in, because I truly believe that there is nothing more powerful than learning how to invest in the market, whether it's through day trading, swing trading, long-term investing, whatever, right? So yeah, do it. That's my advice.
Yeah, Jen, I'm getting from you that this trading has really helped you formulate sort of how you see yourself and maybe your level of confidence in yourself, both personally and financially, right?
Yeah, I would definitely say that. I think that I've never met a mom, honestly, who hasn't gone through a little bit of an identity crisis after having kids, because, you know, for anyone who's had kids that's a mom, you know, usually the dads get to go off and go back to their normal job, and we have to deal with that push-pull of wanting to be successful in a career if you've built one, but also wanting to be home with your kids and not feeling like you really have the capacity to do either really well. Something seems like it's always got to give. And so I remember I had a career that I had built up. I was a pretty high level nutrition coach for 10 years. I'd worked really hard. A lot of my identity was tied into that. And I remember after having my second kid, just being like, I can't do both anymore. Like, I don't feel like I'm being a good mom. And then giving that up, feeling like something was missing. Like, I wanted something for me. I needed something for me. And so I was kind of on this search before I found trading. Is like, kind of like what Rebecca or maybe it was Christine alluded to, like I can't go get a job at Starbucks part-time and still have the time freedom and the financial freedom. So
well, I love talking to all of you. I am getting cut off though. We are at the end of our chat. I really appreciate your time, Rebecca, Christine, Jen. We've learned so much. Thank you for telling your stories and being so honest.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Wow, what an amazing panel. And, you know, I got to tell you, just as somebody who stays at home, I'm a stay-at-home dad, just like these ladies are stay-at-home moms working from the house. Absolutely, you're in the middle of a trade, your child comes in, they bother you, or they ask you a question. It is definitely a tough thing to do. But the thing about life, and I think about trading, and I think about prop trading, is we almost have to, have to factor that in, right? You can't have the perfect environment every time for a trade. And that's why I think some of the best advice here is if you're trading, no single trade should annoy you so much that you need to yell at your child, right? I lose all the time and somebody comes in. I've sort of gotten to the point now where even if somebody's bothering me and I hit the wrong button and everything else, it's just part of the process. Multiple accounts, small size is the single best antidote to any of those other problems. So hopefully you guys can remember that. I want to thank all the ladies, Allison, Jen, Rebecca, Christine, by far the best looking panel of the show so far. And I want to thank, you can follow them all on Instagram. Jen is jen.ketter. Rebecca is Rebecca Trades with 2 A's. And Christine is Christine Litersky Trades. Sorry, we'll put those out there. Now, let's talk about the winners. This is, by the way, all of their handles on the bottom. And now let's talk about winners from one of the best prop firms out there, one of the most popular prop firms out there, one of the hottest prop firms out there, Tradeify, which is kind of, I think, the inventor of straight to funding prop, which is a great innovation in prop. 30% off, use their code EDGE. Tony Darlin, my man from my room, is a winner, so he should be very, very happy. Tony always busts my chop every day in our trading room, so I finally given him back something nice. El Arianello, Lynn Wazi Trades, Brian BPR, and DUB Mom, sounds like it's a mom, is a winner of the Tradeify prop. Tradeify, of course, one of the preeminent prop firms out there. Highly recommend, and also sort of the innovator in the straight to funding space, where you could basically don't need an eval to start it out. It's a great prop firm. We see that a lot of people giving us some positive love towards them. So go out there, go knock yourselves out. The next panel or the next segment should be a lot of fun. I'm going to walk you through it. The code is EDGE. Use code EDGE, okay? 25% code. Make sure you put your phone above my head to the QR code, and you got it. So please go out there and knock yourselves out. And we're going to start with the next segment, which I'm going to turn over to Kay.
I think that was my favorite segment. I might be biased, but I absolutely loved that segment, all the women in that segment, and just, not only, the inspirational stories they shared, but the community that they created. And, you can find their community in, the handles that we provided. Once again, we are so grateful to have them. And I know it sounds like you guys really enjoyed them too. Okay. In this next session, we've got another trader that I think you are going to love. We'll be talking with Tyler G, who earned over $500,000 in payouts in just 4 months. Like many of you watching today, Tyler had a full-time job before becoming a full-time trader. He was an electrician, and the only time he could trade was before or after work. I know that many of you are in the exact same situation, which is that you've got a job and you've got to find a time to trade that is outside your working hours. And Tyler's going to talk about that. There's examples of a lot of people, just trying to make their way before they get to the full-time job of trading. So Tyler's amazing. He trades the London kill zone. He's an American. I'm pretty sure he's American, but he's American. And he trades the London kill zone because, when he learned to trade, he had to do it, before or after work. But that became his sweet spot. He focused on high probability opportunities in Forex and CFDs, building a process that fits his schedule instead of fighting it. Unlike some of the traders today, he's more of a swing trader. He focuses on fair value gaps. So you learned about ICT over RB, VWAP. Now you're going to hear about fair value gaps, a technique he'll be breaking down in more detail today with Boris, including how he uses it to stay patient, selective, and consistent. As many of our traders here today, he trades with more than one prop firm. He trades with Think Capital and Tradeify, amongst others. These are two very different prop firms with solid reputations. You can't go wrong with either. And because of that, both firms are giving away prop challenges for this session. So thank you, Think Capital. Thank you, Tradeify. Here's what you need to do. Make sure you're following Prop Trader Edge on X. Type prop rocks in either the Think Capital or the Tradeify post that are the most recent. And we will pick new winners at the end of this session. So let's go ahead and welcome in Tyler and Boris.
Hello, where's Tyler? We're going to put Tyler on there. All right. Hello, my friend.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Not only is Tyler American, he's the most American of all. He comes from the island of Long Island.
The island of Long. I am no longer in the island of Long. I am in sunny, sunny Miami, Florida. And the only thing I got left of Long Island is my area code.
Exactly. Well, no, I think you still got your Long Island attitude.
I got my, everyone tells me that here. Everybody tells me that.
Yeah. So you know why I love this session? I love this session because we have truly a clash of generations here. We have, in me, a boomer who scalps.
Yeah.
And here we have Tyler, who's Gen Z, who uses fair value gap, ICT concepts, which I know nothing about.
Yeah.
And he actually swing trades. And he doesn't just swing trades. He swing trades certain particular instruments that almost nobody in the prop world really trades that actually are incredibly profitable. So hopefully we're going to be able to extract some very, very interesting pointers from him on everything that we do. But most importantly, we're going to go, I think we'll start a little bit by just sort of your background. Tell us, you obviously were constrained by your work. And you started trading the London kill zone. Let's first understand, what is the London kill zone for people?
So essentially, if you're following ICT, the London kill zone is going to open. It's basically going to be a large influx of volume when the London markets are open.
And what time is that? Sorry to interrupt you. What time is that?
2 a.m. It opens. 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. When we're talking about things, it's always going to be New York Eastern Standard Time. For anyone who's listening and you aren't from America, and every time we're talking about things and we're talking ICT things based, it's going to be New York Eastern Standard Time. So it was 2 a.m. and I was trading from anywhere from 2 a.m. till I would be done with my trades, like looking for a trade at about 6 in the morning.
So what happens at 2 a.m.? What is the London kill zone?
So essentially what's going to happen is there's going to be the London markets are going to open, and there's going to be a large influx of volume coming into the market, as opposed to it depends on the market that you're trading, right? If you're trading gold is going to be very, very volatile as soon as 8 p.m. comes around, which is the opening of the Asian markets. Right. But it depends on the asset, like NQ or the YM will be relatively slow during those times. Right. So when you're talking about kill zones, each instrument is going to respond differently to each kill zone, right? So when you're talking about kill zones, you're looking at New York kill zone, you're looking at London, you're looking at Asia. But I had to do what worked best for me, right? I was working at the time and I could not trade New York. Right. And I had to do what worked. I had to just make it work, man. Everyone's making a lot of excuses out there. There's no reason why that you can't come to the markets at a specific time and make your trading work. You will do whatever it takes if you want to be profitable. You will.
Right.
Right. So I focused on London and.
So what happens in London kill zone? Is it a matter of trading with or against that particular force of flow? What do you?
So how I trade is I am horrible at consolidated markets. I focus on trending market conditions, and I build my edge around using EMAs and fair value gaps. I also wanted to talk on, I utilize now in my trading, which is, it's called the balanced priced range, which is essentially, it's two fair value gaps that are overlapping each other, which is a higher confluence of a trade. I just started trading those. I think I forgot who. I think I was watching ICT, and it was just like an added confluence to my model on top of just trading regular fair value gaps.
Right.
But
and so again, we're going to take it slow for for us folks. What is a fair value gap? What is that? What is that?
So essentially, for everyone who's new, is that in the most simplistic terms possible, is that when you are a fair value gap is an inefficiency in the market, right? So whether it's on the sell side or the buy side, it's going to be a large influx of volume. Where if it's a bullish fair value gap, it's going to be an area of interest where buyers were in such strong control of the market that sellers didn't have an opportunity to come and rebalance price after it created the inefficiency in the market, right? So it's showing that buyers are in control in the market, right? When you have such a large influx of volume, it's creating inefficiency and it's creating a gap in the market where sellers didn't have the opportunity to come back down and rebalance price to create an efficient market. That's what a fair value gap is. And how we take advantage of that is we know, and we can formulate a bias now on how price is moving, right? And we're like, okay, since buyers are in control, it's a good idea for me to have the narrative to be long, right? But you don't just solely take a trade based off a fair value gap.
Right.
There needs to be other confluences in your trading because there are a ton of fair value gaps. If you're trading on the 1 minute, there could be a plethora of fair value gaps.
Right.
A higher time frame fair value gap is going to be weighted way differently than a 1 minute fair value gap. I want to make that very, very clear for everybody. Right? A lot of people say that time frames are fractal. I don't necessarily, and they do, right? And what I mean by that is that the 1 minute is going to move the same as the 4 hour, but as far as the weight of a fair value gap, right? And as
the 4
far as
hour can have a lot more meaning.
the confluence of it, right? A 4 hour fair value gap is going to be weighted way more than a 1 minute and a 30-second. It's just the facts, right?
Yeah, because there's a lot more participants on the 4 hour than on the 1 minute, and therefore it has much more meaning as far as the market direction or the market opinion goes. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like fair value gap is basically what we in the old days used to call sweeping the ladder, where the buyers would either sweep the offers or the sellers would hit the bids, and it would just everything would flush. We see this, by the way, every minute of every day in gold these days, right? I mean, we see.
Oh my God! I mean, you see silver right now. It's there. It's parabolic. There isn't even, you can't even go off of market structure because it's just a bullish candle after a bullish candle after a bullish candle. And a lot of people are trading silver right now. It's a very, very dangerous instrument to trade. For anyone out there, silver is the hottest new thing. Okay. And I want everyone to know that it could do extreme damage to your accounts very, very quickly. It could completely obliterate your account.
Right. You had some basically fair warnings about silver because it's very volatile. It's very illiquid. And it's very large size. If you're trading a large contract, did you say to me that like a couple of ticks could actually fund?
A couple of ticks will destroy your entire account. On 1 mini on a trading silver, it'll obliterate your account. Even the micros are astronomical. It's a dangerous instrument to trade, and it's like the hottest new thing because you know why? People who are trading prop firms, they like to take advantage of one, volatility, and two, being able to over leverage and either pass or fail and eval very, very quickly.
Right.
These are two things that are going to build and formulate extremely bad habits in your trading. It's not something that you guys should ever do. It's going to feed a very, very evil habit, and it's going to be a rabbit hole that you're not going to be able to ever get out of.
Let's talk about that because we have conflicting advice. There are panelists on this show that are saying, hey, I trade eval completely different. I load up the truck and I just I load up the truck and I sometimes I get funded in one trade. Have you done that or is that
okay? So when I trade evaluations, I only risk slightly more than I would in a funded account, right? So
can you give us a specific difference?
I'm going to give you specific like numbers, right? So in a funded account, we're going to take Apex because I'm heavily focused on Apex and I'm heavily focused on Tradeify right now. So if I'm trading my Apex accounts, right? Let's just say I'm trading a 50K account. In a funded account, right? I will only risk $500 per trade, right? Whatever the size, and I don't use specific contract sizing, right? Whatever my stop loss is, right? Whether it's bigger or smaller, the value of the trade will be based off of the number, right? So if $500 is one micro or $500 is one mini, that's how I go off of it. It goes off of the numerical value, not the contract size. So I'll risk 500 in the funded, and when I'm in the eval, I will either risk 1,000 to 750.
Okay, so
it's not a full port evaluation. It's going to
150 to 200% at maximum. That's it.
Yeah, because I'm telling you right now, if you think that you're going to be able to shut that off when you go into a funded account, you are so beyond wrong.
Yeah.
Especially for beginner traders. I'm telling you right now, that's going to come with you into your funded account. I promise you.
It's true.
I'm telling you, it's going to come with you.
Bad habits are hard to shake. I'm
Yes.
a prime example of that. I do that all the time, where I'm like doing large trades and evals, and then I have to really, really, really recondition myself on the fundeds. It is like it's really equivalent to like going cold turkey if you're a drug addict. It's like it's just
you have to understand that this game is 95% mental, right? And it's on you to completely rewire your brain and everything that you know. Like, think about life in general. Whenever you make a mistake, right, you want to fix it right away.
Yeah.
When you do that on the charts, it's going to be the most evil thing that you could try to do, because you're like, I lost $300 today. I got to get this back today. I got to fix it. And
today, I got to get it back in the next minute.
Yeah, the market is going to strip you clean. It's going to strip you naked, and that account is going to be gone. You have to rewire your mind.
Yeah,
you have to do the complete opposite.
I think if everybody in this room is honest with themselves, the hardest thing to do, is not to trade 30 seconds after your loss. It's the hardest thing to do.
Yeah,
in the market, because
this is that's what I focus on when I tell people, is that you need to come to the market at a specific time. You have a data-backed model. It has to be around. If you're a discretionary trader, I think that most people should have a mechanical model to around 85% mechanical. And then there is form of discretion based in your trading, but you need to come to the market with a full plan every single day. If A happens, I do B. If the trade goes awry, I do this. I trade at a specific time. I have a model. I look for the same thing day in and day out. And you trade one session, you take one trade, and you use adequate risk management. You take if your edge is in London, or your edge is in Asia, or your edge is in New York, you do not trade another kill zone. You do not, ever. Because it's going to, I'm telling you, the more that you're involved in the market, the more chances you have of giving everything back that you just made. When you're involved in the market more, you have to understand that you're more susceptible of losing. It's never going to be the opposite. You think that you take more trades and you're going to get more opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's the most counterintuitive aspect of trading.
Yes.
That everybody has to understand, that actually the less work you do, the more money you make, which is the exact opposite of how we live in real life. Like, it's the exact opposite of real life, where the more work we do, the more money we make. The markets are the exact opposite. The more work you put in, the less money you make, because the market is going to take it away from you.
I made more money trading around 4 times a month than most people ever made trading prop firms. When I swear to God, I swear, I would take around 4 to 6 trades a month, and I still made more money than probably 95% of people trading prop firms. So to the people out there thinking that you need to take a trade every single day, or every single session, or every single hour, and you think there's going to be an A+ opportunity, that is not necessarily the case.
No,
you need to do a lot less than whatever the hell you're doing right now.
Right. Yeah. Even I'll be honest with you, even in my own room when we're scalping, I to be honest, like, because we have a very sort of a short-term model, that short-term model only works 10 o'clock to 11:30 New York. That's it. Anytime, any other time, it's basically a waste of your time.
But that's what I'm saying, is that you're doing it at a specific window of time.
Yes.
Other people will sit on those charts all day, right? And the more that you sit on those charts, you are going to give yourself a reason to take a trade. You will.
The number one statement in my room is, do as I say, not as I do.
100%. 100%. Because think about it. When you're on those charts and you're watching, your brain is going to find a reason for you to take a trade.
Right.
I promise you. You're gonna do a bad mistake, and you'll be like, you're watching the charts, and your mind is gonna tell you, oh, this looks like a good opportunity, but it doesn't even fit my trading model. Why am I trading at this time? This isn't an A+ setup. This isn't even part of the conditions of my trade. And then you're gonna go and take it, and you're gonna blow your account up, and you'll be like, why the hell did I just do that?
Yeah. Now, you trade both futures and CFDs, and the CFD side, I'm just curious, your experience with Think Capital, how, like, what are the ways that you trade on the CFDs? One of the cool things, by the way, about CFD is they don't have that, end of day time constraint. Like, you got to close your trade. And I know that that's really good for you, because you like to kind of hold them for a while and milk it. So tell us about how that worked out.
And not only this, everyone needs to know that as far as the drawdown perspective, from a CFD, whether you trade CFDs or futures, the drawdown's differently. So when you're trading with Thin Capital, right, it's more of a static drawdown, right? If you have an end of day drawdown and you make $2,000, that's going to trail at the end of your day. If you make $2,000 on Thin Capital, you now have an extra buffer of $2,000 in your account, right? And it's balance-based drawdown. So on the swing accounts that I trade with them, it's balance-based. The other CFD firms, they'll have like a hybrid drawdown. So you'll you'll be up $5,000, and at the end of the trading day, by 5 p.m., they will trail it to whatever's higher, your balance or your equity. So if you don't close that trade, it's still trailing to that. So that's why I pick firms that have balance-based drawdown. And when I trade with Thin Capital, you know, I have the largest payout in the history of the firm, and I focused on just trading London session, taking one trade, and just using high probability fair value gaps based on trending market conditions. And the thing that I do with futures that I'm trading with Apex right now, because I'm going for my $1 million on my 20, I'm on the 25K accounts, and I almost did it on my first try. And I just want to give a shout out to Apex because I almost, on my first PA accounts, I ran them up to $500,000. Right. Wow. And this is, and I want to make this very, very clear to everybody, is that it took 2 bad trading days for me on Tilt to destroy those freaking accounts.
Wow.
I destroyed them.
Wow. Everybody needs to just,
and I'm completely open.
So true.
It took 2 freaking bad days. That's it, to destroy and decimate. And it was I couldn't leave my house for 3 weeks. I'm gonna tell you right now, I didn't leave my house. It was the most gut wrenching. And because I would have been probably one of the only 3 people to ever run those accounts up to $1 million on their first try. I mean, I did $100,000 on my first PA attempts ever.
So what happened? You tilted, or you just
So actually, this is what happened, right? So I was sharing my progress on social media with Apex, and actually somebody hacked into my accounts. They completely went into my accounts, and I was locked out. I was locked out of my accounts for 3 weeks, and I was emotional about it. The guy tried to withdraw $120,000. Yeah, I swear to God, they got into my accounts. He was from the UK, and Apex saved those accounts for me. I got on a phone call with a woman named Marion, and and it was on the weekend, and she saved those accounts for me because those accounts were my children, and they completely blocked the person from withdrawing the profits. But when I got the accounts back, I was still emotional about it, and I traded them still, and I didn't give myself enough time to calm down. And I took one loss, and I oversized on the next one, and it was a 2-day decimation of the accounts, and they were gone.
You know, like, this is a really great example of what I always believe, that there is no way to future-proof your trading. In other words, you know, you get all this advice about be disciplined, be this. The thing about trading is, like what you're saying, it's not about the market. It's everything else in life that will happen to you, and you cannot anticipate somebody hacking into your account. You can't anticipate, you know, I don't know, tripping over your dog while you're making a trade and hitting a sell instead of a buy. You can't anticipate, you know, your child coming in and doing stuff. All sorts of utterly non-market related stuff will sabotage your trades, because God knows they do sabotage mine. And I think people need to appreciate that it's not just about here's my setup, here's my structure, here's this. Sabotage very often, in fact, 90% of the time, the sabotage comes not from you trading badly, but from life happening around you.
And that's not to say that I'm making excuses, right? That was entirely my fault.
No.
I should not have came to the market emotional like that and traded. I should have gave myself more time to calm down. I'm not the person who makes excuses for my trading ever. That was entirely my fault.
Right. It's not a matter of excuses. It's just a matter, I'm just explaining to people. Just because you think you have discipline doesn't mean you're protected from sabotage, because sabotage comes from completely different points.
Of course. And that's something that you are going to battle every single day that you come to the markets. Everyone on this planet is susceptible to tilting. Right? Everybody.
Yes.
But it is on you, and it is imperative for you to have strict rules and understand when those emotions are overtaking rational thinking. I wasn't even taking trades in my system. I was just clicking buttons because I was so freaking mad. I was mad. I was pissed off, right? And I was mad at the person that tried to take advantage of me and try to steal money from me. And it carried into my trading, right? Regardless if Apex saved the accounts or not, I should not have traded under those conditions emotionally like that. It was a destructive thing.
Understood. So before we go to charts, I'm just curious, how did you bulletproof to your mind at this point? Like, is it just simply experience? You just say, listen,
You want to know?
I expect anything and everything to happen. I expect like the craziest thing to happen. And now I'm just, I'm not going to react as emotionally as I used to because it's just
And
like,
I'm going to tell you exactly what needs to be done because I've went through everything. And you physically, and unfortunately, I have to say it to everybody, you physically have to go through the hardships of making the mistakes. It's the only freaking way you're going to learn. If I tell you not to touch the hot stove, you are not going to know to touch the hot stove until you touch it. And you have the physical pain. The physical pain of me burning those accounts is with me. It's embedded in me forever. Forever. I will never be able to let that go. And you have to go through that. I know it sucks. Listen, I was unprofitable for 6 years. I lost everything. My girlfriend had to pay my rent for me. I lost every single thing I've ever had. And that is in me. It's the calluses in me that I have forever now. And you need to go through that because it's the only way you're going to know to not fuck up. It's the only way. Do not do bad things because you're going to feel that pain again.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of traders, you just need to go through this. You have to. It's a rite of passage. It's part of the journey. It builds you who you are as a trader.
Right.
And I know it sucks, man. I know it sucks. But it's going to be the greatest thing that ever happens to you because you're never going to make these mistakes again. You really aren't.
No, exactly. So we got just a few minutes left, and I do want to just maybe
you want me to pull up my charts?
Let's go to the screen.
Yeah.
Share sort of his money, his bread and butter setup that he loves to do.
Yeah. I got you.
And we will just pull up the screen right now.
Let me know if you can see it.
I see your screen. Beautiful green candles. Is that Bollinger Bands? What do you got on there?
Yeah, I use the Bollinger Bands. I'm a little bit of a weirdo with that. I've been using them for a long time. You know what? Let me just pull up a setup here that's very, very easy for people to understand.
By the way, I just want to while Tyler's setting up the screen, I just want you to see how clean everybody's charts are, right? The people who have shared the screens with us have basically only one or two key things. It's really, it's really all about that, mastering one or two kind of indicators, as well as sort of understanding market structure within that. That's all you need that's all you need to succeed.
Okay. So here's one of the setups that I would take.
Okay.
So here we are when I'm trading futures right now, and I'm trading CFDs.
Yeah.
I will look for my trades inside of Asia session now. So essentially what I want to do is I want to take advantage of the new daily candle, right? I want to be able to find the expansionary move for the day, right? Because when you're trading futures, you have to close your trades at 5 p.m. And even when I'm trading CFDs now, I like to take advantage of that new daily candle and the expansionary move on the new daily candle. So that is the entire narrative of my trading. Now, what we're going to talk about today is that one of my bread and butter setups is if you guys know and you come to the market, 6 p.m. is the new daily candle that's going to open, right? So what I want to see is and the time frames I trade are the 30-minute, the 45, and the 1 hour, right? So that's kind of like where it's good balance between intraday and kind of like a higher time frame narrative, because I don't like to get caught up in anything lower than the 15-minute time frame. It's just too much noise for me. So I come to the market, and if you see this indicator here, this is what I was telling you guys about, is this is a balanced priced range, right? So this is a fair value gap here. Let me pull it up for you guys. So here is a fair value gap, that big green one, and then here is also a fair value gap. There's two small fair value gaps overlapping each other, right? You have the bigger one here on this candle from 1530 to 1630. This is the imbalance here.
So basically, the sellers came down.
Yep.
They flushed it, and then they brought it back up.
Now, that's your first imbalance, and then this is the second imbalance right here when buyer stepped in. So it's essentially two fair value gaps now overlapping each other. To me, balanced price range are slightly better than just a solely one fair value gap, and from my back testing.
So
now,
basically, a balanced price range, to understand it, is opposite fair value gaps kind of balancing each other out.
Correct. It's two fair value gaps overlapping each other.
Got it.
Now, when I come to the market at 6 p.m., this is an extremely important candle. And what I tell you guys is that you want to come to the market at a specific time and then price. You have to understand that time is, and what ICT, and it changed my entire trading, is that when I started putting the majority of my focus on time, right, and then going and looking at price. Now, this balanced price range.
Sorry, just stop, because it's a very important point. I know we're running out of time here, but why is time so much more important than price? Why is what makes time so valuable?
Because when you come to the market at a specific time, a fair value gap at when the market opens at 6 p.m. is going to be weighted far differently than a random fair value gap at 12:30 in the afternoon.
Understood.
Right? It's because
the market opens. Whatever sessions they are very, very important to establishing directionality. Okay,
it's everything. Yeah. Okay.
Understood.
So let me go a little bit faster here. So when I get the balanced price range, now it's on the first presented candle. It's on the 6 p.m. candle. That is a extremely crucial candle because it's the opening of the new daily candle. Now I get a wick rejection inside of this fair value gap in Asia's session. I'm only looking for trades between 6 p.m. and midnight, right before the midnight open. As soon as I get this wick rejection here, I'm setting a limit on the first presented fair value gap, and my stop is below. Look at the RR on this position.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
This is on a swing position. This is an over 50R trade. This is a 30R position, and I would have held this until market close.
Amazing.
But my risk would have been very small. I would have only risked $100 on this trade on my Apex.
Right, but it's basically all about, look, I'm going to time my entry.
Yes.
It's either going to work or not. If it works and I've timed my entry and there's continuity in the session,
correct,
I'm going to get paid out.
Correct.
I mean, it's like trading lottery tickets, but with obviously intelligent structure. It's just
right. And I keep my risk small. My RR is high. And I know people, and listen, I don't get as many, right? When you have a high RR and you have a higher win rate, you're not trading as frequently, and I'm okay with that. There's going to be a sacrifice. If you're going to trade a smaller RR and a higher win rate, you can get trades more frequently. When you're trading like this, they are not going to happen every single day.
Right.
This trade could happen 3 times a month. But I'm cool with that. I just take my trades and I'm consistent day after day. And when I trade different instruments, I'm trading the NASDAQ, I'm trading YM, and I'm trading gold.
Right. We got to go. Unfortunately, I could talk,
cool.
I could talk to you for 5 hours.
I know. Sorry. I got a little excited.
But just the key question to you is how many trades a month do you usually do? Just sort of as a final question.
It'll depend on the asset, right? If I can, it just depends on the market conditions. I could get around 5 to 8 a month
per asset.
No, not per asset. Total.
Oh, total. Wow. Look how selective you are.
I'm not. No.
Oh
Definitely not. Definitely not per asset. No way.
That is so interesting. Look how selective he is.
I'm very selective.
I do 5 to 8 trades a minute. So that's amazing. That's really interesting. Super fascinating. Tyler Capital at Tyler Capital. Of course, he's the man. Everybody go.
Love you guys. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for elucidating all of us.
Of course.
In the darker arts of ICT and fair value, which is really great.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go to see who the winners are for Tradeify and Think Capital, who've been great sponsors. Let's see who won. Oh, Ken Shelley, another one of our great traders, won that. DMJ 958 Gray, UZ Howe, Texas. I think he's from Texas. Trade Like the Tiger. And William 10132. So again, all you guys have won Tradeify or Think Capital accounts for this particular session that was traded. One of the great things that Tyler has pointed out, and there's a lot of people who are again asking us, do you guys do CFDs? Do you guys do Forex? There was actually even a comment I saw said, hey, if I won a futures account, can I flip it for a Forex account? Absolutely. We'll coordinate with you. We have $5 million worth of accounts to give away. If you want to trade Forex instead of futures, we'll absolutely be happy to flip it around with you. All of our sponsors are great. But as far as just sort of understanding the difference, understand that the CFD brokers, especially guys like Think Capital, do not trail the stop. So they are ideal for the kind of trading that Tyler was doing, which is where you take a position and you let it just mature and grow, and you're not constantly under the pressure of a growing stop. Where scalping and the kind of short-term trading that I practice and Candace practice and all the other people who do short-term trading, and Rebecca and all of the moms practice. So really important to understand the differences between the type of props, the type of products, and the kind of type of strategies you want to do. And now, without much ado, we have the paddle with my friend Nick, and Kathy is going to introduce us to that.
Yes. Thank you so much, Boris. Give me 1 second. Okay. So next up, we're talking with Daniel, better known as the Prop Firm Kid. You've probably seen his viral chicken trading video, and if you hadn't, you definitely should. It's so much fun. Before becoming a full-time gold trader with over 200 payouts, Daniel was working in construction, completely broke, and he heard about trading from his buddies on the job site. With very limited capital, prop really was his only real opportunity to earn real income and change his life. Daniel actually learned how to trade from trader Nick, who you'll also hear from today. Nick made over $3 million in trading profits by the age of 23, trading macro, which, as you all know, is one of the key driving forces of everything right now. As Daniel will tell you, Nick is an incredible trader and a mentor. This session is sponsored by Hola Prime, known for the fastest 1-hour payouts, a wide choice of trading platforms, and 24/7 customer support. We'll be selecting 5 winners of Hola Prime challenges at the end of this session. So while you're listening, you know what to do. Follow Prop Trader Edge on X. Type Prop Rocks in the Hola Prime post that just went live, and we'll randomly choose the winners at the end of this session. So welcome, Daniel. Welcome, Nick. We can't wait to hear about everything you've got to share.
Awesome. We are here surrounded by friends, surrounded by great prop firms. It's a good day. We've got definitely the right roster of people here. Thank you to Kathy and Boris and all the sponsors, Hola Prime especially, of course, for making this possible. Daniel, it's good to see you, man. How you doing, man?
Hey, good to see you. How are you?
So this is not our first rodeo in terms of conversations. We've talked many times, but I'm curious just to dive into some questions. The prop firm world feels like it is constantly evolving. I know for you, Daniel, it's been like me too. Like it's been a very different progression as prop firms have completely taken over. At least from my perception, it feels like they're everywhere. They're all over the place, and people have a double-edged sword here. They have more choices than ever, but also more options to consider, pros and cons to consider than ever. And I think that why I admire your work so much is because I actually find myself going to your page to learn about prop firms to avoid, prop firms to like you put people on the hot seat if they're making the wrong calls or doing the wrong thing, and you elevate and escalate prop firms that are honest and helping traders actually get to where they want to be. So without further ado, good to see you, Daniel. And what's going on?
Yeah, just enjoying the gold pump. How about you?
Hey, you know, gold has been good to us. I know I saw your comment on my Instagram. Daniel, for people who are just, you know, maybe seeing you for the first time, first of all, I'd be surprised for the people who've never seen your page on Instagram. You got some great stuff up there. Tell people just a little bit about your style, what you do. You know, I know you are more on the short-term trading side of things. You're heavy on gold. Tell us just a little bit about you as a trader and your background.
Yeah, so at the moment, I put most of my focus on gold, intraday trading, because that translates the best in a prop firm setting, day trading. Majority of prop firms have so many weird little rules around holding over weekends and like news trading and all that. So getting in and out of a trade and trading as little as possible is actually what I like to do, because it gives you the most control, right? When you're exposed to the market, like that's when you have no control, but you can control when you enter and exit, right? So yeah, that's kind of like why I recommend to everyone, you know, I prefer day trading in prop firm settings because it is a different game than live trading. And I think that's the main thing I always see people kind of get cross-wired is they think that live trading your own capital is similar to prop firm trading, and it is just a whole different world. They have a lot of basic principles that are the same, but it is a completely different game.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because that's actually, to me, one of the most interesting conversations around prop firm is To your point, prop firm trading and standard, loading a brokerage and trading it with your own capital is two different things. I mean, if you spend $200 on a prop firm challenge, an instant funded, whatever it is that you're going for, that's all you're in for, right? Like it's almost like an options contract in the sense that you only have so much that you can lose. You've paid your entry fee, and there is theoretically unlimited upside potential in exchange for the really small, potential that you have put down, or the loss potential. My question for you on that tone, though, that topic is, I've seen two different schools of thoughts on this. The approach to prop firms is be aggressive, or to be really conservative. I've seen like people make the case for both sides. Do you have a stance on, generally speaking, high level, considering we're working with honest prop firm, what is the approach you take? Are you more aggressive with your position sizing, or are you more defensive?
Yeah, I absolutely have an opinion on that. And I would say, like, I followed you for a while, and I understand, kind of a little bit how you trade as well. And you post your results for transparency on your social media, and you trade, let's just say, larger amount of capitals relative to most people. So I've seen you do like 2, 3, 4% gains per month on average. But when you take into consideration that, hey, maybe you're trading $1 million, right? Mm-hmm. That's 30, 40K in a month, right, for you, for just doing some analysis and clicking a few buttons. Let's just say that's, to put it simply, right? And so you have to understand that those 3-4% gains in a month, that's great. But if we translate that type of trading to a prop firm, let's take a 2-step Forex prop firm challenge, for example. You need 10% profit in the phase 1. You need 5% profit in the phase 2. And then you get funded. So you need to make 15% profit overall just before you can even think about getting funded, right? So if you took that approach, how you trade your live capital, and you apply it to a prop firm challenge, you could be in that thing for months. Best case scenario, months and months, right? And I think this is what I often tell people is, like, we all want to make money trading with prop firms, but we can't take 100 years doing it, because we're going to be gone by then. Time itself is one of the most valuable currencies that people don't think about as well, right? Sure. It is actually the most valuable currency. So personally, I would rather have the outcome of my prop firm challenge play out a lot faster, even if it has maybe a little bit of a lower pass rate, because I'm also trading that time factor and considering that time factor it takes to pass. So I believe, like, with prop firm trading, it's so much more important to be aggressive. With this environment, your success and your failure is extremely magnified. But like you said, you're only risking your challenge fee. You're not risking all of your life savings that you might have in a live account. So you really have to think of it like that. Sure, you have a 100K account, but that's not 100K. That is the $350, $400 you paid for it, right? So I really think, like, an aggressive approach is super important. So you would take 1% on a trade setup. That's a swing trade. Maybe you're holding it for 2-3+ weeks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be taking a day trade setup, risking 1 to 2%. And that's going to be opened and closed within the same day. So I have full control around news and other market reset factors that prop firms have.
Yeah, it does feel like, just from, my perception, I think you outlined that really well. You outlined the concept of the difference between trading with a standard brokerage. Time sensitivity is not quite the same, because a lot of, various different prop firms have different time constraints. They have things that you need to hit by certain marks. But at the same time, you're totally correct, where, in a live brokerage setting, if you can produce 1, 2, 3% per month on average, that's pretty exceptional. But if your goal, like, cut to the chase, is like, I want to receive payouts from prop firms, then we need to like move the needle. We need to get to that point where payouts are like a shot on goal, like it's achievable. Whereas if you're taking a very long time to even potentially pass, right? Because that's the whole other thing is not only do you have to pass, you then need to like get to the point where you're, you know, in the payout phase. So the aggressive approach, and also I think you made a good point too that we brushed over, which is this idea that, you know, 1, 2, 3%. That's on a good month for me. Like I'm trading on a real brokerage, so I'm of course a little bit different with my position sizing. But in the case that you're, as you've said, you know, you're in for a couple $100 or less, you are, you know, that's, you've decided like that's what I'm willing to lose on this. Once you're in there, you might as well be a little bit more aggressive to try and get closer to the goalpost for it to be worthwhile in the first place. Because otherwise there is, and I imagine a lot of people who go on, that's like the biggest criticism for maybe the defensive or really slow approach to prop firms is like, you could spend theoretically a couple months on some of like the low or like the no time constraint types of models. Like you could sit there and really diligently work towards it and then just have like one bad month and it just kind of resets all of your progress. So I really like that time was at the center of your answer there, because it's like, okay, if we're going to get there, we want to really optimize our time, like make a run for it. If we're on, you know, on target, then we try and like capitalize on that and then just move to the next thing. That brings me to another just follow-up question on that. Are you pretty, I think I've seen you make content around this topic. I think that you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're on the defense of like, okay, or on the team of, I'm going to try and be aggressive. And then once I'm in there, I'm also, once I'm funded, right? I've passed the challenge. I'm in the challenge or I'm in the funded account. You're still trying to be aggressive in the sense that I'm going to try and capitalize, maximize my payouts. And if I burn the account, I'm out of there and I'm on to the next. Is that fair?
A little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of truth to that. And I would say like typically what I do when I am funded, I turn the risk down a little bit. There's a few reasons for that. It's because we know that majority of prop firms, almost, I would say, let's just say to be fair, 98% of prop firms are all demo based. Even when you're funded, you're in a demo based environment.
Right.
So you don't want to get too many eyeballs on you. I mean, the biggest issues I see, and I always get these DMs of traders saying, hey, I just got my 30K payout denied. What's going on? Right. And you have to realize that, you know, the overhead cost of a 30K payout for one customer is incredibly high. So they have to make a decision. Do we want to find a reason to deny this payout? Which prop firms in their terms of service, they pretty much have a backdoor policy for almost any payout that they can implement if they want to. So they have to decide, hey, do we pay this trader or do we take the risk of getting a bad review? Right. Sure. And a 30K payout might be a pretty good reason to trade for a bad review, you know? Yeah. So typically what I do when I'm funded on these 100K accounts, that's typically the size that I go with. I'll target between around a 3% payout. And that's over a 2-week to a 1-month cycle. Interesting. You know, and when you have multiple funded accounts, that really adds up. And that's another segue to another point is it's so important to have multiple accounts and not put all of your trust and hopes and dreams into one single account, because mentally it's exhausting and the math just doesn't work long term, you know.
That's so interesting, Daniel, because what you've outlined there is something that I've not thought about very heavily, but I imagine that as a prop firm trader yourself, you know, you're in there and you're investing like all this time on your end as the trader. You're getting these accounts passed, you're in there, you're working to a payout. And I've never thought about that, but you're correct, because you work with such a broad group of different firms. And you obviously, like, that's your world on the social media side, is vetting different ones. And you have a lot of experience working with and studying different models, et cetera. That's really interesting, though, that you're talking about, like, okay, if we can actually take smaller payouts, fly under the radar, and spread out across lots of different prop firms, that sounds almost like a diversification in exposure to yourself as the trader. That's really interesting. What got you thinking about that? Because obviously you've done so many different reviews of firms that have been honest or not honest with you. What kind of got you in that mindset of, like, how'd you figure out that concept of, like, I'm going to fly under the radar?
Yeah. Well, back in 2024, February is when I started trading firms. And first, before I dabbled with it, I dove in and did some deep learning about the models that they run on, because it didn't make sense to me. A lot of people back then still thought you might be trading live capital. Like
Yeah.
they weren't really transparent about it. And once I learned about the demo-based model that everyone used, I was like, okay, well, you know, I can't juice one prop firm too much. Like if I'm 400K funded with one prop firm and I have a good month, they're like, how are they going to pay me? Like, where does that money come from? So that's kind of like where I said, okay, well, we have to kind of be like a mosquito, or we're just like taking a little bit from each prop firm. And obviously it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. Some prop firms I do well with, and other ones just by chance I hit very little payouts, right? So you don't really know which one you're going to do well with over time.
Right.
But yeah, that's kind of why I started going low risk, because once you understand the model and you want something sustainable, you really have to diversify, because prop firms are high risk, right? And it is what you said, it is a diversification. You can think of it as a diversification of assets, right?
Yeah.
You have, let's say I have 10 funded accounts on 10 different prop firms, is significantly better than 10 funded accounts on one prop firm, because a prop firm is good until it's not. We don't know what's going on the back end. We've seen them close their doors instantly overnight before. It is a high risk game. And I always tell people that, but it's also high risk, high reward, right?
It's so interesting because you're totally onto something there that maybe newer traders who are, you know, listening right now, like if you haven't been around in the space for a while, 100%, please follow Prop Firm Kid. He's a walking historian when it comes to this stuff. Like we have seen a lot of stuff. Yeah. Like we've seen a lot of different things. And I actually thought that was a really good point in terms of like understanding the model of prop firms. They are a leveraged business to an extent. And we as the trader, we don't know 100% what's going on behind closed doors. We can't know. It's not our business. It's not our balance sheet. All we know as traders is, hey, these businesses offer a service. We also know it is common knowledge at this point in the trading space that the prop firm model means essentially, you know, losing traders pay for the payouts of winning traders, and that it is simulated capital. You know, actually, a couple of years back, just flashback, a couple of us, yourself included, as you started to figure that out, Daniel, it's like that was not out in the open. Now it is. People now know, you know, all over after some of the events that took place with the CFTC, the Canadian, all the different, you know, kind of jurisdictions, et cetera. It has now become very commonplace knowledge that all of these firms, if not all of them, but very, very most majority are doing that simulated capital approach. And it actually seems like, hey, you know what? It's out in the open now. If you accept to trade on this, it is sort of a, you know, the prop firm is offering a service. It is what it is. It's a service that is necessary for a lot of traders who don't have a lot of capital. So that diversification, though, as traders makes a lot of sense for us, because it's like, okay, well, we don't know what's going on in your world. You could shut down at some point. And so spreading out. That brings me to one last thing. For you, you are, you know, short-term trading gold. Whereas it's almost the perfect type of approach that fits a lot of prop firm traders. A lot of traders, they struggle. Like for me, especially, my strategy works on only a couple prop firms if I was to approach it that way, right? Because not all of them. Now, I do have to just say, as a friend of Ola Primes, they offer some really good different types of accounts. They have a really broad, like you can select pretty much anything you want in there. So definitely check them out.
Oh, definitely check them out. Yeah.
Yeah, like they've got a lot of different choices, which is cool, right? You can build your own account. But again, for a lot of traders, like if you're a swing trader and you hold through news events or you hold through weekends, that by default like cuts you out of a lot of firms. So I think that's awesome. Did you kind of morph your trading in that direction, Daniel, like because it was optimal for a lot of prop firms?
Yeah, when I did deep research and I looked at all the rules and I looked at trends that prop firms have with rules, I said, you know, day trading is the optimal form, and not aggressive day trading either. I mean, I really want my position to be open for hours if possible, but I'm taking as minimal positions as I can, right? We have this balance between HFT or scalpers and swing traders, and we got to be somewhere in the middle there. And that's kind of like where all the rules for these prop firms, or majority of them, they're built around, for whatever reason, they've built them around day traders, because the prop firms try to add, news trading rules or weekend holding rules or minimum trading time rules to get you right if you get that payout. So if you are conservative enough but also aggressive enough to pass it in a reasonable amount of time, that's kind of like where the balance is, right, between this aggression and conservatism. So that's kind of like where I established that day trading range. And the good thing I want to say before we wrap it up too is, like, for people that are looking for to replace income like I have with prop firm trading, you have to think of it like, I know there's this option of live trading, but with prop firms, it's such a different game because payouts essentially are your paycheck. It's income. You can think of it as like a consulting fee for your service, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
I trade an account and I get a payout like every 2 weeks. If you're trading your own live capital and you make, let's say you have a 100K account of your own capital, you make 5% on that in a month. Are you going to withdraw that, or don't you want to keep it in there and compound it? Right.
Yeah.
So there's no system for income when you're trading your own live capital because you want to grow that capital. But with prop firms, there's no point to keep the money in there. You withdraw it. It's a payment to you. It's like a paycheck, right? And they're on 2-week cycles, most of them. So it's so nice you get these paychecks rolling in. And that's when you can really start to see, hey, maybe I can replace my income because I've built up some funding. I have a consistent flow. And
that just triggered a thought in my head too, Daniel, about exactly what you're saying. I totally agree with you in terms of, again, going back to, we don't know everything that happens under the hood at all these different prop firms as traders. And so, making frequent withdrawals, I think we're both on the same page with that. That makes a lot of sense. The question I then have for you is, let's say you take $20,000 in payouts over the course of a few months or something like that. As a trader, obviously you have a choice. You can use that money to live off of. You can use that money to potentially buy more prop firm accounts, or you use that to, like, I've seen also people say, like, well, I use those funding payouts to start fueling a long-term like holdings account. Like, people just like buy the S&P 500 with their earnings from prop firms. Mm-hmm. That's a really interesting line of thinking. Do you have a preference? Like, are you sort of the approach that you're going to take is going to be more like, I'm going to take those payouts and just reinvest them in my prop firm trading? Because again, maybe you think there's maybe a higher yield, a higher return on doing that. Or would you rather put it into a passive account?
Well, this is what I recommend everyone to do that's looking to replace and actually make a business out of prop firm trading, is try to separate everything. Like, create a business, a prop firm trading business.
Yep.
All of your payouts go into that bank account, and you can use that funds to pay yourself income. You can use those funds to buy more prop firm challenges, because to keep that overhead cost of the machine going. Or you can open up a separate holding company that's a sister company and use it as an investment firm and invest your profits any way you want that way, right? So that's like to turn into a business and to start to really think about it like a business rather than a hobby. That's how you can get out of that 9 to 5 that I was able to escape just from prop firm payouts alone.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible stuff right there, Daniel. Cause like, of course, not the tax financial advice, anything like that here. I would highly, highly recommend, though, if especially you are in the US or Canada, consult someone on your side that is someone who knows about how that works within your own country, because, oh my gosh, what you just said was goldmine. Like, if you can find a way to do prop firm challenges and payouts all within the context of a business with write-offs and things like that, there are some significant differences there than standard trading with a brokerage where you have taxes at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Again, not tax professionals here, but please do yourself a favor and do some research, do your due diligence, and speak to someone who really knows about it in your home country, because that could be a whole segment or webinar by itself. It's like such important stuff.
I agree. Yeah.
100%. Well, Daniel, we're pretty close to the end of our session here. I think we're going to have Kathy or Boris or someone jump in here with us in just a moment. I just want to say, in terms of everyone who is listening, take a second. Highly recommend Prop Firm Kid on Instagram. He does some really entertaining stuff, but highly educational stuff. And I think one of the biggest things, again, looking out for the trader, is you want to make sure that the prop firm that you're considering or looking into is also actually trusted and worthwhile, right? How painful is it to spend so much time working through a prop firm only to realize they're not going to pay you out? That is devastating, because that's a lot of your time and a lot of your energy. And hey, I had a good trading month and I'm not even going to get a payout. Like, you want to find guys like Daniel, like what he does, where he shares testimonies, experiences, the winning circle, the losing circle of different prop firms. How did you get into that, by the way, Daniel? Like, what got you into that? Was just your experience and just wanting to share it?
Just on the Instagram?
Yeah, just like making content around.
It's just a little side quest, that kind of popped off because the chicken, and then there's a lot of prop firm traders coming into the market in 2024. And it's still growing, right? There's a lot of, it's getting bigger, especially with futures as well. So I was just doing it for fun because, I'm super introvert and antisocial. So I communicate with people through my app there. Otherwise, I'd never talk to another human in my life.
Well, hey, you know what? It's fantastic content. And I genuinely think it is like a service that we need more of. It's like vetting real prop firms, vetting experiences with them. Is big, because again, if you're just the trader and you're just walking in the doors of a prop firm that may not be treating people honestly, that is something that if you could know ahead of time, you could save yourself a lot of time, money, and heartache with working through these different things. So I know we could keep going. We could go through a lot more stuff if we had some more time. Unfortunately, we got to keep the show rolling here. But just real quick, Daniel, explain for people who are interested. We talked just a little bit about the day trading side of things with gold, especially. Can you just give us a high level overview of like what your approach generally is, like how you enter, how you exit, what you're looking for?
Yeah, like typically I would consider myself if you haven't read a book, read Trend Following by Mark Covell. First of all, I mean, it takes a lot of mechanical trading principles into there. It's very extensive, very long, but it's a good fundamental understanding of the realities of like basic market movements. So I would call myself a trend/momentum trader. I'm always looking to trade with 1 hour, 30-minute momentum. And then for entries, I'm always looking for some kind of pullback into a little bit of a key level. I really trade around the VWAP, and I also consider leading indicator like volume, because volume is really the only way we can understand if some big players are entering the market or exiting the market, right? Without volume, we don't really know. We're just kind of guessing. So volume is such an important factor that I use in my trading, and it is such a difference maker.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And typically in terms of, where you are looking to target, are you looking to kind of take profits quickly? Are you looking at 1-to-1s, 2-to-1s, 3-to-1s? I know that you're a little bit quicker on the take profit, but explain that for people who aren't super familiar with your style.
Yeah. So my general rule, it's like the most basic approach that I usually do is around 1.5% risk on my day trade. And I'll target a 1 to 2 risk reward. And then I'll look for 1 or 2 trade setups a day. Like I said, I'm trying to trade minimally. The more trades you take in a prop firm challenge, the higher probability is you will fail. Just believe that philosophy, because it is so true. And prop firms know this too. That's why they try to force you to trade more. The more trades you take, the more likely you will fail. And that's just the reality of it. There's so many different factors. It's not that you're a bad trader, but we have commission fees, we have spread costs, and we have getting whipped out from volatility and entering back in right away. There's so many different factors. So look for high quality setups and try to trade minimally.
That's fantastic. Yeah, amazing stuff. And again, I totally agree with you in the sense that when it comes to where you are targeting, if you are letting a winner run, part of the reason I think that can be more successful, trying to get bigger wins relative to your losses, is exactly what you're saying, where you're just taking less trades. You're not in and out paying, bid ask spread over and over, and swaps and not swaps, but just the slippage, all the different stuff that can take place. The more activity you are, the more you're hitting the button, that it can work against you very negatively. So it makes sense. And I like how you said that earlier in the interview, where you were like, I try and find that sweet spot between day trading and swing trading, where you're like, I would love to capture that bigger move and just kind of let it work all the way through the day, and then get out of there to kind of stay within the lines of the challenge that you're in. So excellent stuff, Daniel. I want to thank you again for your time here, for coming on and sharing with everybody who here is. Again, highly recommend everyone go check out his content. It is really game changer if you are boots on the ground trying to trade prop firms yourself. Thanks so much, Daniel.
Yeah, and I will say, guys, make sure. Oh, sorry, he's gone.
No, you're good.
Oh, sorry. I would say that everyone that wants to understand like macroeconomics and swing trading, learn from Nick. He is an expert. He's been doing it since I even learned about the market. So check Nick out and look at his content. He's a great guy.
And I have to also bow down to the queen when it comes to macro, of course, Kathy Lean, Forex macro queen herself. So I've learned a lot from her. So, it goes up the chain. So there's a lot of great people here involved. So I just want to thank you again, Daniel. Everyone, we're going to throw the show back over to, looks like Boris going to take over. So Daniel, it was a pleasure, and we will see you all on the next one.
All right. Talk soon.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Guys, thank you so much. What an awesome segment. First of all, you gave me an incredible idea for like the next Prop Trader Fest. We're going to bring in some accountant to help people understand how you can structure prop trading as a business. Secondly, what an amazing idea of using leverage of props to then create savings that you can then put into like a long-term investment vehicle, like an ETF. What a just super, super smart ideas. Really great stuff. Thank you again for both of you guys for running us through the really interesting intricacies of this stuff. And as I said, we could talk to you guys for 3 hours in terms of all your knowledge, but we're going to keep the show moving. Right now, we're going to announce our raffle winners from Ola Prime, the one broker that pays you out literally within an hour. It's amazing. They got this incredible aspect of it that if you get the payout, it's almost instant payout to you. You don't have to wait for weeks on end to get your money. Really great. Also 24-hour, 365-day customer support. So if you have any questions, absolutely, touch them. They're actually both CFD and futures now. So they really give you full range of motion and full range of platforms to be able to trade with. Dan, NIFX, ANG Maria 21432. Cheryl! Oh, Cheryl. Cheryl gets an Ola account. Good for you. Walker 2 and Light and Bodies. See, I told you, we got $5 million worth of evals to give away, and so many people are winning. That's the greatest thing about this show. It's not just one or two people. Lots and lots of different people get to have free evals. So go out there, make sure you participate in the next session of the raffle. Have all your friends go out there and watch the show. And without much ado, I'm going to turn this segment to Kathy, who's going to run a really, really interesting segment with a bunch of guys who I know who are killing it in the market now. And they're going to tell you regular folk who are really, I don't even want to call it, we call it the bro panel versus the moms panel, but it's kind of like that. So I'm going to let Kate to take it over.
Thank you so much. Now, first, if you love what we're doing today and you want us to do this again, at least minimally like the live YouTube video or like the live X video. Just give us those thumbs ups and likes, especially on the YouTube channel, so that we know that you like what we're doing and you want us to do this again, because we really want to have the opportunity to do so again. Now, we're back with another trading panel. I am not calling this the Bros panel. We're calling this the Rising Stars. These are the real life turnaround stories. We'll be talking to Abraham, who went from living on the streets to earning $500,000 in payouts. James is a former pro rugby player from South Africa whose career was cut short, unfortunately, due to injury, and he's now making over $300,000 a year trading. And Randy, he turned micro trading into a real estate down payment by funding a duplex. These are real stories, real people, all coming to trading for very different reasons. But each and every one of them found enough success to turn it into a full-time path. And I am so honored to share their stories with you. But before we dive into these inspirational stories, I want to take a moment to thank ACAP for sponsoring this segment. ACAP is an established broker in Australia with licenses in Australia, the UK, basically the strictest regulatory environment in the world. They're taking a completely innovative approach to prop trading. They still offer the traditional prop trading challenges that many of our sponsors do, but they also offer the fastest challenges in the market. 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, 8 hour challenges starting at just $5 alone. So we'll be giving away 8 cap challenges at the end of the session. The 8 cap sponsor post just went live, so you know what to do. Follow Prop Trader Edge on X. I can only DM you if you follow it. Comment Prop Rocks under the 8 cap sponsor post that just went up, and we'll announce the winners at the end of the session. So LFG, I don't curse, so we'll just say LFG, and let's have these gentlemen join us. And of course, you guys can use whatever language you want. My sessions are usually clean though. Thank you, Abraham, Randy, James. I'm so excited to have all of you today. And you've got such incredible real life stories, and you're doing so well in prop trading that let's get right to it. I want to start with Abraham. Tell us about what your life was like before you started trading.
So first of all, thank you for having me here. I'm so excited to be here sharing my story with everybody and all these amazing traders. So I'm from Puerto Rico. That's an island in the Caribbean. I'm from a town that is called Bayamon, and it's a town that is really known because it's really hot. There's a lot of criminality, and I grew up seeing these guys as, I want to be like them. I want to have the money, the respect, and I made poor choices as a young kid, and I ended up in prison, in jail. I did a sentence of 10 years of my life since I was 20 to my 30, and yes, it was really tough. I grew up in this environment, and actually, I let that guide my decisions and how I see myself. Fast forward 10 years later, when I had the opportunity to be back in freedom, one friend of mine talked me about crypto, and I start seeing the charts of Bitcoin, and I just fall in love with this. And I saw in trading a way to redeem myself, and the opportunity to have a second opportunity. And 6 years later is amazing. Trading has changed my life.
I mean, I love Randy, I love you, James, but there's no better turnaround story than being in prison for 10 years and then being able to withdraw $500,000. It's just inspirational. And we'll get to how you do it. But James, you as well. You went from pro rugby to trading. I mean, that's a huge identity shift. How did the injury push you to the markets?
Yeah, my story is not as amazing as that, Abraham. That's pretty cool, I must say. But I was studying my Bachelor of Commerce degree in finance while playing professional rugby at the same time. So doing a bit of both. My dad and family have a background in finance too. So I was always interested in the markets. I've been investing since I was young. But yeah, after I got an injury, I had to turn to something different. I saw that, rugby and professional sports only has a limited time frame. And that's where I found trading. Obviously, markets, as I said, I was always involved. So yeah, that's where actually I found Austin Silver after about 2 years of trading. I know he was on earlier, and kind of from there just took off.
Amazing. Yeah, we're all big fans of Austin. Randy, you weren't chasing, your focus is that you're not chasing millions. You have a very specific goal that made you successful, and you basically approach trading from a very methodical way that has led to your success. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So basically, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the first time I'm doing this. I'm a little bit nervous, but basically, yes, I'm just taking it slow. I mean, I got to the point where I was looking at big gains from everybody, and I was like, no, I don't. I mean, I was trying to do the same thing, and then I just changed my mentality, and I just went for base hits, small hits, baby steps, and that led me to making more money than my regular job in my last year. So yeah, I'm very blessed.
So let's talk about trading. Let's talk about how each of you approach the markets. I'll throw it back to James right now. First of all, what do you trade? Walk us through a typical trade for you. What time frame? What instruments? What indicators that you're using? Oh wait, hold on. Let me turn you back on. Go ahead.
There you go. I've been trading for 9 years now. So I first got into trading in South Africa. Obviously, CFD trading, which I know ACAP offers, is very big, right? So currencies are kind of like the main focus point, I would say, in marketing in terms of what traders here get into. So I started off trading currencies. Austin was also obviously trading currencies at the time as well. But in the last 4 years, I've switched over to our day trade indexes and stocks. And then I also do swing trade individual stock names as well. But from a technical aspect, I don't know if you wanted me to share screens or anything like that. I can do if you want. But yeah, I use the opening range and I love using VWAPs as well. So that's a big component of my trading. And then I do also have like from the study background, I like data and stuff like that. So I do use a lot of data from a company called Edgeful as well, which gives me, a bias for the day and stuff like that, helping me guide with data-backed decisions. But I like what Randy said there. A lot of traders as well, for me, I'm not looking for these massive wins and everything like that. I think if you can just stack base hits and what he did, I think that's fantastic. You made more money what you did in your day job. You can actually turn your life around. You get a lot more time back. I'm a husband. I'm a father as well to a 1-year-old son. So I want to spend more time with them. And that's what trading does offer. But I think if you are trying to go for these massive outsized wins, like you see on social media, I think you're going to have a hard time getting there. It's about, one step at a time. So for me, I'm day trading. I'm not looking to have massive point gains. I've got a few trades from last week that I can maybe speak on, but between 50 and 100 points on the NASDAQ. I had a losing trade on Tesla on Friday, but you manage the losses and you stack those base hits up with a high win rate and you can make it happen. So that's what I do.
So you said that you use the opening range, VWAP, and data. What is this data that you're looking at?
Sure. So the data that I'm looking at comes from Edgeful, as I mentioned. They're a data company. So basically, it'll give you stats like if the first hour of the market opens. So for example, if the NASDAQ opens up at 25,000 on the dot and it closes the first hour at 25,100, that's a bullish first hour. And what are the statistics of the rest of the day closing green as a bullish closing day based on that first hour? So stats like that. Or if we take out the opening range high, how far will we run, in the direction of that break, and statistics like that. So that's how I'm using the stats from Edgeful.
Oh, that's very interesting. What about you, Abraham? What's a typical trade for you? What do you trade? What time frame charts do you look at?
So I have a strategy that is based on a market structure and order flow. It's called El Sistema. So my boys are there, calling them. So it's a strategy based on market cycles, in where is the price based on the last levels. And then I use order flow to confirm my entries. I like to see that I'm entering with impetus, with momentum. I use a tool that is called Bookmap that gave me the opportunity to see the orders, entering in real time. And then I use what is the VWAP and the point of control as a support or resistance levels. And if I got everything aligned with my overall bias in the market cycle, and I have the impetus getting in the market, I try to get in with the institutions. And I same as you guys, I aim for base hits, but I like to scale. I never look to have big wins, but have small wins in multiple accounts. And that is when the magic happens. The magic of compounding your accounts.
I agree with Sunday. It seems like VWAP is a very, very popular way for a lot of these traders to get funded and also get paid. So if you're learning about it first time, lots of great people here talking about it. They could learn more from. Randy, you've got so many fans. They're all over the chat, and so I'm sure they want to, and everyone else wants to hear from you. What do you trade? I think you said micros.
Yes. Yes, so I only trade on micros, MNQ. That's my bread. My trading style is super simple. I mean, I just keep it super simple. I just look at our market structure, like Abraham. And I just look at individuals. I mean, I like EMAs. I love EMAs, so I like the trend. Where's the trend, going? And basically, I'm just waiting for that breakout momentum trade. But I'm also looking at individuals. I'm looking at what Nvidia is doing, what Apple is doing, what Microsoft is doing. Because if those, let's say, for example, MNQ just broke to the upside, but the individuals are going down, that's telling me, hey, wait, something's gonna happen, because that's what's driving, the market or the Nasdaq, the ETF, So I just implemented like Abraham. I just implemented Bookmap, and I'm looking at Delta, and it's been helping me. But basically, just one trade and done. I have 20 accounts. I have several prop firms, but I'm focusing more on Apex. And just one trade, and I'm done. 2 micros, I've been getting $200, 50-point move. And if you times that by 20, I mean, this is $4,000, $5,000 a day. So I've been blessed. But I mean, my charts is super simple. I mean, and one and done. If I take yesterday was a prime example, I took a losing trade on the first trade, and then I didn't add to my losers. I didn't do none of that. I just took the loss and then stepped back, and then I went back in another trade, and I was able to recover the money. So best loser wins, like the book says.
Exactly.
There's actually, so much valuable information you just gave there, which is number one, one trade and you're done. If you don't need to do more than that. Number two, $150 to $200 a day, 20 accounts, that's, a very significant amount of money. And then number three, Bookmap. This is the first time we're hearing about this on the show, but it's something that traders that I know who've been trading for 20 years use it. And so a lot of prop traders may just be hearing about Bookmap for the very first time or not, but it's something, this order flow information is extraordinarily valuable. Not everyone uses it. Everyone trades differently, as you've heard today, but those who have found it very valuable. So, I definitely think that's important. Now, in terms of the actual frequency of the trades, Abraham, are you also trading 2 to 3 trades a day, 1 to 2 trades a day, or are you a more active trader?
No. I'm just for one hit in a day, and that's it. I have learned that more I get into the market is the more the risk, and I end up losing more. So I like to wait for a perfect setup when everything aligns. I just try to maximize that setup. The thing is, I usually aim just for a 1 to 2 risk reward, but if I see that I have the momentum, in my favor, I just let it run and start to trailing, and I try to bring home the more that I can, but I only try to get one time in the market. If I lost, that is for the day. I go with my kid to play and do something else. But that's how I try to manage my risk.
James, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, I believe you're a bit more of a frequent trader. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then number 2, Abraham just said something. I think it was said 1 or 2 losers and he's done. How do you approach consecutive losers? At what point do you say you're done for the day?
Yeah, so I am a little bit more of a frequent trader, but what I have learned in my 9 years, at least, of trading for myself, is that the markets will go through cycles. Sometimes, it's, for my strategy, the markets can be very dead, very low volume. And that's when I might come to the desk and might not even trade that day. And then there'll be other days in the week or in the market cycle where it's hot for my strategy. And that's where I need to push. I found that you're not going to make the exact same amount of money every single month trading. So when I am having the markets in my favor and working for me, that's where I will trade more often, because I want to capitalize on that because the markets are working for me. So I don't have a specific amount of trades per day. If the markets are working in my favor, I might take 5 trades in a day across different assets. I might trade Nasdaq, I might trade Nvidia and Tesla, I might trade Robinhood. And then in terms of the max loss limits, my bad thing when I first started trading was I didn't even know, when I first got into it, I didn't even know what a stop loss was. So it was always you move the stop loss, and if it comes against you, you move it lower and until you wipe your account out. So I think for me over the years, having a max daily loss rule on whether you're trading prop firm accounts, whether you're trading personal accounts, definitely does help. So if I get that, I've got software in the background from all of my accounts. If that triggers, I'm done for the day. It closes me out, and I can't trade anymore. I think that's probably the most number one for myself, I'm speaking, but also from other traders that I've worked with and coached and everything like that, is it's the account killer. Because a lot of the times what I've seen, again, from my own trading, is I might have 4 great trading days or 3 great trading weeks, and then you have 1 week in the month that wipes out all your gains and some, because you've been undisciplined, you've taken extra trades, taken extra knocks. So having those max loss limits in place is definitely a game changer for me.
Okay, so now I have a question for all 3 of you, which is number 1, how many hours are you staring at the screen? And number 2, what's the best time of day for your trades? And I'll start with Randy.
So I'm addicted to this. I mean, I'm always looking at the chart. My wife, she gets mad at me because sometimes it's like 11 p.m. I'm just looking at the charts, even though I'm not trading, but I'm just looking at the charts. But I'm more of a, like, as soon as the market open 9:30, 1 hour, 10:30, I'm done. That's it. I like to wait for at least the first 5 minutes to close. But I've been using a lot of orb lately, so at least I wait for the 15 minutes. And yeah, that's it. I mean, one and done. But I'm always looking at the market. I mean, I'm just addicted to this.
I mean, so you don't take a step back at all, and there's no shutdown point for you?
Not really. Sometimes I see a setup at, let's say, 10:20, and I told because I live trade with my friends and stuff like that. And I tell them, hey, the setup looks good, but I'm not gonna take it. First of all, I have a full-time job, so I have to go back to work. So I don't want to get married to the trade. 10:30, 11, volume comes down. So I don't want to get married to the trade. I just want to be like done for the day, So usually my sweet point is about 9:40, and by 10:15, I'm done for the day. But I'm always looking at trades and stuff like that. I already take another trade.
All right. What about you, Abraham?
So I think this question I can answer in 2 segments. When I was developing my strategy and honing my skills, I spent a lot of time in the charts. I'm a person that I am always addicted to practice, and I'm always back testing using back testing platform, simulators and stuff like that. But in my trading, when I'm trading, is only about 3 to 4 hours. Like from 8 in the morning, I start like doing my research on fundamentals. I start looking the overall markets, and I trade till, let's say, 11 or 12. I wait till that time. After that, I don't trade anymore. But I always like to keep practicing. So I use like Forex Replay or TradeSella as backtesting platforms. So I would say I spend more than 6 to 8 hours on charts a day. That it is sometimes trading, sometimes just practicing, or maybe doing some studies. I always like to be learning new stuff and develop myself.
What about you, James?
Yeah, so I'm in South Africa. So the market open is actually only at 4:30 p.m. South African time here. So I used to trade before I had my son. I used to trade Eurex markets. I used to trade a lot of the DAX in the London session. But now obviously I've got to split my time up a little bit more wisely. So I'm looking at the markets. Honestly, I like what Randy said there about being addicted to trading. I think if you want to make it in this game long term, I think you have to be obsessed. Personally, I don't think you can come into it and do it half-heartedly. I think anyone that's made a successful career out of trading, I think they go into it all or nothing. So I'm watching the charts literally from 8 a.m. Eastern time before the market opened, not specifically trading. I'll only trade really after the market open at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. But then I'm watching the markets You know, I might look at it for the first 2.5, 3 hours, and then if I've had a trade or if I don't find anything in that window, I'm going to have dinner with my wife. But I got my phone up, I got my laptop up, and I'm always checking it every 10, 15 minutes just to see what's setting up. I set up alerts and everything like that just to see what is setting up or potentially. For example, on Wednesday, I liked the longs on the NASDAQ, and it was 9:30 p.m. South African time. I was finishing up dinner, and I really liked the longs. And I actually took those longs into that Trump tweet that ended up soaring the NASDAQ over 200 points. So, you know, I'm always keeping an eye on outer markets because I know what specifically I'm looking for after 9 years of trading. But again, I think if you aren't obsessed with this and like really love trading, I think you're going to find it tough because you have to, you know, be on it every single day.
So you've been trading for 9 years, and we've got a really good question here that I want to ask you, which is, you know, how valuable do you think back testing is? I mean, did you do it beforehand? Now you're so experienced. Do you still do it? Do you not do it? I mean, Abraham talked about how important it is for him. Do you want to go ahead, Jake?
I think personally for me, I think back testing, if you're a new trader, is really, really good. If you have a mechanical system that you like to enter and execute on like that, I think it's really good. I've got a lot of friends here in South Africa that have been doing this for 25 plus years, and they're very big on discretional trading. That's how I kind of categorize myself. I'm a very good field trader of the markets. Like I know when momentum's coming in. So I actually don't really do much back testing. I look at charts a lot. So you can call that back testing in essence, but as I said, I'm a very, very big field trader, but you only get that from looking at charts for many, many hours and many, many years. So I think it's great. You can call looking at charts every single day, back testing, going over past markups, going over past market cycles. But for me, I really like my discretional and field trading, and that comes from the 9 years of trading in itself and putting the time in.
Can I give I'm so sorry, my opinion on that one. Yeah. And the way that I do back testing is through this platform that gathers data. And I think, like he said, he has 9 years of experience. That's a lot. But if you are starting, you don't have like that 9 year of experience, but you can back test 9 years. I like to use backtesting platform and not just rewinded the chart because you don't have the chance to see, you know. It's like you can play it on real time, do it like if you were like trading, and the platform gave you a lot of data of your KPIs. How is your trade expectancy? How is your risk to reward and your winning rate? Everything you can identify. Where are you more strong? Where are your weakness? And you can work with it. And for me, it's amazing. It's like if I'm a basketballer, going to the court every day, just practicing my shot, just honing my skills. I really love it. I like it.
Yes, definitely.
I can't believe how quickly time ran out. I do have one final question for Randy, which is, you know, if there's one thing you wish that you knew when you started, what would you say it is?
Just focus on the process. Stop looking at the money. Stop chase the money. Just look for consistency. Look for discipline, and money will come. Money will come. I rushed the system so many times, and I had the strategy going back to the back testing. I started back testing, and I had my strategy, but it was one thing that it was missing, and I think it was that consistency. You know, just focus on the process, and money will come. Austin mentioned something, and I think I already did a lot of back testing, and I'm to the point where I know my strategy works. And what I'm doing right now, he mentioned, so I was like, oh, I have to clean it out. I have a bunch of like my journaling. I mean, every single day I write down what I did, what went wrong. Yeah. So basically, just stop focusing on the money. Money will come. It will come. But like the ladies on the mom session, just be ready to lose money, because it's whoever says that trading is easy, they're lying. I mean, it's hard. It's worth it.
Listen, you know that we could speak to each and every one of these gentlemen for hours. You could listen to them for hours on their own channels. They're listed here. Boris will mention it again. And, you know, I know that we all want more from every single person that's spoken at PropFest so far. And this is a taste of what could be to come if we do more of these. So make sure, you know, you give us some claps, make us feel good. You know, let our sponsors know that you love this. And hopefully we can put something like this together again. So Boris is going to come back. Thank you so much, Randy and Abraham and James. I know, you know, I'm not sure about Randy, but I know Abraham streams in Spanish for those of you that speak Spanish. You know, James is got that sweet South African voice that he'll talk to you in. And Randy, you know, you're pretty private, right?
I have a small group. It's growing, but I'm doing Spanish as well. Actually, Spanish is my first language, so we're trying to focus on that. And I chat a lot with Abraham, so James, we can be friends now.
Yeah, we must connect. I'm glad we did this interview though in English because I would struggle in Spanish.
All right,
Thank you, guys.
fantastic. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good to meet you guys, Randy and Abraham. Thanks, guys.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Oh my God, what a panel. What an amazing, amazing panel. It's funny. I was watching the comments and it's like Team Abraham, Team Randy, everybody going to Team James. You know, everybody's got their fans. It's really wonderful to see it. I think, you know, I'm going to put together the 10 commandments of Prop Trader Fest because there's so many ideas that are just popping up over and over again from the successful traders that really need to be distilled in what I think is the top 10 commandments of prop trading. And I'm probably going to put that out to you guys at the end. I'm just glad you guys are all having a great time and enjoying the show. The show is amazing. Our sponsor, ACAP, a really interesting prop firm, as I said to you, they're using timed like 1 hour prop challenges, 5 hour prop challenges, 4 hour prop challenges, in addition to which, by the way, you can also do regular prop challenges and you can use EAs on their props, which is super cool. If you have automated strategies or just EAs that help you trade fast tools, those are really, really valuable for our friends at ACAP. They're big friends of ours. We really absolutely love them. They're a broker as well as a prop firm. As you notice, you know, one of the key things that came up here was the necessity to make sure that you really want to be dealing with people that are going to honor their bets. And of course, I think all of our sponsors are doing just that. That's wonderful. We're going to raffle off the ACAP challenges right now. Let's see who's been the winner. Funded Guard. MT Trades or M Trades, Johnny MC, Aviares, and RAKS9. All of you guys have the ACAP challenge. Make sure, take your phone, put it up to above my head, QR the code, get the 15% off on ACAP challenges. They're really, really cool. They start as little as $5. I mean, it's just a great way to put your toe in the water if you're sort of interested in trading, but really, really a lot of fun. The next panel is also going to be great because these are guys who really, for whom this isn't, you know, their life and death matter. I think these guys, the reason why I love to having these guys on is because the guys who are trading on the next panel are basically doing it as an avocation, which I think is what most of us who are in the prop space are doing. They're not, this isn't their sole source of income. This is just sort of a side gig, but it's what an amazing side gig it has been for them. And they're going to teach you and tell you all about how that panel is working. So I'm going to let Kay introduce them.
Yes, this training panel features 3 different traders with vastly different backgrounds, all building real income through the markets. We started the day with David Green, who said that, you know, one of his students who've been doing it extraordinarily well is Nick, a 25-year Army veteran. So we're delighted to have him join us today. He is also one of the reasons why we're donating to Hope for Warriors, because, you know, we met so many incredible warriors at our big conference in Boca. Daniel is a real estate executive who fits trading into his work schedule. You know, he's just like most of you who has a full-time job and has to find a way to fit trading into his everyday lifestyle. Walter is a CFD trader, traded other stuff in the past, just recently started prop trading, and actually pulled out $40,000 just last month. So he's found good success transitioning from a traditional broker trader, which I believe he still does, into also prop trading. Each of these traders, as I said, come to the markets from very different places, but they're all building income through trading. And most importantly, they're here today to share with you how they're actually doing it. And they'll be speaking with Sam, who spends much of his time interviewing traders and digging into their process, discipline, and decision-making. He's really great with interviews. I know you don't want to hear from me all the time, so you're going to be able to hear his interview style. This session's giveaways are sponsored by Ola Prime, a prop firm that is known for 1 hour guaranteed on-demand payouts. They, are growing very fast, and they also have amazing customer support. So here's what you need to do to win an Ola Prime giveaway or challenge. I want you to follow Prop Trader Edge on X. You need to do that so I can DM you when you're a winner. Type Prop Rocks in the Ola Prime post that just went up, and we will announce winners at the end of the session. So let's get to it and bring on and Walter.
Thank you, Kathy. Welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing? So welcome, Daniel, Nick, Walter. Great to see you all. Welcome to the show. We do have about 25 minutes on this little segment and many questions to get through. But before we get to the questions, if you guys can just give us a quick 60-second kind of intro about who you are and, what you were doing before you became before trading became a serious income source. So, Walter, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, of course. Sam, thanks for the invite. First of all, thanks Kathy and Boris for the being part of this amazing trading fest. Well, I'm a banker. I'm still a banker, but I used to do CDFs, as Kathy was saying. I used to do CDFs. I still do CDFs a lot. But I'm getting a little bit more into the futures, prop firms, challenges and stuff like that, because I think it's a really good way to get, way much more money than what you do in CDFs in terms of the prop firms. Because I still have my real accounts, but still I do both. I have my own academy, wallfx.com, where I teach, the different people how to trade with simple strategies, something that they can manage on how to make money out of trade.
Very nice. Very nice.
I mean, yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Nick, a quick introduction.
Hey, thanks for having me on, first of all, and thanks to Kathy and Boris, and thanks for those charitable donations to our veterans. That means a lot to me as a 25-year veteran myself. Background on me, I joined the Army when I was 18. I did 25 years active duty. I retired at 43, and now I'm a stay-at-home dad, full-time trader. So life's pretty good. Yeah.
Amazing. Incredible stuff. And David, we've spoken a few times before, but I know your story, but for the viewers, if you want to give a quick rundown on who you are.
Sure, yeah. Name's David. Yeah, I work in real estate. I actually work for a guy out of Tennessee remotely and help manage the business and do marketing and a lot of different stuff, work with sellers and stuff like that. And so yeah, during the day, I'm pretty busy with all that. So, just learn how to, adapt and get it all done, especially with having a family and everything. So I've been trading since 2020, and I was pretty bad in the beginning. So I took about a year and a half off, 2022 and 2023, and then the end of 23, I found prop firms and dove back in again. So it's been quite a ride.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Nick, I want to jump to you really quick. You mentioned about your military service, and now you're a full-time trader. What moment, I guess, in your career did you kind of realize that you could become a full-time trader and this can replace your military career?
Yeah. So my trading journey started during the COVID, like many people, and you know, I was sitting at the house and scrolling the internet and YouTube, and I stumbled across Wall Street Global with David Green and Peter Tuchman, and so you know, I jumped right in, bought the course, which the course is an amazing price if you're looking for a great course to buy. You know, it's very cheap, very affordable. So bought the course, and my wife and kids at the time had just flown to Panama, where my wife is from, and because of COVID, they got stuck there for 4 months. They couldn't come back to the U.S. So that basically for 4 months allowed me to spend 6, 7, 8 hours a day studying this course, opening a brokerage account. You know, I originally just started trading stocks, and you know, I started finding some success. You know, I followed these rules. You know, I attribute a lot of my military career to learning how to follow rules and be systemic in the way you trade and the way you know, carry yourself in your discipline. So I just followed the rules, and I started to notice, hey, you know, I'm making a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. At the end of the month, you know, I'd made, you know, $1,000. So I started thinking, I said, hey, you know, this could really lead to something, because when I retire from the military, you know, obviously I'm going to get a pension. You know, you do 20 years, you get a pension. I said, so all I have to do is get my pension, supplement that with something extra, you know, from trading that allows me not to have to go and get another 9-to-5 job. I said, so I got to make this work. So over the next couple of years, that's what I did. You know, I went through all the trials and tribulations that you've heard all the traders talk about today, the ups, the downs, the losses. You know, learning to trade during the COVID market was bad enough as it is, you know, and then all the volatility we've had since. So, you know, I feel like anybody that started trading during COVID, they got the calluses, right? They've endured the some of those painful moments, some of those up and downs, and they're much better traders today because of that. And then I'll tell you, as far as the prop firm, I only recently, in the last 6 months, started in the prop firm space. I went to an event down in Boca Raton that Kathy and Boris and David Green and Peter Tuchman hosted, and I had been trading futures on my own account, my personal account with Thinkorswim, and then I, you know, hearing these other testimonies, and I said, man, so you mean to tell me I can open 10, 20 accounts and do this same thing and multiply it 10, 20. I said, I got to do this. I got to sign up. So I started doing that. And since November, this week, I just received my total payout just took me to 10,000 since November. Like I said, I just started in this prop firm space in November. Before that, I'd only done stocks and some futures. So it's pretty great. I'm glad I found it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, the prop space is amazing. But, you know, we always recommend as well, you know, if you have your own capital as well, you should diversify. But Nick, it says here that you've recently pulled in over $40,000 from prop accounts. I mean, first of all, congratulations. That's an incredible target. But when did, I guess, prop trading shift from, you know, like a side experiment to a genuine, legitimate income stream for you?
Really, when I seen, you know, when I was able going into the space, I had 5 years experience.
Sorry, I said Nick. Sorry, I meant Walter. I do apologize.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
Actually, you know, it's I was listening to Nick, and I think I saw Nick on Boca at the same event with Boris and Peter Tuchman, you know, that people, and it was the same reaction, because I never heard about the prop firm space of futures, actually futures, being able to have up to 20 accounts, right? That was impressive for me, because I was, you know, I have my personal accounts, my real accounts with my broker, doing CDFs and doing prop firms, but in the CDF space. And it's been really, really hard for me to get payouts from, you know, from those prop firms. Struggling just to get a payout of 10K, 20K. It was super, super difficult. There's always you know, you're always breaking a rule, or they're making something out of whatever, right? But then
Yeah.
I see the opportunity and I see the testimonies from everyone saying, hey, you know what? I just got 100K from this company, another 40K from this other company. I was like, wait a second. That easy? That was really surprising for me. So I took the chance to go into the futures because I didn't know anything about futures, but it was the same thing. I know how to do trading. It's just, different platforms, different tools and stuff like that. But at the end, my strategy works in both. So I took the chance. I bought some accounts just to do some testing and, and the platforms and everything. I got used to it. And I think it was a month and a half after that I was able to get funded. Then, I did 11 accounts actually of 300K each. And I got funded in those. And I was able to make 12K if I'm not mistaken. So I did the payoff of 3K, which was the top. That was in Apex. And they gave me almost 40K, 38.5. So yeah, it's almost 40K. And that was only with 11 accounts. And this past week, I just got funded with the other 9 accounts. So now I have 20, and it's super crazy because that was that information came out of the Boca Raton event. So that was great. That was very worth.
Amazing. My God, you're really racking it up right now, all these accounts. So very bright future ahead. If you've hit 40K, I'm sure, the numbers are just going to increase now. David, you're a trader here with Ola Prime. Obviously, we've spoken many times. We've done many interviews together. Yeah. When you first started prop trading, what was your kind of experience? Like, how many attempts did it take you to actually get to the funded stage and then get to the payouts? Was there kind of, up and down, or was it quite a smooth path for you?
Oh, no. I mean, it felt like an eternity, when you're going through it, especially in the beginning. You just, you have a set amount of money you look to spend and you blow through all of it and you don't have any funded accounts. Like, what in the heck? So, yeah, that's why I ended up taking it basically almost 2 years off just to kind of reset and step back from everything. And yeah, even when I started again, the end of 2023, it's like, yeah, still plenty of challenges failed and just going through the suck and just finding ways to keep on going because, what's the alternative, right? I mean, this is such a cool opportunity at our fingertips. So it's like, I was willing to just go as far as it took to figure out what ended up working for me. And so a lot of ups and downs, and finally just this last year, finally started getting some more payouts. My first payouts actually last year, and it's been great. It's been life-changing. We're not spending on anything crazy. We're just paying off stuff and just trying to raise a happy family.
Definitely. And you've done so well. Obviously, like I mentioned before, we know each other, and you're probably one of the most consistent traders we have in on our platform. So the patience and all the hard work really is paying off. And yeah, you're doing incredibly well. But I would love to kind of move the topic a little bit, and we want to talk about kind of prop trading and what are realistic expectations, because a lot of people, online, they'll see, the best results of the best and believe that could be, what to expect when you get into this space. So any of you three can answer this question. I'll leave it to you guys, but what does a realistic monthly income range look like once you're, established in prop trading, once you've, got your funded accounts and you're consistent? What can you kind of expect, a realistic monthly amount? We'll start, Nick, we'll start with you, and then we'll move around.
Yeah, so I only have 10 PA accounts that I trade because I primarily still trade my personal account. But realistically, so I'm a very small trader. I trade micros. I trade 3 to 5 contracts per trade. I use bracket orders on every trade, so I already know what my stop and my price target is going into the trade. For all transparency, I trade each account individually. I don't copy trade. And on each account, I average about $50 to $75, a day. That's a green day for me. And that's, that gets me within the consistency rule. That gets me above the $50 a day requirement. And realistically, trading that small, you can expect to make $3,000 to $4,000 a month very easily.
Agreed.
I wouldn't say the trading part is easy, but if you follow your rules and you have a system, you don't need to make a lot of money to make an extra $3,000 or $4,000 a month, or even more. I mean, it's scalable.
No, I completely agree. And micros are definitely the better option, especially once you're funded. If you move to the minis, very quickly can it go south because you just don't have enough drawdown to handle a losing streak, which may eventually happen, and you can blow it. So micros are the safe bet to do. And like you said, just small bits and they add up. It's incredible how quick smaller amounts add up. So I 100% agree with you there, Nick. But Walter, same question to you. Oh, carry on. Sorry.
I think that depends a lot. That depends a lot because that depends on the size of the account. I usually go by percentages, and that's what I risk. I don't really care how much the stop, whatever the stop loss is that that's what it is. So I go by percentages. And if I think, because right now I have 20 accounts, that's up to 6 million, right? So if you think about it, just to hit 1%, wow, that's a lot of money, right? That's a lot of money. So if you hit 1%, I think that should be enough. And you can do trades of $250, $300 a trade. All you gotta do is $1,000. That's all. Because what I do is scalp trading. I don't do one by one, or I could do sets of groups, like 4 different groups, 5 accounts, try to hit, I don't know, $500, then go to the other one, the other 5 accounts to hit another $500, and so on, right? But realistically, if you think about it, if you do at least 1 or 2%, I think that should be enough. I don't think there should be like a rule of saying, you know what, you should get 5,000 a month, 3,000 a month, 10,000 a month, because that depends a lot. It depends on the market, so it's gonna change every single month. But if you stay consistent with what you have with your system and your metrics, then you can try to think about, you know what, I'll try to go 1% in small hits, and that should be good. That should be enough, depending on your account. So 1%, it could be for 300K accounts, 50K accounts, 100K account. That depends a lot. So yeah.
So see it as a percentage, basically, of your overall capital rather than a fixed dollar amount. And again, 1% is a very realistic percentage. Obviously, for you, 1% is huge, considering the amount of capital you're controlling. But it's all about scaling and getting more capital, correct?
Correct. It's all about the capital. The more capital you have, it's a lot easier for you, because that way you can risk, you can risk less, and you can have multiple chances. That's a lot better.
Yeah. Amazing. David, same question.
Yeah, I mean, along the same lines, especially on funded, I try and keep 1% or below. Challenges, I usually go 1% to 2% just to try and speed things up a little bit, because you can get stuck there for a while if you don't watch yourself. But I mean, even just this last month, I passed 20 Apex accounts, and I'm just still like, I'm super, super cautious with them, because I'm like, this is a lot of accounts, this is a lot of money, like, let's steward this, right? Like, I've been given this for a reason. So I'm still getting that all worked out. I'm not at the level of these professionals yet, but yeah, I know the lower risk I'm risking, the less stressed I am. So that's a win for me. Typically.
Totally agree. We don't have that much time left, so we'll ask one more question, and then we'll wrap it up with a closing statement. So the next question, I guess, would be, what's the biggest mistake you see traders make when they're trying to build an income rather than just, make money? So Walter, we'll go to you first on this one.
I think they follow the money instead of being consistent. I know it's really hard at the beginning, because when you're in this role, you're trying to make money, but at some point you got to put that apart and try to stay focused on your system. If your system works, then eventually the money is going to follow. That's going to happen. So as long as you follow the rules, you stay consistent, and you go, you manage a really good risk reward and risk management, you should be good. But I think it's going to happen. At the very beginning, you have to go through it. So you have to go through it. You have to leave it. And then eventually you'll realize it and you'll change it.
I completely agree. Completely agree. Nick, please, same question.
Yeah, so I'll tell you this. If you're just starting this journey, you're going to get into the prop firm space. It's a brick by brick. It's you got to build this thing brick by bricks. What I mean is, you go in, you start with one account, pass the eval, get it funded, get to the first payout, buy the second account, build it brick by brick. Because if you don't have your system, tried and tested, and you go in and you try to buy 10, 15, 20 accounts, you're just going to waste way too much money. Use the first payout to fund the next one, then do a next one. And then maybe you can buy 2 at a time or 3 at a time, but just build it brick by brick and just understand that, hey, this is a process. This is a journey. It doesn't happen overnight. Every trader in this room today, I'd say on average, traded for 3 to 5 years before they could really say they were making steady income. And that's just the way it is, right? It's a profession. It takes time. Go into this journey with a brick by brick mentality. And, like somebody said early on, most people that aren't successful is because they quit too early. Give it time. Yeah. But build it slow. Totally build it slow. And I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
Awesome. And David, same question.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the easiest thing to focus on in the beginning that I did not, and I had to learn through many blown challenges, is just learning the rules, right? Just digging in, going on the website, looking at FAQs, what's allowed, what's not, ask chat support what questions you have, because you can lose a challenge over markets going against you, and that's just part of the process. But if you, like, I remember losing a funded account on news because I didn't close it in time. I was just not paying attention. It's like, that's dumb stuff, right? Like, that shouldn't be happening. So if you can focus on the rules, figure out stuff like that, and then just work with the market instead of working against yourself, I think that would, give anyone a huge leg up, and then just refining your edge from there and, finding out what works for you.
Definitely. And before we wrap up, just one closing statement from all three of you. The question is, in one sentence, what's your goal for trading income over the next 12 months? David, we'll start with you quickly.
Oh man. Well, I mean, probably 6 figures. That would be great. Finish paying off a lot of stuff, and start bulking up our savings some more, and buy a home and all that good stuff. So small goals to start with. I know that sounds pity to some people, but yeah, that's a good 2026 for sure for us.
Definitely. I'm sure you'll achieve that. Nick?
2026 goals, 250K this year. That's my goal.
Nice. Definitely. I mean, it's doable, 100% doable, and you're on the right track as well. And Walter?
Wow. 2026 goal. I think at least surpass the 500K in my own real account.
Nice.
That's my goal. Yeah, that's my goal.
It'd be
so
awesome.
All very good, ambitious goals, and I'm sure all three of you will achieve your goals. But guys, we do have to wrap it up there. We went a little bit over time, but thank you all for coming on. We're going to let, I think, Kathy or Boris come in and introduce the next segment. But thank you all, guys.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, gents. What a great show. What a great segment about how these guys are really doing a very consistent job of collecting income. More importantly, I think collecting income while they're pursuing other jobs. I mean, Walter is actually an analyst at Citibank. People are doing real jobs. I think that's really, really cool in terms of how prop trading is not just only a way to become a business, but a way to become a side gig that's really flexible. And thank you, Sam, from All the Prime, one of our favorite one of our favorite prop shops that pays out on the money every hour the moment you get paid out. It's really, really great. Use the code right above my head, 30% off. Make sure you use the code EDGE as a coupon code, and you will get the discount from them. Let's raffle off the Ola Prime winners for this half hour. Let's see who they are. They coming on? There we go. Neo 11124, Kubinator, Max Bonnie, Zia Forte, Sunday Nasrim. You know what I love about all this, by the way? Notice how many different people have gotten free eval accounts. And the other thing I got to tell you, I just texted this to Kate. We are a couple of $100 away from $5,000 donation to both the Children's Hospital, the St. Joseph's Children's Hospital, and for the vets. So please, please, please go ahead. If you subscribe to the videos, just $10, it's going to put us over the edge. I really, really want to make sure we can bring up. It's a great thing for this community to be able to give so much money on our first PropFest to charity. What an amazing, amazing task. That is really, really great. Especially, you know, for like $10 at a time. It really means everybody popped in. So if you want those videos, which are going to be amazing, I am going to study them myself, because I learned more today than I think I've learned in 5 years of trading on the show. And you guys, please go ahead and do that. I'm going to turn it over to Kay. We have one last great guest, Daniel. Kay is going to introduce him, and I'm going to leave it in her hands for the final out.
First, you know, Ola Prime is not just Forex. It's Forex, CFD, and futures. So you can trade any of these three. But before I get to my last segment, I mean, how many of you have been here with us from the very beginning? I don't even know how many hours it's been so far. Has it been 5 hours yet? Yeah. If you've been with us at the beginning, you know, say 5 hours, or type 5. Let us know how many of you have actually sat through this whole thing with us. Looks like, you know, Izzy, Daniel, Trade Like a Tiger. Yeah. You know, lots of you have been here since 7:45 this morning. And I hope you have found, you know, this PropFest valuable. We worked really, really hard on this. All of you who are winners so far, don't worry, you know, we will be in contact with you. I've already started, you know, messaging some of you, and, you know, make sure that, you know, if I don't contact you by Monday, make sure you message us through Prop Trader Edge. Let us know that you're a winner. Of course, we're going to double check to make sure as well to our list, but, you know, it's been a labor of love. We're going to take the afternoon off, so you're not going to hear from us till tomorrow at the earliest. So don't, you know, chain text me and ask me where's everything, because we're not going to do anything for the rest of the day except for spend time with our family. So I'm so glad that you guys are loving it. We saved the best for last. Actually, I can't say that. Every trader today was amazing. But Daniel Gutierrez is $1 million trader that you'll learn a lot from. And his trading is very, very unique. When I first learned about it, I also thought that it was very interesting and very unique. He trades market correlations between the NASDAQ, S&P, and Bitcoin using options, gamma options, to guide his decisions, which I think is incredible. And using this approach, he is one of our $1 million traders. He turned $500 into $1 million in funded capital with Axie Select. Now, Axie Select is completely different from, you know, other firms. There is no challenge fees. You pay zero. All the funds traded are real capital, not simulated. It is designed for serious traders because it takes some time. It's not, you can't get funded in 1 hour or 2 hours or 4 hours with like ACAP or any of the instant funding options. It's designed for serious traders, and it's powered by Axie, an established global broker that's been in the business since 2007. Unfortunately, it's not available for US traders, but for everyone else, it's a very real option to consider. And Daniel's story will tell you exactly how he uses Axie Select to scale from $500 to $1 million in funded capital. Today, with our giveaway, Axie has no giveaways, but we will be giving away additional prop challenges. So just type in Prop Rocks as usual. Make sure you're following us on the X channel. Type in Prop Rocks under the Axie Select post that just went up on X, and we will pick winners from there for the other for one of the other random prop firms. So and of course we'll send you information on Axie Select, which is incredible as well. So with that, let me invite in Daniel. I'll have the honor of speaking to him. I've spoken to him before. Hello, Daniel. Welcome today. Thank you so much. Now, first of all, Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. I know today is your wife's birthday, so I really have to thank her for letting you take the time to speak to us, because I know you've got to rush out to her birthday dinner.
No problem at all. It's also it's some time for me and for all of you, so it's perfect. No problem. So first of all, Kathy, thank you for inviting me to stay here today, and thank you all for the event you are doing. I have having a very good feedback of my people, of my students. So thank you very much for inviting me and for everything you all are doing for all the community. So thank you very much.
Where are you based out of? I hear an accent. Can you tell us, where you're based out of?
I'm in Spain. I'm in Madrid. So I learn a little bit of English, and I'll try my best today.
I think, in Spain, there's a lot of, people trading and doing prop trading, because we had a speaker earlier that was here from Barcelona. So I think the Spanish speaking community, as you've seen from all of Randy's fans, all of Walter's fans, all of, Daniel's fans, there's a huge Spanish speaking community out there, trading prop. And, I think everyone here is very excited about the opportunity. Now, for people who are meeting you for the very first time, Daniel, and you have a very unique approach to trading. NASDAQ correlations, gamma, macro. We're going to unpack all of that. But first, I want to hear about you and, how long you've been trading for, and what were you doing before you were trading?
Well, I began trading when I was 18. I just turned 40 couple of months ago. So I began when I was 18, as I said, but I didn't get it professional until 15 years ago, more or less. So I've been very focused on trading 15 years ago, and those last 2 years when I began with Axie Select is where I've been 100% focused on trading like my professional discipline to do every day, not just like something in parallel with my job, just 100% trader.
Okay, so you're a full-time trader right now. How
Yes.
long did it take you to become a full-time trader? I would imagine that you were not successful right away. There's probably some
Yeah.
challenges, right?
Yes. So I think it cost me like 4 or 5 years to have something specific to analyze some rules, some strategies that allow me to do what I want to do according to my time that I have free to do on trading, according to my family, according to my job. So I think it takes me like 4 or 5 years, more or less.
So after 4 or 5 years, what were you trading at the time? Was it one specific instrument, multiple instruments?
Yes, I'm focused on Nasdaq and S&P 500 because I began trading the correlation between both of them, because they usually move together, but sometimes you can find something that is not going properly in the market because the correlation doesn't fix 100%. So I was used to trade this unbalance between those index.
Okay, I want to get into that a little bit more specific. What do you mean by NASDAQ and S&P correlations? How are you using that for your trading?
Yeah, that's how I began, because I saw this unbalance on the market. So I usually follow the NASDAQ movement and I trade in S&P 500 to follow the NASDAQ movement, because NASDAQ, it seems it has more strength than the S&P. And now what I have done is that I have implemented the gamma analyze, and I have seen how, if you understand the gamma exposure and the open interest on options, you can find the proper route that the big hands, the institutional hands, are using to understand what is going to happen in the market, if the big hands are going to buy or are going to sell according to what is happening on the options market. on the options market.
So I think, not many people may fully understand what you're saying. First off, the gamma options information is publicly available, correct?
Yes.
Do you know can you share with us what that website is? Because I know we're not sharing
Yeah.
screens. Like gamma, you just Google gamma options?
Yeah, you can Google that, and you can find that on barchart.com. If you find there, you can find the gamma exposure. I think if you Google gamma exposure barchart.com, you're gonna find it, and you can check the gamma exposure, the open interest, the call and put open interest, so you can know where are the levels, what's the strike price for the market. So if now we have a super huge level on 7,000 for S&P. So if the market goes and reach 7,000, the 7,000 point, it's very hard, it's very difficult to break those levels at first without any super Donald Trump news or without any something very crazy. So if the market reaches this level according to the gamma exposure and the open interest, the market should fall because there is not enough strength to cross this level, to break this level. So if you know where are those levels, you can think on those levels like traditional support and resistances.
Okay, so just to recap, because I know that everyone's just beginning to follow this along. First of all, the gamma options information is publicly available on barcharts.com. You Google barcharts.com, gamma options, and then you look at the S&P. If you see huge amounts of volume and open interest at a certain level, like 7,000 S&P, that should be looked at like support and resistance, where especially the bigger the amount is there, the more significant that support or resistance level could be. So let's say I have this information. I see that 7,000 is a very significant level. How do I incorporate the correlation aspect, or how do you incorporate the correlation aspect with that information?
Yeah, I usually check how those S&P and Nasdaq index move, and once I see the S&P 500 reaching or being very close to this level, because I think it's gonna be a resistance, I go short on Nasdaq because Nasdaq has a bigger movement than S&P. So I use I search for I look for the enter point on S&P 500, but instead of trading on S&P, I go to Nasdaq because the movement usually is higher and the commissions for my broker are lower. So I combine those.
That's fascinating. So following along, just to repeat, because I know there's a bit of a language barrier too, is that you find the key gamma levels, which tell you where the support and resistance is in S&P. You're not trading the S&P. You're then taking that information and trading Nasdaq, because Nasdaq moves more. It's cheaper to trade. It's more, it's more active. And once you're in trade, how long does this trade last?
Do you mean again? Sorry.
Once you're in a trade, how long do these trades usually last for you? How long do you hold them for?
Yeah, just not much. I mean, maybe 20, 30 points, something like that. Because I according of the million I'm managing, I just try to find very, very small trades because the amount I have is a lot. So I go for 20 or 30 points. That maybe it's 1,000, 2,000 euros per trade. So I'm not very conservative in this point. I try to be like a sniper. Just I know this level, I know this point. I go short or long at this level, and I don't keep that for 1 day or 6 hours. No, if I have the profit in 20 minutes, I close in 20 minutes.
Now, can you use this to trade CFDs, right? One of the questions we have. So he uses actually, because Axie offers Forex and CFD trading. They're not a futures firm. So he's trading this off of CFDs. So I understand what you're saying with the support and resistance levels, the correlation around the key levels. How many trades can that give you a day?
Maybe one, two, not more. I usually, if you check the market, you are gonna check the maximum or the minimum of the day. They usually are the important levels, the support and resistance levels according to options market. They usually hit one or the bottom or the floor or the resistance or the support, and they usually check one time, and you have to be ready to enter it at this point.
So really, it's one, you just focus on the highest quality, I'm assuming, first time test trades of the day. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, to clarify, this Mario is asking, is it the S&P that leads the NASDAQ or the NASDAQ that leads the S&P?
Usually, NASDAQ is the leader, and S&P follows the trend. Usually, yeah.
Okay. Now, you also use this to trade Bitcoin, right?
Yes, because Bitcoin is, I think on Bitcoin like a risk asset. I mean, it's not like gold. It's like any other stock. At the moment, is huge, and it also allow me to know what's the real feeling on the market. So if you have the index in maximum in a very high price, and you see Bitcoin very low, there is something we are missing, because they should go together. The correlation between index and Bitcoin should be closer than we have today. So there is something weird. And if you think everything is gonna go perfect, just long on Bitcoin because now it's very low. But if you think something is happening, short on index because they're gonna follow the Bitcoin trend.
And I know in our previous conversation that you told me that Bitcoin can also telegraph, Bitcoin weekend moves can telegraph what will happen in the markets when the markets open on Monday. Can you walk us through that?
Sometimes when you think, I mean, sometimes when something is going to happen, we don't have all the information. Imagine we have a very important news on Tuesday, but the markets began to move before this day. So on weekends, usually you can check how Bitcoin begins a movement that is going to happen on the week on index. So for me, it's very easy to see how the market, how Bitcoin knows what is going to happen on the market in the following week. So weekends are very important if you have ability to check what's happening on Bitcoin, because it's like a clue about what's going to happen in the markets.
So how long have you been trading this technique for?
Couple of years.
And what has the results been like for you on all of this in terms of accuracy or percentage profits?
I've been using to reach the million on Axis Select. So I don't have a super back test. I don't have a super track about those trades, because it's having it. It's something you have to know according to what is happening on the market. So it's not something like expert advice or something you can optimize by rules. You have to know what's happening on the market, and according to what is happening on the market, you can preview what is going to happen. But there is no statistic behind that.
So what time frame, PGLS is asking, what time frame chart are you tracking all of this on?
15 minutes usually. I enter on 15 minutes. I go to 5 and 1 minute to check the perfect point. But my main candle is 15 minutes.
Do you have other indicators on the chart, or is it just price based after looking at the correlation?
Yeah, I usually use stochastic indicator in 533 configuration. Okay, and I also use parabolic SAR, just to know what's the trend, just like moving average, something like that, very close. I don't use it to hit the change of the indicator, something like that. No, I used to follow the trend. I use it only to follow the trend.
Have you, I know Boris is asking this question, have you looked at how this works on gold?
No, it's impossible. I mean, gold is crazy according to the volatility, according to the economic politic. According to the politics we have had since COVID, the M2, the money in the market is huge. So we have print a lot of money. So the gold is crazy. So there is no something we can expect about gold, because the macroeconomic environment is bullish for gold, because there is always more money printed, more central banks buying. So there are no rules. I mean, everybody is long now on gold.
I think everyone's finding this so interesting. They have, they're wondering, have you looked at whether Bitcoin can determine how the dollar index trades for the week? I mean, I love how it's really getting the gears in everyone's brains moving because it's a different way to think.
Yes.
But have you looked at this?
No, according to the dollar index, I mean, it's very difficult. That's why I think that Bitcoin, we shouldn't think on Bitcoin like in gold, because if you think on gold and dollar index, you can see some patterns, so it's easy to see. But if you wanna think on Bitcoin like in gold and dollar index, it doesn't work. So different. No, not for me. No correlation.
So with you're managing, you're trading $1 million right now, but there's a very unique setup for Axie in some ways, where you are just focusing on your you started with $500. I think now the core account is how much?
My main account is 20,000, but I'm managing 1 million.
Right. So you focus. What I want to explain to everyone is that psychologically, trading with such a big amount and managing such a big amount can be very psychologically difficult. But the way the Axie Select program is structured is that you get to focus on initially your $500 account, now your $20,000 account. So you're just laser focused on the smaller numbers, and then the rest of the money in real capital is copied. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, for me it's very important that I don't have to manage 1 million, because I'm not used to manage 20,000, 30,000 trades. I mean, in profits or in losses. So I'm focused on my 20 runs account, and I can go 100 or lose 100. That's something I can manage, and also in my mind, I'm used to do that. But so for me, it's easier to manage this amount. If I would have to trade 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, for me it would be different in terms of my psychology and in my mind, because I'm not used to that. So for me, actually allow us to grow slowly during this process, and you can reach the million without having too much bear on your shoulders.
I think this is very important. And in many ways, many of the traders who spoke to all of us today touched on that, which is that copy trading and the mentality of copying and focusing on just the initial accounts is really an important way to trick your mind, because we're all human. We're going to panic when the numbers get too big. And so in order to keep our cool, having a setup that allows you to focus on the smaller number and not worry about the bigger number is a good way to approach things.
Yes.
Now, why did you choose Axie Select instead of any of the other traditional prop firms? Because it does take a little longer to get funded.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes, I know it's longer, but it's something you can keep for longer as well. So because there are no rules, you only have one rule: is not losing 10%. And if you don't losing or having a 10% drawdown, if you don't have a 10% drawdown, you can keep and do whatever you want. I mean, you can leave the trades open one day to another day, 1 week to another week. You can trade on news. You can do whatever you want. There is only one rule: don't lose or don't have a 10% drawdown. So for me, it's difficult. It's been very difficult to be profitable in the market, and having extra rules sometimes make it as difficult. So I prefer to keep focus on Axie, and I choose Axie because for me it's clever in terms of rules.
That's very true. I didn't even mention that. Axie has pretty much no real rules except for the 10% maximum drawdown. I'm sure there's little ones here there, but there's no minimum trading days, no news restrictions, no trailing drawdown. So the only key rule is don't lose more than 10% of your entire account, and that's like a flat static rule, correct?
Yes. So if you begin your account with 20 grand, like I have now, I'll crash if I go to 18. But if I go from 20 to 30 grand, my stop out is still on 18. So all the profit that I make in 1 month, I can keep using this profit to do bigger trades. So it's fantastic, because you only have your stop out at the beginning of the month, the first day of the month. You know where your stop out, and you can do whatever you want without reaching this stop out.
So we have a question here, which is, what was the most important thing that helped you during your trading journey?
Just rest and keep calm. just having a good rest and having enough time to check all the information you have to check. I mean, my strategy depends on what's the market maker I think is gonna are gonna good. Sorry, my strategy depends on market makers, on CTAs, and on the volatility managed funds. So according to the market, what have happened the day before, what has happened on Asian market, I have to have a very good picture about the economy or the markets before the markets open. And once I have this information, I search for the good points to enter. But if I'm not feel comfortable, if I don't have a good rest, I have to go to the doctor with the kids. If I'm tired, I don't trade this day. So trading is something you have to do when you are 100% focused and everything I mean, for me, from my point of view, and everything in your life allow you to do it smooth. You don't have to do it in a rush. You don't have to do it from your mobile because you have to trade because you need to trade. You don't need to trade. You trade because you want, but you shouldn't depend on I have to do an extra trade. No, for me, keep calm and focus on your strategy.
How much do you risk per trade? This is the question I think Boris has.
For me, I risk $20. What is 0.01, something like that. So it's
Wow.
20. My goal is 20, 30 dollars per day.
And I'm sure there are losers. Is there a certain number of consecutive losers that you say I'm done for the day?
No, because as I usually go for 1 or 2 trades per day, once I lose one trade, I don't have new scenarios. So if I lose one scenario, there is no more scenarios coming. So I don't keep trading because my strategy say you have to trade on 7,000. So if the market is not in 7,000, you don't have to trade. If the market reach 7,000, I go short, and the market breaks this level, I stop trading. I reach the stop loss and I stop trading. Now maybe later or maybe tomorrow I have another scenario where the market goes to 7,000 and I have a new opportunity. But that's a new opportunity. I'm not looking for how many trades can I do in a day. I only trade what the markets allow me to trade.
Now, did you start trading Axie with the strategy that you developed, or did you tweak your strategy based upon the edge score? And if you don't mind explaining what the edge score is, that would be really great.
Yes, Axie, instead of having rules that kick you out of the program, they have rules according to your trading style. So one of the most important thing on Axie is we have to change our mentality, and we don't have to think on how much money can I win. We have to change that for we are risk managers. So the most important on Axie Select program is what's the drawdown you have had before you reach your take profit. So if you have a $20 drawdown and after you close the trade in $1, it means you are risking $20 for $1 win. It's something bad in terms of risk management. So you only have to be focused on risk management. Once you have a good strategy in terms of risk, the Axie score is gonna crash. It's gonna go up very, very, very easy.
I mean, basically, you're saying being a good trader means being a good risk manager, right?
Absolutely.
And how long did it take you to reach that $1 million in funding?
Yeah, 8 months. I got it on 8 months, 2 years ago now. So I get it. I began 2 years ago. 1 year ago, I got the million, more or less, and now in February, I'm gonna do 1 million 1 year with the million. So it's only 8 months, but you don't get the million until the ninth month. So in 8 months you can get it.
So just to wrap up, what kind of advice would you give traders who, are looking at different prop options? They're looking, they're starting to develop a strategy. What's the best way to have, kind of the mindset to start properly?
Well, the most important thing is you have to understand you are going to lose, because if you don't lose, you don't have a strategy. I mean, the market doesn't do what we want all the time, so we have to understand that we have to control the losses, and we have to accept the losses. Now you have to focus on what kind of strategy you have, and according to the strategy you have and the risk and the losses you are going to have, look for the best prop firm that is going to allow you to reach the next stages. So don't, instead of changing your strategy, just think what's the worst scenario for your strategy, and according to that, look the rules on each prop firm and try to find the best prop firm according to your strategy and according to your losses usually.
That's actually incredible advice to end today's session, which is, and I'm just going to repeat this, which is every single prop firm, including our sponsors, are all different. And, what you need to do is find the prop firm that fits your own trading style. They're all different. They offer different instruments. They offer different benefits. So, and many people, many successful prop traders trade more than one. They may have an Axie account for a copying of real funds. They may have a Think Capital account or OLA account for Forex and CFDs, where they're trading the traditional prop. They may be trading futures with Apex, Tradeify, Top One. There's so many different options for all the traders. Of course, 8-cap for those people who want quick challenges. So it's really about finding which firm fits you best. And,
Yes.
I think that's incredible advice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel. I know that you've got to go to your wife's birthday dinner, and we kept you on time, so she won't be angry. And I thank her for allowing
It's gonna be
you
fine.
to participate today. I'm going to bring back Boris, and who's going to do the final raffle for the day.
Yeah, we're going to do the final raffle today. Thank you, everybody. I just want to thank all the participants. Thank you guys for hanging out with us for 6 hours. An amazing show. There's so much content I'm going to put together for you. I posted in the comments, if you wanted to get the videos and make a charity donation, I'll post it again one more time before we go. And then we'll email it to you. So it'd be great. I think we're broken the 5,000 donation, which is really, really great for everybody. Everybody gives yourselves a big hand. Let's do the final raffle for Axie Select, an incredibly interesting a model of prop trading. And Daniel, really incredibly interesting, because Daniel is the one trade a day trader. That's what he was. That's what's so fascinating. He just does one trade a day, win, lose, or die. And obviously, it's been a very, very successful model for him, because he's able to really understand where the institutional levels are and just trade off of those institutional levels for that one trade a day winning proposition. So let's do this. Let's see who's
before we announce the winners. This is not it. There will be more winners being announced on our social media, IG and X, over the next week. So make sure you follow. If you didn't win this time, maybe you'll win sometime this week. If you loved what we're doing, tell us on X, tell us on IG. This is this fest, aside from bringing it to you, is for us to tell you about Prop Trader Edge, which Boris and I built, and it's focused on providing trader education, inspiration, and transparency. So what we do,
information about various prop firms as well.
Yeah. So what we do is we, first of all, tell you what's going on in the industry, a little less so because we don't always want to be Debbie Downers, but what we do is give you, really great trading tips, strategies, what to look at. We're going to bring in some of our speakers to be contributors. And so we just want to provide you with really great content. It's completely free. It's a free newsletter, proptraderedge.com. So, make sure that you follow all of our channels, because, everything we do is, on Prop Trader Edge is completely free. So with that, let's go ahead and share our winners. This is a raffle. Remember, Axie Select is not a paid challenge. It's a free challenge. You just deposit $500 and it's your money. You can withdraw anytime. So instead, we're doing giveaways for our other sponsors. So you'll get a free a challenge from one of our other sponsors. And here are the winners. You announced them, Boris.
Okay. Abukar Jamis. Then we have Jess Natpin and Energits, Ron Monroe, and Gene D Downtown 30. I love that, G Downtown 30. All 5 of you are going to be winners of our other prop firms, evaluations. And as Kathy said, we had $5 million worth of free evals to give away. So this is not the end of it. We're going to give more away. Please be sure to sign up to all the lists, follow us, let everybody know about us. Come watch us live on stream. I'm going to be on Monday. Kathy's going to be on Monday. We're going to be talking about macro starting the week. This next week is awesome. We got the Fed decision. We got lots of news coming up. So it should be a really, really great trading week. Gold, barely missing 5,000 on the close Friday. So all eyes on gold, of course, could be Monday. We're going to be trading that like crazy. So hopefully everybody is going to enjoy and come in and have a good time with us.
And do me a favor, if all of you, I'm so happy that you're so happy about everything we shared with you today. Share the word, tag the prop firm that you're trading with and say you loved Prop Trader Fest. Let them know so that, we can get more sponsors again to do giveaways and to bring in more speakers and just to be able to do this all again for you with, more traders. So, help us get the word out in social media, tag the prop firms you're trading with, tag, speakers you want us to bring in, anything and everything. This is all for us, a brand building exercise so we can do more of this for you. For you, it's great education. We're raising money for charity. So we're accomplishing so much with today's event. And with that, I want to thank each and every one of you that's participated. We want to thank all of our sponsors from Think Capital to Apex, Ola Prime, Top One, Axie, 8Cap, Tradeify, Wealth Charts. Thank you, all of our sponsors for giving us, those accounts to give away. Thank you, all of you. Prop trading is a real opportunity. If you haven't tried it yet, any of the firms and traders you've heard from today are really great resources for your success tomorrow. And for those of you that are asking for the videos, as I told you earlier, we're going to take the rest of the day off and we're going to start cutting them Sunday, Monday. I think the latest you'll get them Wednesday, if not sooner. Right. I like to overpromise. So I hope to get it to you Monday or Tuesday, but Wednesday would be the latest. Otherwise, so that's when you're going to get the videos. If you won a challenge, we will be in contact with you by Monday. We're going to take the rest of the day off. It's a weekend for us as well. Thank you so much.
That was great. You know what? That was the best comment here from Leah Laris. She said it was inspiring, and that's really what we're trying to do. We're just trying to inspire people into having fun and enjoying this incredibly interesting opportunity for retail traders that just started. It's really just the beginning of that prop trading revolution, and we want to be ahead of it to help you as much as we can. So it's great.
So the videos will be coming over email. You're going to get a link. It's going to have all them cataloged by person because we need to cut them. You don't want to watch 6 hours worth of content. We're going to cut them by person, edit a little bit, make sure it looks good and easy for you to follow. So you're going to get that. If you don't have it already, you can make that $10 donation. 100% of it goes to charity. So, you're helping this Hope for Warriors and St. Jude's Children's Hospital. Yes. And you can help us, like I said, tell us you love us on the YouTube video. Boost the post, tell your prop firms you like us, tell your prop firms you want, more from Prop Trader Edge, Prop Trader Fest, whatever it is you want to say. Just help us get the word out. That's all we ask for you. And if you're a winner, but the platform is not accessible in the US, we're going to DM you. So
that's fine. We're very flexible. If you're a winner and, like, for example, you can't take a US account, you can't take a future account because you may be an emerging market nation, we'll give you one where that's feasible. If you want to do one where you got a CFD, but you want to do a futures, we'll give you one that's feasible. We're going to be very flexible with you, whatever you want. The idea, we had such great sponsors. They give us carte blanche, and we're going to take care of you the best we can.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm all, everyone's ready to go. It's been a long day, and we will see you all next week. Boris and I are streaming about FOMC on our YouTube channel and X on Monday, breaking down for you what to expect for the Fed, what to expect for the markets, what to expect for gold. So, come join us on Monday on our channels, and we can't wait to dive into the markets with you.
That's right. It's a great thing about trading. We can't wait. We can't wait till Sunday night even, right? What other business in the world? You can't wait for the week to start. So I wish you guys the best of luck. Thank you, Kay. I will see everybody in the markets. Over and out for Prop Trader Edge and PropFest 26. Thank you for making it a great event. Bye-bye, guys.
Screens glow, coffee steam, chart lines, laser beams, bell rings, heartbeat sway, click, scalp the day. Got my finger on the trigger, tiny moves, big thrill, little candlestick flicker, chasing every small fill. Green flash, red flash, I'm surfing every wave, telling myself I'll quit, but I love this arcade. Every tick feels louder than the band in my head, floating on momentum, not the plan that I read. I say it's just one more, but I'm already late, lost in the ladder, dancing with fate. Stop the day away, ride that price parade, up, down, I stay, till my worries stop the day away. In this fever haze, one more trade, I say, stop the day away. Disco ball on the ceiling, charts on every side, trumpets blast when I'm winning, float side when we slide. Stop lost in the corner, but I keep creeping tight, chasing that perfect entry like a strobe in the night. Every feels another spin, I'm glued to the screen, heartbeat on the hi-hat pulsing through the machine. I know I should step back, let the numbers just breathe, but I'm stuck in the shuffle. Can't leave, stop the day away, ride that price parade, up, down, I stay, till my worries stop the day away. In this fever haze, one more trade, I say, stop the day away. Hands in the air when the spread opens wide,